The son of the Sannin. Chapter 1. Where there is death, there is life. The rain, droplets of life, descend from above that have either quenched the thirsts of dying throats or drowned them in a violent torrent of sorrow and sadness. At times gentile and at times hard. Along with the rain, blood, sweat, tears, and souls were spilt in the defense of Kanahegakure, the village hidden in the leaves following the aftermath of the attack. The sudden appearance of the Kyubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox, destroyed many homes and killed many shinobi before it was brought down. The greatest loss from the attack was the Yondaime, the fourth Hokage, when he sacrificed his soul to the Shinigami in order to seal the demon into his newborn son. O Minato, Hiruzen Tsurutobi said openly, knowing there was no one to hear his words of grief and regret. Tears were falling from his old tired eyes as he sat there kneeling over the body of the fallen hero, Minato Namikaze. He dared not touch the fallen ninja, even the slightest, for thinking in the most imaginative impossibilities Minato was not dead but sleeping. Sarutobi's tears were hidden in the falling rain when the first thunderclap struck. The storm started when the battle ended, as if the heavens themselves were weeping for the Leaf Village. As the sky was sobbing, Hiruzen heard something else crying uncontrollably inside the fourth Hokage's robes. Moments later, as Minato's body was being carried away to the hospital by several medical ninja, Hiruzen walked in the opposite direction with a crying bundle of joy in his arms. I never imagined I would be in these robes again, Sarutobi said to himself as he stood on the balcony overlooking the village in the Hokage's office 3 hours later. I never imagined you would take this position again. Sarutobi, now the third Hokage, once more was startled when he heard the other voice, thinking he was alone in the office. Hiruzen turned to face a scar-ridden man, wearing a long black trench coat and a forehead protector in the shape of a bandana. Ibiki, it's good to see you, Sarutobi said to the leader of the Konoha torture and interrogation force. Lord Hokage, Ibiki Marino said as he bowed to the old man. I have the reports you asked for on the attack. The third fire shadow lit his pipe in response and sat down at his desk while reading the damage reports given by Ibiki. Despite the chaos during the battle, the village did not sustain as much damage as we thought. Only 10% of the city was destroyed. However, that section was heavily populated. What's worse is that many shinobi families lived in that area. The old man placed his pipe on his desk and placed his face into his hands, indicating his frustration and exhaustion. How many casualties did we suffer? Hiruzen asked Ibiki as he reinserted his pipe into his mouth. To answer that question, Lord Hokage, there are 2 parts involved, one good and one bad. Which one would you like to hear first? Sarutobi was already stressed to the fullest with the death of Namikaze and the situation with his son. The last thing he needed was a long self-realizing process to an easy estimation of fatalities resulting from the attack. The last thing the third Hokage wanted, however, was to squabble with his fellow Leaf Ninja when unity was of the utmost importance. Give me the bad news first. I suspect the good is a result of it. Ibiki looked over the reports, thinking how to deliver possibly the only silver lining to this dark cloud of a catastrophe. The bad news is that we have lost 1/3 of our shinobi from the attack. But because the area of violence was dense with ninja families, many of the civilians were unaffected, so there weren't any needless deaths resulting from the attack. Also, many if not all of the shinobi families were able to escape from the carnage. So in retrospect, when you look at the big picture, we didn't necessarily lose that many. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and stood up from his chair. Good. I'm very glad to hear this, Ibiki. The attack from the nine-tailed fox could have meant the destruction of Kanahegakure. I'm relieved to know how lucky we are considering the possibilities. Is there any news on my students? Sarutobi asked as he walked out to the balcony again. Reports indicate the Sannin will reach the village momentarily, Lord Hokage, Ibiki said, not moving an inch since entering his lord's office. You are dismissed, Ibiki. Thank you. My lord, said Marino as he bowed again and left the Hokage's office, not noticing the straw basket that was holding the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. As Marino left the room, Sarutobi said to himself, "So the slug, snake, and toad have returned to the leaf." He sighed as he continued, looking over the village. "I'm getting too old for this shit." The son of the Sannin. Chapter 2. Slug, Snake, Frog, Shoot. As rain continued falling from the sky, 3 ninja, each with the power of a Kage, returned to the village of their birth. The sages of the slug, snake, and toad had mixed emotions when they saw the enormous gates of the leaf. Each of the 3 legendary shinobi came home for their own reasons, but they all came back together as a team once more. One returned in honor of her grandfather and granduncle, the first and second Hokage. Another came back for his sister who he feared was killed in the attack. The third returned for his dead pupil whom he loved like a son, the Yondaime. However, the one thing the Sannin all had in common in returning to Konohagakure was to see their sensei, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the 3 ninja walked through the village gates, they were stopped by several shinobi wearing long robes and masks resembling animals, the Umbu Black Ops. One of the elite ninja approached the 3 wearing purple-clad armor, a white and red cap mask, and what looked like several scalpels holstered on its right leg. "Almighty Sannin, it is with great honor to welcome you back to Konohagakure," the Umbu said as she bowed to the shinobi. The greeted ninja knew exactly who the disguised kunoichi was as they heard her voice. "I take it you've had enough time to gather the information on the Nine Tails attack, Shizen?" The cat-masked warrior nodded to the whiskey-eyed kunoichi. "Yes, my lady. It was easier than expected to find the reports considering the situation. Frankly, it was rather surprising, considering how widely acclaimed the Umbu is known for security." The other Umbu looked as confused as they could be beneath their emotionless masks. Their body stances gave away their composure as the fake Black Ops kunoichi revealed her true identity. Gasps filled the air when the imposter pulled her mask off. "It's the Lady of Poison herself, Master Shizen," one of the other Umbu ninja whispered, as if seeing a goddess. "But how is this possible? Our people would have spotted you miles away, well before you'd enter the village." Shizen nearly laughed from hearing this brag of Might the Warrior, just exclaimed, "Well, considering it only took me 20 minutes to infiltrate your ranks after reaching the village, and 2 hours to collect the information on the attack, I must say your security needs tightening. You know, when most paramilitary forces have their cities attacked, their defenses are usually more alert to outside forces." Shizun said as she continued shedding the armor she took from the Black Ops barracks. "The Hokage is expecting you. He is in his office and urges you to come immediately," Shizun explained to the Sannin as she finished taking off the rest of the Umbu attire, revealing her casual kimono underneath. The white-haired Sannin took out a small scroll and paintbrush, writing something only his teammates and teacher would understand, so as to avoid their communication being compromised. "Pass a message to one of the Umbu for Lord Hokage. Tell him we'll see him once we've taken care of our tasks first," the Toad Sage said to Shizun, handing her the sealed scroll containing the note. The Lady of Poison passed it off to a mask resembling a turtle with green swirls. His stance at first glance showed stiffness, which could be presumed as an act of defiance. But as soon as the kunoichi approached the shinobi, his posture revealed a sense of defeat and bitterness. "Take this to Hokage now," Shizun said with a serious, if not dominating tone in her voice and a demanding look in her eyes. Despite the brutal disrespect Shizun showed to the Inferno Squad, the most prominent fighting force in the Land of Fire, the ninja submitted and took the scroll. Shizun's reputation preceded her in the village. It has been noted by the Hokage that if she ever broke ties with the Sannin, she would easily be placed at the top of the most wanted list in Konoha's bingo book. The turtle-masked ninja bowed his head to Shizun despite his pride, demanding retribution. It took every fiber of his being to acknowledge the kunoichi's abilities and say the two words that would ultimately compromise the Umbu's reputation. Yes, ma'am. The masked warrior along with the rest of the escort vanished in a puff of smoke, using the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique to teleport to the Hokage's office while wallowing in their shame. Well, that was fun, the snake Sannin said in a sarcastic manner. The four shinobi shared a laugh together, the first real moment of joy they had since hearing of the attack. So what's the plan? Shizun asked the three. We'll meet at the Ichiraku Ramen bar in 2 hours. We'll eat, and from there, and then we'll head to the Hokage. The slug sage said, as the other Sannin nodded in compliance. Then do you mind if I come with you, my lady? I'm not in a mood for a fight, and I suspect those Umbu will try and gang up on me for disrespecting them so badly. Shizun asked the female Sannin. Yes, I think it would be better if you came along, the lady said, smiling. The Leaf Village needs all the help it can get right now, and crippling 20 of her jonin would be most selfish on our part. Shizun laughed, knowing full well she could take on the so-called elite Leaf Ninja and kill them if she wanted to. But while imagining the mangled bodies of the Umbu lying at her feet, she remembered her teachings from the Sannin that stood before her, the one she called Sensei. All right, in 2 hours we'll meet at the bar. See you then. The snake sage said as the ninja went their separate ways, thinking how they were going to handle their own problems, the son of the Sannin. Chapter 3. Sweet Reminiscing and Settled Scores. Sometime after parting ways from the Umbu incident, the four shinobi rendezvoused at Ichiraku's with clear heads and confident souls. No words were said to one another as they all knew what was left to be done, but not before eating the best ramen in the world. As they walked in, a bell rung indicating their presence to the restaurant's owner. A tan man wearing white was seen boiling up his next pot of noodles for his customers. But when he turned around to greet them, he was shocked to see who sat down. So what can I get? Cammy, it's been a long time since I've seen your faces around here. Old man Tucci said with a smile when he saw the four customers sit at his bar. Of course, he wasn't really that old compared to some of the other people in the village. He just always appeared older to others. He also took the name as a compliment since it was a title passed to him from his father, who first built the bar when Tucci was a boy. The Sannin and Shizun were about to reply with smiles and orders for ramen when the chef intercepted their words. Let's see, miso ramen with extra barbecue pork, he said, pointing to the white-haired man with red paint streaks under his eyes. My special rabbit meat ramen with quail eggs for you, the chef said, pointing to the gray-skinned man with purple paint around his snake-like eyes. My veggie ramen made with garlic, baby corn, cucumbers, and extra wasabi, the old man said to the blonde-haired, whiskey-eyed woman. And last but not least, my very special blowfish concoction ramen with black rice-filled dumplings, Tucci said to the lady of poison. I can't believe you remember our favorite dishes after all these years, the brunette Kunoichi said to the ramen chef as the four ninjas smiled at the man. Well, of course, you'd think I would forget some of my favorite customers? I can remember the first time each of you came to Ichiraku. You three came together when you were students under Lord Hokage, and, if my memory serves me, it was after passing an exam with bells, am I right? Of course, I was just a boy learning from my father at the time, but still, you never forget. The Sannin quietly laughed from hearing the recollection, knowing exactly what the old man was referring to. They remembered the first mission they had together as a team under Sarutobi Sensei. You were just a little girl when you first came here, sitting on your mother's lap next to your uncle because you were too small for the seats. Shizun's eyes widened in surprise that the old man could remember such specific memories. Since it's been a long time any of you came back to the village, let alone my shop, the meal is on the house, Tucci said to the ninja as he poured some sake into their cups. Thank you, Tucci. We won't forget this, Shizun said as the ninja smiled, bowing to the old man out of courtesy an hour later. It's no problem. I hope your reunion with the Hokage goes well, the chef said while returning the bow. But as soon as the ramen chef mentioned the Hokage, the Sannin's eyes widened with shock and fear. Only a few key people that Sarutobi trusted knew about their return to the Leaf Village, and only he knew their agenda. "You misunderstand," the old man said with sweat drops showing on his face, realizing his words distressed his clients. Some previous customers of mine were griping and complaining about the legendary Sannin blowing them off as if they were nothing. They were particularly miffed about a brown-haired kunoichi making them look like idiots. They said something about her playing dress-up and then punking their squad leader. The four shinobi snickered quite loudly from Tuchi's words. They suspected who these customers were the old man was describing. Evidently, Konoha ninja are very pig-headed since they don't know when to keep their mouths shut about their superiors is what the middle-aged ninja were thinking just now. They were saying stupid shit like what the Hokage is going to do to you for disrespecting the Leaf's elite, as if they had any real influence with the shadow. The slug sage's muscles tensed from hearing the threat. Oh, please, they're fucking children. The blonde kunoichi crossed her arms and had a look of superiority on her face. Like a couple of snot-nosed brats, they run behind their daddy because they can't bully or intimidate into getting what they want from us, which is instant acknowledgement and submission to their authority. Seems like not much has changed since we left, has it not? The snake shinobi said, shaking his head in disappointment. Remembering how far the highest, most respected protectors of Konohagakure have fallen, reduced to using fear and threats as their methods of enforcing peace in the village. Nevertheless, it's irrelevant. We came back only for Sarutobi sensei and nothing more. The Toad Sage said to his old teammates, "If the Sandaime asks us to stay, then I will help rebuild our home. But that's as far I'll interact with the village. I, for one, will not get sucked into the Leaf's politics." "Well, anyway," the old man said, unintentionally breaking the ninja's train of thought. "I wish you all the luck, and hope your meeting with the Hokage goes well. Now, with the utmost respect, could you please leave? You're kind of scaring away potential customers." The ninja realized a small crowd of people were standing a dozen feet away, staring at them, as if frozen in fear, not wanting to take a step closer, thinking they'd be killed on the spot. All four ninja blushed and laughed awkwardly with embarrassment. Apparently, even the slightest thought about the corrupt Umbu unintentionally created a level of killing intent large enough for the whole street to sense. As they were leaving the restaurant, the two men and women were blocked by a few familiar faces, or rather the familiar masks that covered their faces. "Umbu, to what do we owe such a pleasant surprise?" Shizen said in an intrigued tone, as if to say she hadn't the slightest idea why they were here. The four shinobi faced at least 20 masked warriors. "We came back to apologize for our most unscrupulous behavior before. We were simply surprised by your methods of interaction with your fellow Konoha shinobi," one of the Black Ops said while hiding in the group. Now what do you really want? Or am I going to have to take that kunai you have in your left hand behind your back away from you?" Shizen said in a sarcastic tone, mocking the armor-clad ninja again. The familiar turtle-masked warrior approached the kunoichi and revealed the kunai he had behind his back. "We'll make this simple. Get on your knees and beg for forgiveness or face judgment for your crimes against Konohagakure." The Lady of Poison scowled. "And what crimes am I charged with?" Shizen asked in a distinct tone, giving off a feeling the Lady of Poison would rather plant a scalpel in the man's head than tolerate his threat. "Impersonating a Konohagakure ninja of the Umbu Black Ops Division, stealing vital information on the Kyubi no Kitsune attack, and the thievery of permit required Umbu Black Ops armor," the elite shinobi said with a smile behind his emotionless animal mask. "Shizen, would you like any help with these clowns?" The snake sage asked the kunoichi. His eyes targeted the closest Black Ops ninja to him while sticking his long snake-like tongue out of his mouth. The said ninja looked like he just shit himself. "No, that's all right, my lord. I prefer to deal with these scumbags myself," Shizen said with a smile, staring into the mask of the ninja who dared challenge her. The kunoichi raised her hand towards the thugs and retracted her fingers back and forth, baiting her opponents to attack. Then Lady of Poison. The turtle-masked shinobi screamed as he and the other Umbu charged at her with kunai and shuriken in their hands. Shizune stood still with her arms crossed. Her eyes widened with adrenaline as the armor-clad ninja pounced. Screams of agony and fear shot up in the sky like singing choirs in a temple. The battle was concluded in an instant flash of metal and blood. Damn you, Shizune. The masked ninja groaned to the victorious Kunoichi. Growls and cries, it seemed like, were the only sounds the elite shinobi could make after losing to Shizune. At least 20 Konoha Jonin were on the ground, crippled and barely breathing, with only the ability to move their mouths remaining intact. The Umbu that tried to kill the Kunoichi in broad daylight were torn to shreds in a matter of seconds. The Lady of Poison hadn't even broken a sweat with the so-called top-rank ninja of Konohagakure. The Sannin didn't even notice the Umbu's desperate cries as they stepped over each body to reach Shizune. Nice work, her sensei said, each of the three displaying their own appreciation to the shinobi. They all walked away from the fallen ninja to the Hokage's mansion as if nothing happened. On the way to the government building, they passed a little boy looking up to the ninja with awe and adoration. Thank you. Those jerks deserve the beatdown you gave them. Nobody has stood up to them till now, so thanks for kicking their butts, the boy said to Shizune with a smile on his face. Shizune knelt down to the boy, grinning, and put a hand on his cheek. Thanks, honey, but you shouldn't be out here alone. The storm is going to pick up again soon. Why don't you go home? The kid nodded to Shizune and smiled. When I grow up, I want to be just like you guys. The mountain toad walked over to the child and smiled at the boy. Thanks, kid. Maybe one day you'll be just like us, the white-haired sage said as the other Sannin looked at the boy and smiled. As they continued walking the red-streaked Sannin turned around to the kid who was still looking at them. Hey, little man, what's your name? The boy with the birthmark across his face replied. Irika. My name's Irika Yumino. The toad sage smiled and walked away. See ya, Irika Yumino, the man said with his back turned. Irika didn't even ask for his name since he was still in awe from watching the fight. The ninja finally reached the Hokage's office to see their old master and father-like figure. Shizune waited outside the door, believing this moment was only meant for her sensei and the other Sannin. The three walked into the room and closed the door behind them. The shinobi noticed the old man in white wearing a red hat, smoking his pipe out on the balcony. Saratobi sensei, all three said simultaneously as the aged man turned around to face his students with a smirk. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, welcome home, the Hokage said as they all embraced each other in a group hug. Coincidentally, at the same time, a little sound could be heard on the Fire Shadow's desk from Straw Basket. The students of Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed the innocent sound and walked over to see the Yondame's legacy, the son of the Sannin. Chapter 4. The Leaf Withers. In a world of shinobi, one must never shed tears, one must never show weakness, and one must always endure. The laws that make a ninja has bound countless men and women to a life of hatred and misery, a world that has shaped generations of people into tools of destruction, robbing them of the very essence that defines humanity. While the majority of shinobi have followed their laws of conduct to the letter, there were a few who truly exemplified what being a shinobi really means. The day following the attack of the Biju Fox, 3 shinobi broke the rules. Minato. He looks just like Minato, Jiraiya said when he saw the babe in the straw basket. Tears were falling from his eyes as he looked away from his sensei and teammates. Hiruzen looked at his pupil, knowing full well how his student must be feeling considering he recently lost his wife in the attack from the nine-tailed fox. Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at the toad sage with sympathetic eyes, reciprocating their comrades' feelings. Tsunade lost both her little brother Nawaki and lover Dan in the Second Shinobi War. Orochimaru's parents were killed when he was a child, resulting from an attempted assassination on the Hokage from Iwagakure. Sarutobi walked over to his crying student and placed his hand on the white-haired shinobi. Jiraiya turned to his master to see a small but warm smile and kind eyes waiting for him. His moment of vulnerability was understandable and expected, considering he lost his most prominent student who was like a son to him during the attack. Jiraiya turned to his master and friends with an emotion on his face that surprised everyone. Hope. Minato and Kushina's sacrifice saved the village and probably the country. They wouldn't want you to weep, not for them. Sarutobi said to the grieving man. Tears of pride, sensei. These are tears of pride. Jiraiya said to his master while wiping his eyes. Tears of pride? What are you talking about? Tsunade asked. Children are the legacy of their parents, no matter who they are or what they do. Jiraiya explained to the kunoichi. I don't see just Minato in him. I see Kushina. I see hope incarnate in this child. I see a small flame being lit in complete darkness. I see something so pure and innocent being born out of such carnage and death, like a phoenix being born from its own ashes. That is what I see in, what's his name, anyway, Sarutobi-sensei? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Dark clouds covered Konohagakure again, as if Mother Nature wanted to enhance the atmosphere surrounding the situation with Naruto. He's beautiful, Tsunade said out loud, while looking at the blue-eyed blonde-hair baby. She had a look on her face that hadn't been seen since her brother died, something the men in the room noticed. All three of the Sannin looked at the sleeping babe in awe, each one feeling something in their hearts, something that was either lost or never existed, filling up within themselves as if their old selves were washed away. Even the badass Sannin of the snake, Orochimaru, felt something within him while looking at Naruto, something he hasn't felt since the team went their separate ways after the Second Shinobi War. Tsunade noticed a little spot under Naruto's blanket and pulled it up to reveal a design on his stomach. It looked like a tattoo at first, but when she saw the kanji written on it, she realized what the symbol was, the mark of the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya let out a whistle when he saw the insignia of the jutsu. Wow, Minato did a hell of a job on the ceiling. Couldn't have done it better myself, and I taught him everything about Fuinjutsu. The 8 trigram seal should hold the fox within Naruto for the rest of his life. Sarutobi explained to the Sannin while holding his pipe. As the boy grows, so will the seal and continuously change with his body, in order for the fox to remain trapped within. So at least the demon is dealt with for now. The next task at hand is what will happen to the child. Orochimaru said out loud, but facing Hiruzen when he said it. The Hokage was about to relight his pipe when Tsunade turned away from Naruto and shot him a look. Sarutobi noticed and placed it back on his desk. He faced away from his students and looked over the balcony with his hands behind his back and eyes closed. That is yet to be decided. Personally, I don't know what to do considering the options. What about Uzushi Obikure? Has he not any kin residing in his ancient homeland? Orochimaru asked his master. No, the land of whirlpools is destroyed. The Uzumaki clan was broken and scattered to the wind as a result. Kushina was the last known member. All that remains of the Uzumaki is little Naruto there. Hiruzen said to his students while staring out to the view of the village. If that's the case, then can I assume the council wishes to honor the Yondame's last request? Jiraiya said, grazing Naruto's cheek with his finger. Sarutobi froze in fear when the Toad Sage asked about the boy's fate. Sensei, what did the council decide for the baby? Tsunade asked, not even turning to face her teacher. She hadn't moved from Naruto since coming into the office. Ever since she laid her eyes on the sleeping babe, something happened inside her that couldn't be explained. Her squad and Sensei felt this new maternal energy coming from the Slug Sage. This feeling reminded the men of how Tsunade was like when Nawaki was alive, but even then the connection between them was different from this new bond. While the relationship they had as brother and sister was something special, it wasn't as tender as this new link between the kunoichi and child. The council is completely divided on the issue. Sarutobi said, rubbing his eyes in frustration. Most, if not all, the clan heads wished to honor Minato's dying wish, in which Naruto would be protected in a joint union alliance with all the Leaf's top tribes and be treated as a hero. However, the competing party is undeniably opposite in the matter. The civilian councils of the clans along with the Uchihas believe that Naruto is nothing more than the demon that attacked our village. They either want to kill the child or use him as a weapon for Konohagakure. I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark and say your council agrees with the Uchihas. Am I right, Sarutobi-sensei? Orochimaru said in a sarcastic tone. The Sannin remained silent, confirming his student's assumption. Those stupid, selfish sons of bitches. They piss on Minato's and Kushina's graves by even thinking of harming their son. Jiraiya said in a low, deep voice. His fists were so tightly clenched they were shaking with anger. Orochimaru saw how upset his friend was and put a hand on his shoulder. Take it easy, Dobe. Minato meant a lot to all of us. Jiraiya unclenched his fists and took a deep breath, realizing this wasn't the time nor the place to lose his cool. Thanks, Jaku. I'm sorry for nearly losing my head like that. Jiraiya placed a hand on his friend, signaling his appreciation. Despite being complete opposites in personality, the Snake and Toad Sannin were the best of friends. Ever since they were kids fresh out of the academy, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had a relationship that resembled more like a sibling rivalry. They always tested each other's abilities and helped one another grow. Though they got on each other's nerves from time to time, they were incredibly close and practically brothers. So since the councils are divided on the matter, the responsibility of honoring the Yondame's dying wish would fall to his students. So where's Rin and Kakashi? I'm surprised they're not here right now with Naruto, Jiraiya said while looking around the room. Yes, about that. Hiruzen hesitated. His mind drifted back to what happened several hours ago between him and Kakashi. Rin, Kakashi, I'm glad you've come. Hiruzen lit his pipe and sat down at his desk while the two ninja bowed to the Hokage 2 hours before his meeting with the Sannin. There is something of great importance we need to discuss. Kakashi Hitaki, the famed copy ninja, and Rin Noera, the temporary Jinchuriki of Isabu, the three-tailed beast, approached the Hokage's desk with tears in their eyes. We're aware of the situation, Lord Hokage. Minato-sensei and Kushina are dead, and it's our fault. If we'd been there, they would still be alive. Rin said out loud, while Kakashi stood by, crying silently to himself. No, don't you dare think for a second that you had any responsibility with their deaths. You both were needed in defense of the village against the Kyuubi no Kitsune. If either of you abandoned the mission, the village would have been destroyed. Not to mention, if you even knew about Minato's whereabouts and tried to help, you would probably have been killed by the masked man responsible for this catastrophe. Despite the mental and emotional trauma they were suffering from their loss, Rin and Kakashi noticed what the Sannin said right now about a masked man responsible for the chaos. With one glance to each other, they decided to keep their priorities in check and keep this information to themselves. Hiruzen sat up from his desk and put out his pipe. He walked over to the basket and moved the blanket to reveal the child sleeping inside. While Minato and Kushina's deaths are not your fault, you have a responsibility and duty to honor your sensei, with whom you both loved. Am I right? Of course, Lord Hokage. We loved Minato-sensei like a father, and we would do anything to honor his and Kushina's memory, Kakashi said to Hiruzen without even blinking. Well then, if you truly loved your sensei, then he would have wanted you to love and raise his son Naruto together, and since the child has no other family, the responsibility would pass to you should you accept it. Rin and Kakashi looked as if they saw a ghost. Their faces froze in shock, completely speechless. Understand that this task is sudden and rather big to carry out, especially since you both are still grieving over your master. I also understand if neither of you want the responsibility of raising this child. Personally, if I was in your place, I would be just as unsure as you are now. In which case, I wouldn't hold it against you if you decline, and I'm sure Minato wouldn't hold it against you either. Don't get the wrong idea. You two wouldn't be alone in this. You will have support from me and from this village. Hiruzen said this as he took Naruto from his basket and held him in his arms. Naruto? You said his name was Naruto, Lord Hokage? Rin asked Sarutobi as she placed a hand on the sleeping babe's head. Hiruzen nodded to the kunoichi. He looked down at the whisker-faced infant he was holding and smiled at him. Judging from the look on Rin's face as she traced one of Naruto's whiskers on his cheek, Sarutobi's smile grew, suspecting what her answer would be. Kakashi and I would be honored to raise Naruto. We're completely humbled that you even considered us to be his guardians, Lord Hokage. I think Minato-sensei would have wanted us to raise him too, right, Kakashi? Rin said as she leaned over Naruto and kissed his forehead. She turned around to face Kakashi, half expecting a confirmation to this agreement with Naruto. But all she saw on her teammate's face was anger and hatred. "How dare you, Lord Hokage? How dare you?" Kakashi said in a low, raspy tone, pointing his finger at the fire shadow with venom. "You desecrate Minato-sensei's and Kushina's graves by keeping that thing alive. That creature you're holding is the very thing that attacked our village and killed our comrades. Yet you want us to raise it, to nurture it and love it? That demon is responsible for the deaths of so many people, including my master and his wife. And it has taken the shape of this helpless infant. It's still the same monster, Lord Hokage. Its body has only just taken a new form, and apparently, it's taken a character that insults the very memory of Minato-sensei. I cannot believe that you of all people would be fooled by its appearance, Lord Hokage. The same goes for you too, Rin. For Kame's sake, it looks just like him." He wasn't wrong. Naruto looked almost exactly like his father, save for the whiskers on his face, a side effect from the 8-trigram seal. "With all due respect, my lord, I think you are blinded from the truth that this Jinchuriki is nothing more than the 9-tailed fox itself. I think you feel guilty that you couldn't save Minato-sensei and wanted to make up for it by pretending that his son still lives. The real Naruto died that night with his mother and father, and I am not going to stand for this madness. I know I speak for the village when I say that in order for Konohagakure to live, this monster needs to die right now." Kakashi took a fighting stance and performed the correct hand signs to summon his signature jutsu, the lightning blade. At the same time, Sarutobi placed Naruto back into his basket and took a fighting stance as well. Naruto woke up from his deep sleep when he heard the sound of 1,000 thunderbolts and cried when the room was filled with a bluish-white light. "For Minato-sensei and Kushina, this is for you," Kakashi screamed as he jumped towards the baby. "I see," Orochimaru said as he walked over to Naruto with a look of disappointment on his face. "I wasn't fast enough to block his attack. If Rin hadn't kicked Kakashi out of the way, Naruto would have been killed on the spot," Sarutobi said as he sat back behind his desk. Jiraiya noticed the scorch mark on the wall by the Hokage's desk and had a look of disgust about him. "I'd never imagined Kakashi would succumb to such ignorance. I've known him since he was a boy. Hell, I knew his father for Kami's sake." Kakashi clearly wasn't in the right place of mind. However, thinking such irrational thoughts and putting them into action are two separate issues. Orochimaru said to Jiraiya, "You couldn't hold off on telling Rin and Kakashi about Naruto, sensei? Did you really think they would be thinking clearly with a leveled head after only a few hours from the attack and hearing of Minato's death? I'm surprised Rin was able to keep her head on after hearing of Namikaze's sacrifice. Speaking of Rin, why isn't she here now with us?" Orochi questioned Sarutobi. Hiruzen closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. After Kakashi tried to kill the child, Rin collapsed from mental exhaustion. She suffered a mental breakdown after everything that happened. I couldn't ask her again to take Naruto as her ward, so I had her on a leave of absence. I will not ask any more from her until she returns to duty, which will be whenever she feels ready to come back. The Hokage took his pipe and relighted it again. "She's a hero. She deserves an accommodation for her bravery and action," Jiraiya said out loud. "What will happen to Naruto now?" Tsunade said, still looking at the child. A thunderclap crashed over Konohagakure and woke the sleeping babe. He cried out in fear of the storm and was comforted by the whiskey-eyed kunoichi. Tsunade held Naruto in her arms, humming a soft lullaby to him while preparing a bottle the Hokage had for the child. All is well, my little Hoshi. As she fed the hungry baby, a pair of sapphire eyes looked up to the woman holding him. When she looked down at him, and their eyes met for the first time, her heart melted and her soul sang. I have no choice but to put the child in the orphanage under his mother's name for protection against our enemies. If a Wagakure got word of Minato having a son, it could spell disaster for the village, especially in its current state. Hiruzen said while exhaling a puff of smoke from his pipe. I already passed a law prohibiting anyone to speak to Naruto about his condition. Hopefully his generation of shinobi will grow beyond their parents and accept him as one of their own. That won't be necessary, Sarutobi-sensei, the slug princess said with her back turned. And why is that Tsunade? Hiruzen asked as the professor looked at the blonde-haired kunoichi in confusion. Because I will adopt Naruto and make him my son. Chapter 5. Bonds Beat Blood. What did you say? Hiruzen choked on a puff of smoke. The third Hokage thought for a second he was smoking from his other pipe when heard what Tsunade said. You heard me. I will adopt Naruto and make him my son. To say that Sarutobi was shocked would be putting it mildly. There probably isn't a word in the dictionary to describe the look on the Hokage's face after hearing such news. You can't be serious, Tsunade. If this is a joke, it's not funny. Do you see me or anyone else laughing, sensei? I've never been so serious about anything in my entire life. I love Naruto, and I will make him mine. But what about your travels? How do you plan on raising him? Have you even considered Shizune in this fantasy of yours? What are you going to do for money? Especially since it seems to magically disappear on sake and losses from your gambling. Well, am I right, legendary sucker? The black clouds grew harsher and once again showered the village with violent rain, spreading an ominous atmosphere to the situation involving the fourth Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Hiruzen was looking at Tsunade with piercing eyes, as if he was about to fight her over for the child. I commend you for your compassion, but I'm sure I do not understand where this is coming from. Yes, you knew Minato, but you weren't his teacher, nor did you have any blood relation to him. So why do you feel like you owe anything to him by doing this? Tsunade was burping Naruto, while the Hokage was jumping down her throat with all these demanding personal questions. She didn't seem to show any sign of reaction to Hiruzen's judgment while tending to the child. However, as soon as the slug princess put her soon-to-be son back into his basket after falling asleep, Tsunade's personality changed altogether. No one has ever called me that to my face and gotten away with it unpunished. I'm sure you didn't mean it, Sarutobi-sensei, so I'll forgive you for your trespasses. Tsunade faced her former teacher and comrades with a look of ambition about her. But if you think I'm going to stand here and do nothing, then you, my sensei, are basically telling me to leave Naruto to his death. The third Hokage was shocked to hear such heinous accusations against him. Tsunade, how can you possibly say that? I would never do anything to put Naruto in harm's way. Sarutobi was fuming to say the least from this argument he was having with his former apprentice. He didn't understand why Tsunade was giving him such trouble over someone she just met. If you put the child in the orphanage, then you'll make him more vulnerable than he is right now. Tsunade said with an iron will that was noticed by the professor. As I told you before, Naruto will be put under his mother's name. Kushina never took part in the war, and a Wagakure never knew of Minato's marriage. Even if they knew about Naruto, I doubt Inoki would stoop so low as to kill an innocent baby. The bottom line is that Naruto will be safe from harm, Hiruzen stated. A moment passed after Lord Hokage explained what he believed to be the best course of action for Naruto. He was about to speak again when one of the Sannin interjected. I'm surprised at you, Master. I thought you would have filled all the holes in the dam, but apparently you missed the biggest one. You may have covered every crack on the outlying wall, but your biggest problem is its decaying infrastructure, and if left unchecked, the whole dam will collapse. Orochimaru, Hiruzen turned his head to his other pupil. The snake Sannin had his eyes closed and arms crossed, leaning on the Hokage's desk as if posing for a picture. The tone in his voice showed slight arrogance, but his face showed the opposite as he spoke to Sarutobi. You may see the rocks, the mist, the clouds, and sand sensei, but you are blind to the leaf burning around you. That is well said, Orochimaru. Are you still writing poetry? Tsunade smiled in a sly manner. She couldn't have said it better herself. The third's eyes narrowed in response to this word game Orochimaru was playing. I don't like what you're implying, and I like your sentiments towards your home village even less. Tsunade stood beside her former comrade. If you put Naruto in the orphanage, then it's more than likely those idiots will try and take a shot at him. And don't give me the whole who would attack him shtick. We know full what Konoha is capable of, especially with those gangbang assholes you call Umbu running around. Sarutobi removed his hat to reveal the sweat that was glistening off his liver-spotted head. He removed a cloth from his robes and wiped his dome clean of the perspiration. The professor has been losing his composure inch by inch from the get-go, and the Hokage's boiling point has reached its peak. Hiruzen wasn't mad necessarily. He was just extremely weary from the situation. The third fire shadow knew what was going on inside his village. He knew what Orochimaru and Tsunade were talking about. He knew the Uchiha were gaining power through the police force, and he knew the Umbu Black Ops were making backhanded deals with them for influence and weapons. The worst of it all was that he knew the Umbu hierarchy suffered a coup d'etat a few years ago and hadn't the slightest idea who controls the organization now. The Black Ops were originally under the rule of the Hokage going back to the birth of the Hidden Leaf Village, but when the third announced Minato as his successor, the coup occurred a few months after, implicating that whoever overthrew the previous chain of command was someone who wanted the title of Kage. Jiraiya was looking outside while listening to the conversation when he noticed something out of place happening outside the mansion. There is something you should know about the attack, something I haven't spoken to anyone with until now. Tsunade and Orochimaru remained silent, waiting for what their master had to say, while Jiraiya continued looking outside the window. I fear that the attack on the village might have been predetermined. The Sannin's eyes widened with confusion and anxiety. From what I understand, there was a masked man who attacked Minato during Kushina's delivery. My wife Bawako, God rest her soul, was able to collect a piece of information on the assailant before succumbing to her wounds. The Sandame's former disciples shared a look of shock, their composure giving way to fear as they contemplated how a single man could almost destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. How is that possible? The assassin would have destroyed all traces of his presence in order to remain unknown to outside forces. Orochimaru stated. He could feel the sweat dripping down the back of his neck as he played the scenario in his head, contemplating every circumstance that could prevent the Yondaime from killing the invader. Yes, but it couldn't be helped considering the assailant had no time to destroy the bodies since he had to have fought Minato right after killing the guards and medical personnel that were helping Kushina. And like I said, it was really Bawako who helped us shed a little light on this ordeal. She wrote with her own blood, a code that gave us a small physical description on the murderer. Following the attack, I went to investigate the crime scene where my wife was murdered, along with a convoy of Umbu that I trusted wholeheartedly. Among the bodies, we uncovered a piece of evidence that proved useful. The numbers 13, 1, 19, and 11 were discovered inside Bawako's robes when we examined her body, and with that, the Konoha cryptanalysis team deciphered the numbers said mask. Unfortunately, it's not a lot to go on, so right now, I have men looking through every scrap of paper we have relating to a masked ninja and a nine-tailed fox. But besides that, there's really not much else I can do. A cough coming from Jiraiya interrupted the conversation at hand, indicating something more pressing was at hand. I hate to be the one to make things worse, but I think you need to have a look, sensei. Sarutobi walked over to the window Jiraiya was looking from and suddenly became panic-ridden when he saw the alarming situation outside his mansion. Looks like the secret's out. Jiraiya said, unsurprised. Hiruzen looked out the window to see a small mob gathered in front of the Hokage mansion. The numerous voices were muffled in shouts to gain entrance inside the office, but from what Saratobi could hear, the people's cries were committed demands and threats for possession of the Jinchuriki or for its death. Luckily, the entrance gates were guarded by Leaf Chunin under strict orders to deny public access to the mansion. From the top floor of the building, the third couldn't believe the display of reckless barbarism he was seeing from his fellow villagers. Most, if not all, the mob consisted of regular civilians, and from the look of it, they seemed unscathed from the Kyuubi no Kitsune attack, which fueled the Hokage's disappointment even further. All his life since he was trained under both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, the first and second Hokage, Hiruzen believed in the best of his fellow Konoha kin and always thought of them in the highest regard. Unfortunately, he has now realized the truth that Konohagakure is not the most open-minded and humble sanctuary he led himself to believe. If he knew the civilians' reaction to the attack sooner, if he knew of their appreciation of the fourth Hokage's efforts to keep them safe, he probably wouldn't have taken the responsibility of Hokage again after Minato's death, and had simply left the village to its fate with Naruto in his care. Hiruzen turned away from the window and placed his head in his hands, signifying his heartbreaking displeasure to this debauchery of arrogance and misplaced anger being displayed outside his office. Orochimaru and Tsunade joined Jiraiya at the window, looking out at the mob. It's interesting. For some reason, I'm not surprised. I knew there were a few ignoramuses in the village, but I never knew there were that many civilians who were so thick-headed, Orochimaru stated with a look that resembled pity. I know what you mean, Jaku. For a long time, I thought the village hidden in the leaves was the future of the ninja world. An asylum of compassion and understanding for anyone who needed a place to call home without fear of unfair persecution or misplaced hostility. But now, after seeing these people who barely suffered from the Nine Tails attack to act so low, I've come to realize that Konohagakure is the same as the other shinobi villages. Maybe, but maybe not Jiraiya. You may notice there aren't any Leaf shinobi supporting the crowd, Tsunade stated. She was right. From the look of it, the mob comprised completely of civilians. No Chunin or Jinin were participating with the civilians. Since it was the ninja community that suffered the most from the attack, maybe there is a possibility that the village can become what you once believed, Tsunade said to her former teammate, placing a hand on Jiraiya's back for comfort. While the Sannin were talking about the village, a large explosion erupted within the crowd. From the look of it, someone set off a tear gas bomb to make the mob disperse. Thankfully, the bomb succeeded as the crowd was starting to get unruly. Some of the people were carrying handmade weapons like broom handles and rocks, but others took it up a notch with katanas and kunai. As the crowd scattered to the streets in fear, a brunette kunoichi appeared from the smoke with several ninja accompanying her. From the design on their uniforms, the green-vested ninja appear to be Jonin-ranked shinobi, skilled as the umbu but loyal only to the Hokage. Saratobi heard the panic-stricken mob outside and walked back to the window. Your apprentice continues to surprise me, Tsunade. It seems not only can she fight, but she also has a talent for instilling confidence into others. Tsunade's face was filled with pride from hearing such acknowledgement. Her name is Shizune, and she is the Lady of Poison. Team Hiruzen was startled when they heard baby Naruto crying to the sound of the crowd screams outside. And like a new mother who had just given birth to her child, Tsunade instantly rushed over to Naruto and held him in her arms, soothing him as if possessed by her maternal instincts. I've seen enough to prove my point, and I think you've seen enough to understand my point, Sensei. Hiruzen was about to defend himself when Jiraiya interjected. Tsunade, if you think we're just going to let you walk out of here with Naruto, you got another thing coming. Tsunade was confused. In all the time she has known the Toad Sage, not once did he make such a threat to her. You would have him live here in this death trap? No, I would have him raised with a father. Jiraiya folded his arms and gave Tsunade the biggest, warmest smile she had ever seen. Make that two. Tsunade was stunned to the fullest. Orochimaru, are you serious? Jiraiya's smile couldn't have gotten any bigger. I know you both will do a good job raising him. If you want the world to have another loudmouth, hot-headed pervert of a dope, I want this child with at least half a brain when he grows up, so I'm in. Jiraiya and Tsunade both smiled, despite the backhanded insult Orochimaru to them. They knew he was joking, and if they heard their friend correctly, then they couldn't be happier. The gray-skinned shinobi smiled, expressing exactly what his friends were thinking. The Sannin were back. All three of the legendary ninja stood together with the newest addition of their family in the middle. Each of the men had a hand on the sleeping babe, while Naruto was held by the whiskey-eyed Kunoichi. And with Shizun, that makes five. 5 members to this pretend family of yours. The Sannin faced their master in confusion, while the Sandaime was on the balcony looking out at the village again. The rain seemed to have finally stopped, as if the trial for Naruto's life has passed. The shinobi knew Hiruzen had a sarcastic streak in him since they were kids, but they never saw this cynicism in their old master before. The third turned to his old students, people he considered his sons and daughter. Do you fully understand what the three of you are saying? Are you absolutely sure this is what you want? And have you completely contemplated the responsibilities and sacrifices that will be required by all three of you, including Shizun? The three glanced at each other briefly, contemplating Sarutobi's words and the idea they were proposing. I want each of you to look deep within yourselves and answer my questions with one answer. Just one. That's all it requires, and that is all I ask. The sages of the Toad, Snake and Slug looked at each other again and nodded. In their minds, they contemplated the questions Sarutobi was asking, and like a record stuck on replay, their answer was the same. They played the scenarios in their heads, the lifestyle they would have if they took Naruto under their care, and the trials they would face if they accepted the responsibility. After a moment of silence, the Sannin stood in a straight line, facing their teacher with aspiration locked in their eyes, and answered in one voice. Yes. The third smiled at his students and looked down at the sleeping Jinchuriki, reciprocating the same aspiration his students just showed. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of the Sannin, you will be great indeed, Hiruzen said in his mind. Then by the power invested in me as the third Hokage of Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves, I give you dash. Thump, thump. Team Hiruzen looked up at the ceiling with kunai in their hands. Just as the Hokage was about to give clearance for the Sannin to adopt Naruto, a large thumping sound hit the ceiling of the room, or rather the roof of the Hokage's mansion. Because the conversation they were having was of the utmost importance, the 4 ninja failed to realize there was someone on the roof until it was too late. Crash! A small body fell through the ceiling from the roof in front of the 4 shinobi. Ow! That hurt! The little boy exclaimed from the pain after falling face first to the floor. Irika! What the hell? Hiruzen shouted in shock. The birthmarked boy got off his face and onto his knees, rubbing his cheeks with tears in his eyes. The ninja put their kunai away in their pockets as Jiraiya walked over to the kid. He smiled at Irika and knelt down to eye level with the boy. Yumino opened his eyes to what he thought would be 4 mad adults hovering over him, but instead was a white-haired man with kind eyes and a warm smile waiting for him. Too much chakra, little man, the Toad Sage said to little Irika. Orochimaru and Tsunade looked at each other and smiled. They walked over to the tearing child and Jiraiya. Irika looked at the Sannin in confusion. You used too much chakra when you climbed up here to eavesdrop on our talk with Lord Hokage. You tried to use the Swayman Hoko no Gyojutsu, walk on water technique, when you were on the roof to prevent making any sound. Irika's eyes grew wider when Jiraiya explained his plan, as if he was reading the kid's mind. You used too much force trying to maintain the balance of chakra to keep your body weightless, and therefore crashed right down to us. Jiraiya smiled again at the child, not in a mocking fashion or trying to humiliate him, but in a that was really good for someone your age tone. I think you already met my friends, But because we were in such a rush to get to the Hokage's house, I never introduced them to you." He pointed a finger at Irika. He realized Jiraiya was pointing at him to turn around. When he did, he let out a small gasp to see the other Sannin behind him. "This is Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Naruto." Irika looked back towards the kind man. "I am Jiraiya." The two shook hands in a humorous manner, since Jiraiya's hand was gigantic compared to Irika's. Both of the shinobi knelt down at him and smiled. He smiled back, but still had tears in his eyes. Tsunade reached into Irika and wiped the tears away, as if she was his mother. "Are you okay, sweetie?" The child rubbed his eyes, trying to fight away the tears that were building up again. "You want to tell us why you were listening on our talk with the old man, Irika? It's not nice to eavesdrop on other people's conversations." Orochimaru asked while shaking the little kid's hand. "I heard that when the fox was beaten, Lord Hokage brought it here." The shinobi, including Hiruzen, stiffened from Irika's words. To think that a little kid, of all people, knew the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. At least that would explain how the mob knew and why they tried to raid the mansion. Asking the kid about where he heard the information was irrelevant. The mob scattered to the streets, and the Sannin were more alert than ever since Irika's little snooping operation. "Why would you want to see the fox, Irika? Do you want to fight it?" Jiraiya asked the boy. "I don't want to fight the nine tails, I want to kill it." Irika's eyes turned from sadness to a driven anger. "Why do you want to kill it?" Orochimaru asked. Yamano tried to stay as furious as he could, but having his objective questioned subsequently broke his fury and eventually turned into a sense of vulnerability. His eyes began tearing up, and then little sobs could be heard coming from the child. Irika closed his eyes and clenched his fists while trying to hold back the cries, failing miserably in the process. "Because that monster killed my mom and dad. That thing took my parents away from me. They fought the nine tails for the village, to protect me and everyone else. I tried to help them, but I couldn't do anything to stop them from dying. If I can kill the monster now, my mom and dad will be avenged." Hearing enough, Jiraiya came at Irika and pulled him into his arms. Irika's desperate attempt to act strong in front of the Sannin was failing even more than before. Muffled crying could be heard coming from the child through Jiraiya's robes, as if Irika was gasping for air through his clothes. In that moment of complete vulnerability, Irika wrapped his arms around the toad sage in a desperate plea for comfort. After all he went through from the Kyuubi, no Kitsune attack on Konohagakure. The white-haired Sannin lifted the small boy off the ground and held him in midair. Hiruzen was watching everything from his desk. In all his life since he took those shinobi brats under his wing, he's never seen this level of sensitivity and love from all three of them. He heard of Jiraiya's brief stay in Amigakure while training the Rain Orphans, but from what he was looking at right now with Irika, the relationship he had with the aimed children and this new bond were on different levels. The bond the Toad Sage had with Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato were based in a shared sense of pity and fear. Fear he saw in the three AIM orphans' eyes at the end of the Second Shinobi World War. Jiraiya saw the fear in their eyes after seeing the battle between the newly titled Sannin and Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure. Jiraiya knew in his heart that if he left the three Rain children to themselves after the battle, he would be indirectly responsible for their deaths, seeing as how they were without a home and unable to protect themselves against any enemies they'd encounter. But this new relationship he had with Irika was different. In a way, it was based a little on pity, but also out of love. It was as if the two knew each other from a previous life and were reunited once more. Jiraiya looked into the 7-year-old's eyes once more and smiled. "Let me ask you something, Irika. Do you still want to kill the Nine Tails?" Irika's eyes widened in surprise from being asked such a serious question. At least that's what he thought. He looked away from the kind man in doubt. "What difference does it make? It's not like I'm strong enough to take it on. I've got no one to help me get better. I can't even do that stupid balance technique without messing it up." Irika's tears were growing again. Telling someone what he was feeling was like a weight being lifted off his shoulders. This only increased the level of vulnerability he was feeling, but it was better for him to just let the anger and sadness out instead of holding it in. Orochimaru saw something familiar in Irika at that very moment, something he hadn't seen in a long time in 30-some years himself. The Snake Sage saw a self-reflection in Irika, crying for his loss when he was a child. Coincidentally, Irika is the same age when Orochimaru lost his parent from the failed assassination plot on the Hokage's life. The Sannin knew exactly what the little boy must be feeling, seeing the people most important in your life being taken away before your very eyes and not having the power to stop it from happening. Orochimaru walked over to Jiraiya and looked into the crying child's eyes. Irika saw as if he'd seen a ghost, or rather, an older version of himself. When Yumino's eyes looked into Orochimaru's, he saw the same sadness he was feeling right then. He knew the same thing must have happened to him, if he could interpret the same sorrow he had in his heart. Orochimaru held out his arms in front of Irika, asking for permission if he could hold him. The boy nodded and reached for the snake Sannin, not once looking away from his eyes, as if he was in a trance. Irika, what if I told you that you could kill the nine-tailed fox right now? What if I told you the monster that took your parents was in this room right now? Would you do it? Tsunade and Jiraiya shared a look and knew what their friend was pulling. Hiruzen looked as if he was ready to crap his pants, obviously not having the slightest clue as to what Orochimaru was doing. Irika looked shocked to say the least from hearing of the demon's whereabouts. The little boy closed his eyes and contemplated the idea of killing the monster that took his parents' life. A moment later, he looked up to the man holding him. I don't know, yes. For a recently orphaned 7-year-old boy, that was probably the best answer he could give. Then there it is. Orochimaru pointed to the sleeping babe Tsunade was holding. Irika couldn't have looked more confused than he looked now. That's not the monster, that's Naruto. Jiraiya's, Tsunade's, and Sarutobi's eyes shined with hope from hearing the boy's answer. What do you mean, Irika? Orochimaru asked. I don't see the nine tails anywhere. All I see is baby Naruto, the scar-faced boy said while pointing at the sleeping infant. Let me explain it, you Irika, Tsunade said to the confused child while moving closer to the pair until Naruto was only a few inches away from the kid. The nine-tailed fox was sealed into little Naruto here at the cost of the 4th Hokage's life. So now the monster is inside Naruto. Tsunade lifted the baby's blanket to reveal the seal on Naruto's stomach. Irika was speechless. He never imagined this is what happened to the monster that attacked the village. So now that you know Irika, tell me, do you see the monster now? Orochimaru asked the boy. Jiraiya walked over to the children who are now surrounded by all 3 of the Sannin. No, all I still see is Naruto. The monster is locked away inside him, but that doesn't mean he is the fox. All it means is that Naruto saved the village by taking that thing inside of him. He's a hero. Tears fell from Sarutobi's face after hearing Irika's words. Except this time around, these tears the professor was shedding were of happiness. The same could be said for the Sannin. There's still hope. May Kami bless this child. Sarutobi thought. All 4 of them were saying the same thing inside their heads. Irika leaned over from Orochimaru's arms to Naruto and kissed him on his head. Naruto woke up from his sleep when Irika displayed such innocent love to the babe. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed infant replied to the scar-marked boy with a babble of small gurgling sounds coming from his mouth. The Sannin's eyes were filled with tears of joy, an effect from seeing such genuine innocence shown between Irika and Naruto. Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya said loud enough to draw the old man's gaze from the children. The professor replied with a smiling nod. The Toad Sage acknowledged and kneeled down to eye level with Irika. Irika, let me ask you something serious. How would you like to have a brother? Chapter 6. One door closes, another one opens. The Sannin and Hokage walked out of the office to find Shizen waiting for them. When the Lady of Poison saw her sensei with a baby in one hand and small child in the other, she took the appearance of a confused puppy, tilting her head to the side in bafflement. Lady Tsunade, did I miss something here? Why are you holding two babies? Irika puffed out his cheeks in a cute scowl, expressing his anger at the slight made on his age. "Eh, I'm not a baby. I'm 7.5 years old." Shizen had soon realized the insult she gave and smiled in response, putting a hand on the boy's cheek in comfort. Though not literally a baby like Naruto, Irika was in the grand scheme of life an infant, considering he has only been alive for 7 years. "Of course not, honey, I'm sorry. You're not a baby, you are a big boy." The scar-faced boy pushed Shizun's hand off his face, but in a playful manner. Irika liked the attention he was getting from the Sannin, and Shizun considering he had no one after the death of his parents, until now. "So, what's going on, Lady Tsunade?" Shizun asked the Sannin in a chipper tone, not wanting to concern little Irika or wake Naruto. A moment later, the growing tension between master and pupil promptly forced Tsunade to lose her serene state of mind and nervously laugh at the situation. Despite her apprentice asked only one question, the task of properly describing the circumstances revolving around her and the two children would be difficult to say the least. The slug princess put Irika down and attempted to explain the current situation to Shizun. "Wow, so the Hokage really complimented my skills?" The Lady of Poison asked in a flattered tone, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. Tsunade scoffed at the inappropriate moment of vanity. "Shizun, I can't believe you." The whiskey-eyed Kunoichi glared at her with a look, gesturing through her eyes to maintain focus. "Oh, calm down, Lady Tsunade. I know all about it." "Huh, you know? What do you mean, you know?" Tsunade was utterly clueless from what her apprentice just said. "You think I wasn't listening to your talk with the Hokage?" The slug princess's dumbfounded look decreased as her apprentice explained how she could have eavesdropped on her conversation, especially since the doors were covered with soundproof tags, preventing anyone outside to hear them. Shizun smiled in her master's expense, probably since this was the first time in their relationship where the student knew something the teacher didn't. "I used a very special jutsu called the Komori Mimi technique, also known as the bat ear jutsu," Shizun explained. Basically, it allows the user to hear anything in a specific area by emitting sound waves and then receiving an echo, allowing all sound pulses carried in that location to be returned back to the user. Once the echo has been retrieved, the user traces the source of the signal to the breach of the sound barrier, allowing the user perfect synchronization. "I created this jutsu to eavesdrop on gambling halls that were looking to rip you off by rigging the games. And trust me when I say this, my lady, I had to use that technique a lot over the years." Tsunade was astounded. In all the years she traveled with the brunette Kunoichi, not once did she ever imagine Shizun making a new jutsu, let alone having the ability to create a technique. She wasn't implying her student was lacking in talent or skill. She was just contemplating the time and effort it takes to compose a new jutsu, which, by recalling her earlier years of developing new techniques, remembered it required many years to perfect. "So how much did you hear, Shizun?" Tsunade looked at her apprentice with suspense, fearing her student's reaction to the situation. She feared the possible repercussions resulting from her actions with Naruto and Irika, believing Shizun might leave. She wouldn't blame her if she walked away. All the years Shizun spent practically babysitting her, cleaning up after her messes of gambling debts and hangovers. She had no right to ask to share the responsibility of raising two children. Shizun looked deep into Tsunade's eyes and took her spare hand into hers with a smile. "Aunt Shizun, I think I like the sound of that." 10 minutes later, all 6 of the newly formed family walked out of the mansion with the Hokage. The Chunin and Jonin guarding the entrance stepped aside for the shinobi to pass through. Tsunade was walking with Orochimaru while holding Naruto. Irika walked in between Jiraiya and Shizun, swinging their hands in a joyous manner. Sarutobi walked up next to the slug Sannin holding 2 knapsacks, one embroidered with the name Naruto and the other Irika. The party of 7 stopped at the center of town. Hiruzen handed the bags off to the new mother with kind eyes and a warm smile. "What's this, sensei?" Tsunade asked the teacher while taking the sacks. "A little going-away present for your boys, everything they'll need for their journey." I sealed several supplies and toys for Naruto, so you won't be panic-stricken when you leave, and take my word for it, you will need them, believe me. Sarutobi explained. Irika's bag contained some clothes and specific scrolls I'd like for him to read when he's ready. Now be warned, these manuscripts contain jutsu only taught in the Leaf Village, so promise me that when he has perfected these techniques, destroy the scrolls. The same goes for Naruto when he starts training. I don't want our enemies using our techniques against us. Hiruzen grabbed Tsunade's arm, imploring the importance that she keeps this promise given by her former master. The slug princess jerked her arm away, but only to take her sensei's hands into her own. I promise, master. Her eyes backed up her words, and that was enough for the old man. Sarutobi nodded his head and faced the other Sannin, with Shizune included, since she now shares the same responsibility as the rest. I ask the same for you three. Promise me you'll keep these secrets safe. The male Sannin and the Lady of Poison bowed their heads to the third fire shadow, acknowledging the Hokage's words. Then I'm afraid this is where we must say goodbye. At that moment, Hiruzen faced Shizune while she lifted Irika into her arms. The kunoichi stuck her hand out for a handshake, thinking that it was the more proper way to say goodbye, considering her relationship with the Hokage was a little more distant than the Sannin. She didn't want to assume anything with Sarutobi, fearing she might damage their relationship by doing anything more. When Hiruzen noticed the hand, he reached his hand out to meet hers, only to push it aside and take the Lady of Poison into his arms. Shizune was momentarily stunned, afraid and confused as to what just happened. When she realized what was transpiring, she embraced Hiruzen in a tighter embrace. They released each other from their hug and bowed their heads in respect. Take care of yourself, my child. The third finally said to the kunoichi. Shizune's eyes widened in shock when she heard the word my child. Lord Hokage. He smiled from her reaction. I knew your parents and uncle since they were children. I've known you since you were born. Hell, it was who taught you the katan, Gokaki no Jutsu, great fireball technique. When you were a little girl, do you remember? Shizune froze in silence, astounded that she could forget such an important memory from her childhood. It was before her uncle Dan died in the Second Shinobi World War. She was a little younger than Irika when she learned the technique outside of the academy one faithful day. Earlier that day in class, the Hokage came to give a lecture on nature transformations, and while many of the students were uninterested as expected at the given lesson, the little brunette kunoichi listened intently to the fire shadow's words. After the last bell rang and the children went home, little Shizune went to the training fields to try the nature transformation techniques Lord Hokage was talking about. She took a piece of paper from school that was made from one of the special chakra trees grown in the village. In order to find out which nature she possessed, unfortunately, no matter what she did or how much chakra she harnessed into her hands, the paper didn't respond. Looks like you're the only one listening to my lesson at school today. It's reassuring to know that at least one child out of that bunch was inspired by my words. Shizune flinched from hearing the familiar voice, thinking no one knew where she was since leaving school. The future Lady of Poison turned to face Hiruzen Sarutobi. The younger Hokage smiled at the little kunoichi, reminding him how much she resembled her mother. The child had a look of shame about her, thinking she was in trouble for taking the chakra paper without permission. Hiruzen kneeled down to the little girl, placing his hand on top of her head. I'll let you in on a little secret. The paper won't work unless it recognizes your will. Recognizes my will? The child asked the man. Yes, as you may remember from class earlier, that paper you have come from a very special tree grown in the village. It is the only type of plant that is fed with chakra and in return is able to react and identify people's chakra natures. However, there's a catch involved when using these papers. Shizune listened intently to Sarutobi's words. You need willpower, enough of it mixed in with your chakra. The dark-haired man said to the girl. But how do I get enough willpower? The child asked in innocence. You need confidence. You need to believe in yourself that you can do this. That belief will turn into will, and with that, The paper will show you what nature you possess. Shizen looked at the Hokage in awe as his words sunk in. She then took the paper into her hands and closed her eyes. In an instant, the paper ignited and was burnt to a crisp. "Ah, you're a fire wielder, just like me. Well done." The little girl watched in wonder, amazed at the fact they both shared the same fire nature. "All right, now since you know you're a firebender, how about I teach you the signature technique of that nature? It's called the Great Fireball Jutsu." The future lady of poison simply nodded. "Let's do it." In just 3 days, she amazed her academy classmates and teachers when she performed the fire technique during a ninjutsu training class. And it was all thanks to her first sensei, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The kunoichi returned back to reality and looked at the kind old man who stood before her. It was because of his help she was able to find her will of fire and continue growing as a shinobi. She pulled the man in for another hug and appreciation for everything he did for her. "Thank you, sensei." The professor and lady of poison released from their embrace. He then turned his gaze onto the small child Shizun was holding in midair. He kissed the palm of his hand and placed it on Irika's head, symbolically blessing this child to be protected by the heavens and spirits of the afterlife. The scar-faced boy accepted the token of affection by staying still when the blessing was made and smiled at the old man. "You'll be a great shinobi, Irika. I know it to be true. Now promise me you will always love your family and to look out for your brother. Can you do that for me, Irika?" The brunette boy's eyes shined brighter than the sun when he heard the words family and brother in the same sentence with his name. For the first time since before the attack on the village, Irika legitimately felt peace in his heart. His baby teeth showing and dimples shining in the sunlight, a genuine smile from an innocent child. "I promise to always love my family and protect my baby brother," the 7-year-old replied to the old man. The third closed his eyes in content. "Good boy." Shizen smiled at Irika and kissed him on the cheek. Hiruzen turned around to face his former students. All 8 eyes of the 4 shinobi were tearing on the brink. The Sannin bowed their heads to the third fire, Shadow, simultaneously. "Master," the legendary 3 ninja said to their old sensei. Tears were falling from their faces, even Orochimaru, knowing what was to come. Hiruzen reciprocated their feelings and mimicked their bow in response. "My children," the Sandaime said as tears rolled down his face. All 4 shinobi embraced each other in a group hug as if they were a long-lost family. In a way, the bond between students and senseis were more sacred than that of a family in the world of ninja, and so in a way, Sarutobi was their father. It didn't need to be said that the Sannin felt same way about the professor. "My sons, my daughter, go in peace with your new family and be safe. I know you will all do a splendid job as parents. Consider this your greatest mission, the mission of life. It is the most difficult and most rewarding job anyone can ask for. And that is the last thing I can teach you 3. May Kami, your ancestors, and the spirit of the leaf watch over your family." The Sannin bowed their heads once more in honor of their sensei. "Thank you, Father." Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others headed for the village gates, while Orochimaru stood looking at the Hokage monument. "Hey, Jaco, what's the holdup?" Jiraiya asked the snake Sannin. "You go on ahead. I just need to take in the moment a little longer. I'll meet you at the village gate." "We're not going to the gate." The men and Shizen looked at Tsunade with confusion. "I thought it might be safer if we leave under cover of darkness. No one will find out and take a shot at us, and I still need to get more supplies before we leave." The Toad Sage smirked. "Always thinking for us, Tsunade. Sounds good to me, Jaco." Orochimaru hadn't moved at all, still drawn towards the monument. "Jaco," Jiraiya repeated. "Like I said, I need a couple of minutes to myself. I'll meet you all at the gates tonight." The 3 ninja weren't exactly sure what he meant, but they trusted him to keep his word and catch up with them. "All right, Orochimaru, we'll see you in a bit," Tsunade said, while walking away with Naruto. Jiraiya and Shizen followed with Irika in her arms, the little boy waving goodbye to the Hokage. Hiruzen waved back to the child as they vanished into the crowds. Is she safe, sensei? Orochimaru waited to ask Sarutobi until the others were gone. She is. She's still how you found her, safe and asleep. The barrier will hold until you reach her. From there, the rest is up to you. Orochimaru let out a small sigh of relief. You know, it's funny, after all these years when it comes to family, you're still afraid to ask for help. The Sannin looked down at the ground in shame, asking himself why he didn't tell the others. I never expected us to be together again, sensei. I only came back to find out if she was still alive and take her away from all this destruction. Naruto and Iruka, I never saw that coming. Hiruzen took out his pipe and lit the tobacco inside. So, when do you plan on telling them? The shinobi faced his old master. They'll find out tonight when they see her in my arms. Sarutobi smiled. It sounds like you'll have 3 children to love instead of 2. For hours later, the village rested easy for once since the Kyuubi no Kitsune attack. For the moment Konohagakure was at peace, it seems everyone who called the village hidden in the leaves their home were sleeping soundly, believing the worst was behind them and could move on with their lives. Outside of the village by the great green gates, 2 kunoichi were waiting for their male counterparts to join them on their journey. Tsunade was walking impatiently back and forth while Shizune and Iruka were playing with Naruto. What is taking those morons so long? We should have left by now. Well, Master Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru said they had to take care of some last-minute things before we left. Do you think something happened to them? Shizune asked her master. Not sure. If anything has happened, we would have heard some commotion in the town. Tsunade responded to the brunette. Lady Tsunade, do you think we're doing right? I mean, what with coming back to Konohagakure and all? Tsunade had her back turned when Shizune asked, her mind contemplating such a complicated question. She then remembered what she and Shizune did before the meeting with Sarutobi-sensei. Several hours ago, 2 women were walking through the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Of the 2, the blonde was intent on traveling somewhere specific while the brunette followed. Lady Tsunade, where are we going? Shizune asked her sensei. You asked to come along. Do you trust me? The whiskey-eyed woman asked her student. You know I do. I'm just curious as to what we'll be doing for the next 2 hours, seeing as how there aren't any bars or gambling halls around here. The Lady of Poison replied, assuming that was all her teacher wanted to do before meeting up with Lord Hokage. We're going to the Senju Shrine, Tsunade said with a dead serious tone. Shizune's eyes widened in disbelief. Never in a million years did she think her lady would intentionally revisit her past, seeing as how it always brought up bad memories of the people she lost. But why? I thought you hated your heritage with the village, since, well, you know. Surprisingly, Tsunade kept her pace and continued to her family's temple. Usually when she was confronted with such personal questions, especially when it involved Nawaki or Dan, she would either create a crater the size of a city block out of anger or drown her sorrows in the nearest sake bar. I'm not going for them, at least not entirely. I'm paying my respects to my grandfather and granduncle, seeing as how the only reason I came back was for Sarutobi-sensei. This will be the last time I ever see the shrine. Lady Tsunade, I'm also going for counsel. After seeing Jiraiya and Orochimaru, something's not right. Seeing those morons, after all these years, have put me off. I can't explain it, so I'm going to the one place I could achieve spiritual clearance when I lived here. Of course, there is the possibility the shrine might not even be there. The temple has been deteriorating since I was a chunin. Most likely the whole area has been bulldozed for housing developments. When the 2 kunoichi arrived to the temple, they were amazed at the condition it was in. The Senju Shrine was completely restored. The temple looked almost exactly like the Shitenoji Temple, one of the oldest sanctuaries in the world. The Senju Shrine was built as a place of prayer for the village, as well as a mausoleum for the entire Senju clan. After Hashirama and Tobirama Senju passed, maintenance funds for the shrine were diverted elsewhere by the council in order to maintain the village in top condition. Since then, the temple has been slowly rotting from the inside out, like an infected wound. However, something must have happened since the Sannin left Kanahagakure. The entire ground were revitalized, so to speak. Every crack, every cobweb, every chip of paint had been either removed or repaired, completely keeping the mausoleum intact in its original state. Shizun had never seen the temple before, so while amazed at seeing such architectural genius, she was a little confused as to what her master was talking about. Tsunade, on the other hand, hung her head with tears streaming from her face. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" The Lady of Poison asked while rushing to her aid. The blonde kunoichi buried her head in her hands, trying to hold back the tears. "I'm fine, Shizun, thank you." "Are you sure? We can leave if the pain is too much." Tsunade lifted to reveal a smile on her face. "Pain? Yes, there is pain. The pain of finally understanding the dream my family worked for." "My lady, what are you talking about?" The slug princess pointed to a statue of a large red painted flame on an altar in the center of the temple. "Look at the inscription on the bottom of the sculpture. The will of fire resides not in the home, but in the heart." Shizun looked puzzled from reading the message. "Not in the home, but in the heart. What does that mean?" "It means that the idea of spreading love to achieve peace belongs to everybody, not just the people of Kanahagakure. My grandfather told me that proverb when I was a little girl, but I never knew what it meant until now." I think what he was trying to tell me was that it didn't matter where we came from or who our family was. All people wish to have peace in their hearts and love in their souls, and that the only way to achieve complete tranquility was to spread it through compassion and understanding to our fellow shinobi. Tsunade looked to have for the first time in a long time inner peace, at least for the time being inside the shrine. Shizun simply looked at her master with admiration and love, not wanting to break the moment. She remained silent until Tsunade kneeled at the altar. "Pray with me, Shizun. Let us give our blessing for those we loved and lost. Let us also pray for the will of fire, hoping we can spread it all throughout the world." A tear could be seen falling off Shizun's face. "Yes, my lady." The two kunoichi spent the next 2 hours in silence, giving their blessings for the lost, and for the hope of one day the will of fire igniting the entire ninja world. "The will of fire resides not in the home, but in the heart. Do you remember, Shizun?" Tsunade turned to her student, her eyes showing the same look she had in the temple. The brown-eyed shinobi simply smiled and nodded, confirming exactly what she hoped to hear from her master. "Ah, the Sendu Shrine. So that's where you two went before Draco." The deep, humble voice came from behind a tree next to the village gates. "How much did you hear, Master Jiraiya?" Shizun asked. The Toad Sage revealed himself from the shadows. "Not much. I just got here when I heard the ancient quote. I imagine you must have come from the temple if you were to repeat that saying out here. No one has said those famous words in ages. All except Sarutobi-sensei." Tsunade scowled at her friend. "Jiraiya, where have you?" It was all she could say before she saw the emotion on her friend's face. It looked like Jiraiya had been crying. His face was red, and his eyes were puffy from all the tears he wept. "I went to Minato's burial. It's where I was before we met with the old man." Tsunade's scowl transformed into sympathy for her friend. Over the years, through their time together, Tsunade came to realize his perversion was just a mask he wore to cover his true feelings. From all the times he was caught peeping at nude women in hot spring to every opportunity he took to flirt with females, resulting in a throbbing handprint on his face. It was all a defense mechanism to hide his true emotions. Deep down, she knew the Toad Sage was a romantic, just wanting someone to hold on to. She walked over to the sad man and put a hand on his cheek. The village built a special mausoleum in his honor. It's the very least they could do for him. However, Jiraiya was tearing up again. He gripped his hands in a fist out of anger. "Kushina has been buried with the rest of her clan in the Uzumaki crypt. The damn council won't even have the two buried together. Even in death, they have been torn apart, like Romeo and Juliet." Tsunade's eyes went from sympathy to affection from hearing Jiraiya's touching words. My sweet doe. Jiraiya's eyes widened with surprise. He hadn't heard those words since they were children. He took her hand into his, still placed on his cheek. He then felt on his other cheek the softest, warmest, sweetest lips touch his flesh. He just couldn't believe it. He was kissed by Tsunade. In all the time he's known her, the only time she ever kissed him was in sympathy for turning him down on a date. He simply smiled when the blonde kunoichi stepped back to see his face. Thanks, Suim, I needed that. The slug princess smiled back. No more crying from you, okay, Dobe? Don't want our boys to grow up to be big crybabies now, do we? Jiraiya let out a little laugh in acknowledgement. No, I suppose not. Hey, speaking of our boys, where's the second father? The white-haired Sannin asked Tsunade. Right here. Orochimaru jumped down from the top of the great green gate to his comrades. Well, now, since we're all here, we can. Tsunade stopped in mid-sentence when she saw what Orochimaru was holding. A fluff of purple hair was seen poking out of Orochimaru's arms. Cream-skinned arms and legs were huddled in a fetal position, hugging the Sannin's warm body like a newborn bear cub. Jaco, is there something you want to tell us? Jiraiya asked rhetorically to the snake Sannin. Shizune and Irika joined with the others, her eyes widening in shock from what she saw next. Lord Orochimaru, the Lady of Poison exclaimed. The kunoichi quickly realized her reaction was loud enough to wake the sleeping babe she carried and let out a sigh of relief, thankful she did not stir Naruto from his sleep. Irika looked up towards Orochimaru's arms. Who's that? Irika pointed to the little girl Orochimaru was holding. This is my niece, Anko Mitarashi. I was hoping she could come with us. Your niece? You never told us you were an uncle Orochimaru. Tsunade questioned. The 4-year-old girl woke up from her sleep to see several adults and a little boy looking at her. The purple-haired, lavender-eyed child had a nervous, frightened look about her. The child's reaction was understandable, considering she was the object of attention from everyone around her. Wiggling out of Orochimaru's arms and hiding behind his leg, she looked at the little boy walking towards her with curiosity. The scar-faced kid stood in front of the snake sage's leg, looking at the only child he's seen that was his age since the attack. He smiled at the girl and reached his arm out towards her. The little girl looked into Irika's face and saw no cruelty behind his smile. She came away from her uncle's leg and extended her arm out until both children's hands were touching, their palms pressing up against each other's with their fingers extended fully as if they were measuring the size of their hands. It was really a handshake, or at least that's what it was for them, like a special ritual between the two children, one that only they knew. I'm Irike, the boy said first. I'm Anko. The girl responded with a smile. The kunoichi were blushing from the adorable scene taking place in front of them. Jiraiya had his giant smile on again from seeing the two children together. He then focused his attention back onto his friend, looking at him with stone-cold eyes. So, Jaco, did you say something about bringing her with us? Or do I have wax in my ears? The women joined Jiraiya in looking at Orochimaru. The kids were too busy playing with each other to hear the conversation. The snake Sannin had a look of guilt written all over his face. I didn't know how to tell you. I never expected us getting back together, let alone Irika and Naruto. I originally planned for taking Anko away from the village. The ninja's eyes warmed up from hearing the gray-skinned shinobi's words. The other ninja never anticipated becoming a family either. Most, if not all, the current party had planned on leaving the village as soon as they kept their obligation to the third. Orochimaru pulled out a scroll from his belt and unsealed the containment jutsu, revealing an exact replica of the knapsack's Hiruzen gave Tsunade for the boys. The sack also had Anko's name embroidered on it. It's not like I was completely on my own in this. The three shinobi's eyes widened in surprise. Sarutobi knew about this. Tsunade spoke aloud. The snake-eyed man resealed the scroll and has closed his eyes, showing his grief as he tried to hide away the painful memories that transpire before all of this. Yes, he told me in his letter, saying my sister was killed in the attack. Jiraiya and Tsunade were shocked to say the least. They knew Orima since they were kids, fully aware of the deep love and trust the siblings had for each other. Since the time they were little, the brother and sister were close. They stuck together when their parents died and remained very close even after Orochimaru left the village. He was at her wedding, and when she gave birth to Anko, the Sannin was named her godfather if anything should happen to her. The other shinobi reached in and pulled Orochimaru into a hug. Shizen walked behind the three and put a hand on the man's back. His whole body was shaking from sadness. He hasn't done that since the night his parents died. A moment passed, and the warrior took a deep breath, regaining his poise so he may continue with his story. Sarutobi-sensei kept her safe for me until I entered the village. He placed a special barrier technique called the Shishinjin Jutsu, the 4 Violet Battle Flames battle encampment technique, to protect Anko until I reached her. I went to see her when we separated. I had to comfort her and tell what would happen once I talked with Sarutobi-sensei. She was traumatized when I first saw her. She didn't fully understand what happened with Arima until I explained it to her. To be honest, I wasn't sure if she remembered me when I returned, being she was so young when I left. But thankfully, when she saw me coming through the barrier, she dove at me, crying her eyes out. When I told her my original plan to take her away from here, she fell asleep instantly, as if she hadn't slept since the death of her mother, and I was the cure to her insomnia. I cried with Anko in my arms, thinking of the pain she'd endured since knowing of her parents' fate. When I returned, I told her about you and the boys. She didn't know how to respond since you weren't there to meet her, so she's been silent since knowing of our rendezvous. Well, she was silent until she met Irika. The ninjas saw the 2 kids playing with each other. Their hearts swelled 3 times their normal size after seeing such innocence. So, are you 3 okay with this? Orochimaru asked his fellow Sannin and the Lady of Poison. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen smiled at the snake and looked at the purple-haired 4-year-old girl. As if on cue, Anko turned to the 4 shinobi and walked over to them. She couldn't help but look at the ground with her arms behind her back, scared at what their decision was towards her. Tsunade kneeled down to the little girl and kissed her on the forehead. "Welcome to the family, sweet little Anko." The child's eyes widened in shock. Sweet little Anko was what her mother called her before she died. Without saying a word, she ran in her new mother's arms, thinking to herself she had a new family to love. Irika walked up to Anko and hugged her from behind. "I have a sister," the boy exclaimed, waking Naruto from his sleep. The blue-eyed baby looked at his surroundings and noticed the little girl sharing the space in Tsunade's chest. He made the same gurgling coos at Anko as he did for Irika when they met, as if it was a welcome initiation into the family. Tsunade had tears in her eyes, as did the other adults. "Anko, meet your baby brother, Naruto." The new and complete family was jumping from tree limb to tree limb away from Kanagakure, starting their new mission as parents to 3 loving children. Tsunade was holding Naruto, Jiraiya had Irika, and Orochimaru carried Anko. Each of the children bore the mark of the Sannin on their right shoulder. The tattoo resembled the ancient heaven and earth seals, formed into one new symbol in perfect sync. The Sannin were awarded the insignia for their legendary battle against Hanzo in the Second Shinobi World War. It symbolized the balance of strength and intelligence. The Sannin thought it a perfect match for their new children. All 3 of the adopted babies were sleeping in their parents' arms, as if for the first time. The 4 ninja didn't make a sound, not wanting to wake their children from their much-needed rest. As the shinobi traveled farther away from their birth home, they were being watched through a crystal ball by a crying old man in white. "Until we meet again, my children, I will always love you," Hiruzen Sarutobi said to himself, hoping the new family heard his blessing. "God bless you 7, especially you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Chapter 7, Blessings and Curses. The first few hours as parents for the recently formed family seemed nothing out of the ordinary. Irika and Anko woke from their sleep and were playing with each other when the shinobi reached the outskirts of Konoha, past the forest surrounding the village and on the road to the outside world. They stopped at a small outpost called Tanzaku, about 20 miles southwest of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon entering the settlement, the family checked into one of the numerous hotels covering the gambling town. Surprisingly, Tsunade did not partake in any of the vices that were practically inches from her. All she did was play with her new little ones with Shizune at the hotel. Naruto could finally stay awake for more than a few minutes when they stopped at the outpost, considering he had been sleeping almost the entire time he was in Konohagakure. It was later discovered that when a new Jinchuriki is made, it takes several hours, if not days, for the host to synchronize his or her chakra signature with the tailed beasts, during which the host has to sleep and build enough life energy for his or her chakra to become compatible with the tailed beast, or else the carrier could die. Because Naruto is half Uzumaki, he has a higher life force and larger supply of chakra than most, meaning the success rate for him adapting to the fox and becoming the fourth permanent Jinchuriki was in his favor. It was in the long run a convenience for Minato to fall in love with Kushina if the Yondaime sealed the fox into his son without Kushina as Naruto's mother. He would most likely have died during the procedure. Sometime between his departure from Konoha and arriving at Tenza, Naruto's chakra signature synced with the Nine Tails. Now he was no longer in any immediate danger from the Kitsune. While the new aunt and mommy were playing with the children, Jiraiya and Orochimaru walked through Tanzaku's many bars and gambling halls, trying to catch any word of work from the other ninja villages, something suitable to their talents. The two Sannin returned to their family a few hours later with disappointment written on their faces. "Found nothing, huh?" Tsunade asked her comrades. The new mother was feeding her baby boy another bottle while Shizune was delivering her new niece and nephew a long and successful tickle attack. The snake and toad sages sat down with the slug princess. "Sorry, Tsuhime, this town only has knowledge revolving around two things, booze and bucks," Jiraiya explained to the whiskey-eyed Kunoichi. "Not many shinobi have been seen here as of late. For what I hear, ninja tend to avoid this place altogether. They don't like the scum-ridden seedy bars that practically cover the whole town," Orochimaru stated while boiling a pot of tea for him and his kin. "Then it sounds like we have no other option. We'll have to travel to one of the other shinobi villages," Tsunade stated as she finished burping Naruto, rocking him until he was docile in her arms. "Seems obvious enough, but the real question is where? Which village do we head for? More importantly, which village won't try and kill us the second we cross their borders? It's not like the old days when we had only ourselves to watch out for. Now we're carrying precious cargo," Jiraiya said, looking down at his new son, held ever so tightly in Tsunade's embrace. The Jinchuriki was still getting used to being awake for more than 10 minutes since syncing with the fox. He looked around his environment with wide eyes and a rather talkative mouth, making little gurgles and coos at everyone and everything he saw. Like any newborn, the infant was taken in with his newly developed senses and absorbed everything around him like a sponge. He really couldn't do anything seeing he was only 2 days old, but since he was an Uzumaki, he had already developed an abundance of energy and stamina at an inconceivable rate. Naruto was caught in a trance with Tsunade's finger as she lightly tapped her son's nose in a playful manner. He reached for the finger and grabbed for it slowly but surely. Once he had possession of his mother's finger, he pulled it into his mouth and started sucking. Tsunade couldn't help but giggle at the precious moment being made with her baby boy. She looked down at Naruto with eyes soft as clouds. She dared not to move even the slightest, fearing the moment would be over with her son. A click of a machine could be heard in front of the serene mother. She jerked her head to see Orochimaru holding a camera. "It was too good a moment to pass up. I thought we could make a family album." The other ninja smiled from hearing the notion. "Umph. Not 3 days we've been a family, and you're already going soft, Hajaku?" Jiraiya snickered at his brother. "Oh, don't worry, Dobe. I still have plenty of venom for you if you like. I simply want something to remember when this old snake shrivels up and dies," Orochimaru said to his partner with a smile. The Toad Sage replied with a small laugh. He knew his best friend was speaking sarcastically. Jiraiya knew that in the world of shinobi, one must wear two faces, one for the world to see and one shown only for those closest to him. Tsunade smiled at the two men. An album sounds like a good idea. Judging from the size of our family, we'll need a big one. The Toad Sage looked over Tsuheim's shoulder at his other children, being playfully chased by their Aunt Shizen. The Lady of Poison looked to be enjoying herself, taking full-heartedly the role of a loving guardian to the three innocent souls. Irika and Anko looked as if they were laughing all their troubles away while playing with Shizen. The new bond the two children had with each other was as if they were destined to be brother and sister. The connection they had with one another when they met was instantaneous and had only gotten stronger since leaving Konoha. Despite never saying it openly, they pledged to always have the others back, no matter what life throws at them. The kids and Shizen joined the rest of the family when they got tired out from all their playing. Irika and Anko needed the activity to release any pin-up rage or stamina they harbored in the Hidden Leaf Village. The little ones jumped into their father's and uncle's laps, practically knocking the wind out of them and spitting out their tea like characters in a cartoon. Irika sat in Jiraiya's lap, while Anko plopped into Orochimaru's. All the Sannin did was smile and laugh at their intrusion, holding their kids in one hand while sipping their tea in the other. The Scarface boy received a double arm headlock and a bear hug from his father after finishing his tea. The purple-haired girl laughed at her brother as she squealed like a pig from the tickle attack she was suffering at the hands of her uncle. By now, everyone in the room started laughing. Naruto smiled for the first time, reacting from all the laughter and love being shown. Tsunade and Shizen noticed the milestone their son and nephew made and showered him with kisses all over his face. Well, in the meantime, how about some dinner? Jiraiya said while pouring another cup of tea. 30 minutes later, the ninja family was stuffing their faces with fried dumplings and giant bowls of noodles and rice. Thankfully, the hotel they were staying in had room service, and even more thankful the hotel had one of the better restaurants in town. The adults and children were happily eating away their troubles of the past and continued discussing their plans for the future. Now, the way I see it, we will have a better chance if we head to one of the 5 great shinobi countries. Now, obviously, we can't go back to Konoha, so that leaves us with Iwa, Kiri, Kyumo, or Suna. Jiraiya said while munching down on a dumpling. Oh, great. So out of the 4 options you've given us, we have the choice of getting stoned to death, drowning, thrown on a mountain, or being buried alive in a desert. The kids froze like statues from hearing Orochimaru's words, staring at their uncle as if trapped in time. Their mouths fully open and were ready to finish their bowls of noodles, but couldn't out of fear from what the shinobi just said. Shizen noticed the kids' reaction and tried to laugh it off to reassure them that their uncle was just kidding. Oh, it's all right, kids. Uncle Orochimaru was just joking around, right? The Lady of Poison, along with the other Sannin, glared at their comrade, mentally sending him a message to keep those kinds of comments out of the conversation and not to scare their younglings. The snake shinobi saw the look on his niece's and nephew's eyes and playfully smiled at the two. Of course I was kidding. Everything is going to be just fine, I promise. The kids calmed down after what Orochimaru said and went back to eating, still looking at their uncle, but eventually going back to their business. The gray-skinned Sannin exhaled a deep breath of relief. Relief his half-joke didn't freak the kids out. Luckily, the younglings were having a conversation between them, so the adults could get back to the matter at hand. Jiraiya leaned into Orochimaru's ear as soon as the kids went back to their dinner. The next time you want to express your sense of humor, how about you don't do it in front of 2 impressionable kids, especially if one of them is your niece? Orochimaru had a look of embarrassment about him. He was half kidding when he made the joke, but he should have known better to hold off on his demented sarcasm until the children knew him better. So, as I was saying, it's a better bet that we head to one of the larger nations. Now, I'm sure that each of the 4 countries will have some level of animosity towards us, especially Iwagakure. So I think it would be wiser if we head to Kiri, Kyumo, or Suna. Jiraiya said to the other ninja. He spoke in a discreet fashion while using a less alerting choice of words, in order to keep the kids calm and happy. I would agree, Orochimaru stated. Considering the ninja world recognizes us as leaf shinobi, I recommend we head to a nation that has had the least amount of conflict with Konoha. That way, we can establish ourselves as nomadic ninja and prevent any scores the other villages wish to settle with the leaf through us. In my opinion, we should head to Kirigikure. Konoha has had the least amount of hostility with them, so no one will try and kill us out of any political strife. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lord Orochimaru, but isn't the village still under the lordship of Yagura, the Mizukage who inspired the nickname the Village of the Bloody Mist? Shizen asked the man. She looked worried, and rightfully so. Kiri has earned a level of ruthlessness over the last few years among its inhabitants. You're half right, Shizen. The city is called the Village of the Bloody Mist, but it's earned that unofficial title long before Yagura came to power. Jiraiya said to the Kunoichi. I agree with Orochimaru. Kiri would be a good place to start our new position in the world. Besides, if we travel there we'll have the most support. We have a few friends residing in the village despite being mist shinobi. Then by the sound of it, we have a destination. Tsunade said finally after staying so quiet throughout the conversation. We'll send a messenger bird to the land of water and make. Sniff asterisk, sniff asterisk. The slug princess was cut off from her sentence when the strongest of smells hit her nostrils and apparently everybody else's. Judging from the innocent coos that could be heard from her arms, the smell was coming from Naruto. Oh my Kami, in all my life, I've never smelled anything so heinous, Jiraiya exclaimed while covering his nose. He practically jumped to the other side of the suite after smelling Naruto's work. How could something so small make such a big smell? I can't breathe. Orochimaru vanished in a puff of smoke only to appear next to his dobe, gagging on the foul aroma that nearly covered the room. Phew, smells like someone made a big raisin gan in his diaper. Tsunade playfully teased to the bouncing baby boy, using her hand as a fan in an attempt to clear the stink. Yo stinky, Naruto pooped. Irika and Anko said out loud, both covering their faces with their hands. They decided, however, not to follow their role model's ridiculous display by remaining where they were. Shizen grabbed the supplies from Naruto's bag and handed them to Tsunade. Now I know what the Hokage meant when he said we'll need these supplies. Thank you, Sarutobi. The Lady of Poison said out loud in the open. Tsunade went straight to work on her first trial as a mother, the most thankless job as a parent, diaper changing. Call it mother's intuition, but Tsunade completed the dirty deed instantly, almost as if she had been doing it for years. The Sannin swore Shizen could use the toxic waste as a new poison jutsu if she wanted to, but even she said it was too dangerous. Once the stink cleared, Orochimaru and Jiraiya walked back to the family, but before they did, the two men shared a look from seeing Tsunade interact with Naruto. They couldn't help but stare at their comrade, blowing raspberries on Naruto's stomach after changing him. Speaking baby talked to her son as he laughed for the first time. Who's my little stinky boy? Naruto laughed in response. That's right, you are. The two Sannin noticed a new glow their Kunoichi teammate had about her, something only a new mother could possess after giving birth. It was clear that the more Tsunade was around Naruto and the kids, the more she transformed back into her original personality, the one she had before losing Nawaki and Dan. The kids and Shizen couldn't help but laugh with Naruto. It was contagious as laughter. Seems like these kids are having an effect on us already, huh, Jaku? Jiraiya said as he walked back to the group, crossing his arms and smiling at the kids' reaction to Naruto's newly developed personality. Orochimaru joined the others with a smirk on his face, trying to keep his cool persona intact. All his life since his parents died, the snake had this wall up around him. His cool, calm attitude was a defense mechanism he created in order to protect himself from the world. The only time he ever let anyone climb over his wall was his sister. Throughout his life as a shinobi, he could only show small slivers of his true personality to Tsunade and Jiraiya, but when the Second Shinobi War erupted between Hanzo of Amage Cure and Konoha, He shut almost everyone out, all except Orima. Now it seemed as if these kids he was responsible for were the cannons to bring his wall down. For once in your life, Dobe, you are right. Yeah, for once in my hey. What do you mean once in my life? Jiraiya turned to his best friend with a comical look on his face. Just shut up and take the compliment for once in your life, will you, Jiraiya? The snake replied. Fine, thank you for the compliment, Orochimaru, dickweed. He said the last part under his breath as he put a hand on his brother's shoulder. The next morning, Jiraiya and Orochimaru woke to the sound of two children screaming in terror. Half asleep, they rushed to the living room with a Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand and the sword of Kusanagi in Orochimaru's, only to find Tsunade on the ground laughing her head off and Irika and Anko drenched in pee. Apparently, Tsunade was showing the kids how to change Naruto's diaper when the hilarious incident occurred. The 7 and 4-year-old learned the hard way to always cover a baby boy's manhood when changing his diaper unless they like dodging sprays of urine. After seeing the situation with where the screaming came from, the two shinobi collapsed on the floor, instantly falling back to sleep. Oh, Naruto, this family is going to be wrapped around your little finger. Shizune whispered to herself as she took a picture with Orochimaru's camera in her bed. Later the following day, the family left Tanzaku and made their way to the village hidden in the mist to start their new lives as a family. About 4 years after that fateful day, smoke from a dead fire could be seen in the morning sky as the pale red sun rose over the fading blue heavens. A small blonde whisker-faced boy climbed out of a tent he shared with his mother. His blue eyes shined like sapphires in the morning light as he prepared himself for his training. The little boy's name was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. While the little Jinchuriki stared into the morning sky with innocence and awe, two larger beings joined him in the moment and placed their hands upon his small shoulders. His 11-year-old brother Irika Yumino and his 8-year-old sister Anko Mitarashi. Irika attended the Leaf Academy for only a year when the Nine Tails attacked Konoha. Obviously, he barely scratched the surface of the ninja arts and required more training, as was his desire to become a ninja like the rest of his family that he had come to love. Since leaving Tanzaku, he continued his studies under the Sannin's and Shizen's guidance, and since then, he has shown great strides to becoming a full-fledged ninja. He made many friends in the village hidden in the mist and was recognized as one of them by the city's children. Despite the fact he couldn't attend the village's academy because of his nationality, he learned a few jutsu on the side from some of the local ninja out of respect to the Sannin and fondness for the eager little boy. In his travels, he learned many different techniques from his family and friends he made throughout the ninja world. Having already learned the secret techniques of Konoha given to him by the third Hokage by the time he was 9, Irika surpassed many, if not all, his would-be classmates if he were to return to the Leaf Academy. Like her brother, Anko has grown considerably since leaving the village hidden in the leaves. While in Kiri, she started her ninja studies with the basics, specifically taijutsu, since Tsunade and Shizen made it perfectly clear she was too young to start any real ninjutsu training until she was 6. The Slug Princess threatened to beat the other Sannin to a pulp if she ever caught the two of them, making Anko try a technique she wasn't ready for. Unfortunately, it didn't take Tsunade's threat to make Orochimaru realize the truth when he tried teaching Anko the Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. The first time she tried the jutsu, she accidentally inhaled some of the exhaled carbon dioxide used to create the ninjutsu. The gas went straight to her head, causing her to pass out almost instantly. Anko was unconscious for 2 days before coming to. When she awoke, she found herself in a hospital bed with an exhausted Orochimaru sitting next to her. It was the first time she had ever seen her uncle cry, when he pulled her into an inescapable hug after waking from his sleep. Many years have passed, or at least, it has felt like many years have passed since the Sannin took Irika, Anko, and Naruto from Kanagakur. As they planned in Tanzaku, the Sannin first traveled to Kirigakure to establish a new reputation outside of Konoha. As foreigners to an established country, The first few months were somewhat difficult for the family transitionally speaking, but considering it was the legendary Sannin formerly of the Leaf, and not some average Shunin who offered their services to the village, it would have been incredibly foolish not to treat them with the utmost respect. Despite the incident with Rin Noera during the Third Shinobi War, the Mist looked beyond the incident considering the Sannin never partook in the fighting. With that Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, and the Jinchuriki of Isabu, the three-tailed beast accepted the former Leaf Shinobi's services in whatever way the Mizukage saw fit. Of course, Yagura thought it most prudent for the safety and prosperity of his nation by letting the Sannin do what they do best, be shinobi. Yagura was considerate enough to grant the Sannin's wishes by not assigning the three any missions that would create hostilities with the other nations, allowing themselves to build their reputation as traveling ninja, friends to all, enemies to none. Despite Kiri and Konoha have had the least amount of conflict compared to the other nations, the only reason the Sannin traveled to the village of the Bloody Mist was because they had people there they could trust. Upon reaching the Land of Water's capital, Shinobi City, they were welcomed with open arms by their friends, Mei Terumi and Ao. Both ninja of the Mist knew Lady Tsunade from her single days with Shizune. The two warriors were the same age, if not a little younger than the Lady of Poison when they met, which would make them about 18 by the time the family arrived in the Hidden Mist Village. While the Sannin were assigned missions, mostly as bodyguards to high-ranking officials in the Land of Water, Shizune gave her assistance to Kirigakura's hospitals, creating medicines and treating patients. The village begged the three to stay in exchange for citizenship to the entire family, including, but not limited to, complete enrollment into Kirigakura's academy for their children and high-ranking positions in the village government if they wished it. Alas, however, after 1 year, they departed from the village hidden in the mist and made way to their next destination, Iwagakure. But not before Mei gave Irika a parting gift. After staying in the Land of Earth for a little over a year, they headed for Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning and then eventually ventured off to Sunagakure. Since the beginning of their journey, the family has grown and prospered. Over the past 4 years, the Sannin established close relations with the other great shinobi nations in return for their services. Not only that, but fate, it seemed, had smiled upon the family in more than just through their talents as shinobi. Jiraiya's first book, Aika Paradise, Make Out Paradise, was a huge hit, and with it, the sales commission was substantial, allowing the adults to take any assignment they wanted instead of doing what they deemed necessary for the kids' sake. Tsunade started taking private requests from special clients involving medicine and surgeries. The first time in decades, she offered her medical talents to anyone outside the family. With the promising amount of money the Sannin earned through their missions, Orochimaru was able to continue his passion for poetry and other ambitions. But most importantly, the 3 children that were saved from the injustices of Konohagakure have grown and are continuing to grow into fine young individuals. Naruto, wake up. In the endless darkness, a voice could be heard through the depths of the subconscious mind. It was one of those few times where the mind knew it was awake in the brain, but not in the position where the body would react, like a person floating in space, unable to do anything but think as the loss of gravity takes control of the helpless being. Finally, from what felt like an eternity in pitch black, the darkness vanished and was replaced with a blinding light. For a moment, the mind thought it left its body and reached the heavens above, only to realize the white light wasn't the afterlife, but from the sight of a cloud in the sky. The body finally reacted to the mind and rose from the ground it was sleeping on. Little Naruto stood to find the source of the voice belonging to his sister, the purple-haired Anko. "Good morning again, Gaki brat. Sleep well this time?" The 8-year-old Kunoichi in training said to the bouncing blonde boy. "Yeah, I'm okay, Shishi," the child replied. After the small incident between them when they first met, Naruto and his siblings grew inseparable. Irika and Anko took their roles as older brother and sister very seriously. Since neither had any siblings before meeting the Sannin, they felt it wouldn't be right for Naruto to go through the same loneliness as they did. Because of their closeness, the big brother and sister earned two nicknames from their gaki which they loved when he was old enough to talk. Naruto called Irika Ruka and Anko Sisi, as in sister. Since he couldn't pronounce the vowels in their names, yet it was all he could say, and since then he called them by those names in private, as if they spoke their own language between them. After the initial gathering with his siblings at dawn, the little boy found himself falling back to sleep, a repercussion from waking up so early in the morning. He looked around the campsite to see if anyone else was awake yet, but only to realize that he was short of one brother. Enko, where's Ruka? He left with Dad while you were sleeping. They said they were going to scout ahead for any places we could train for today. Despite the fact that Irika could easily be considered a Chunin and Anko a Genin, they were still kids. There was still so much they could learn and so much that they needed to learn before taking on so much responsibility. The best way the Sannin could explain it, when asked, was to reply with an old saying, "It ain't the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog." They believe that talent and skill are meaningless without maturity and discipline, that the ninja ranking system is flawed in the sense that a child could be considered an adult by the level of skill they possess in combat, no matter how young the ninja could be. The veteran shinobi felt that the ninja rank system also disagreed with children being assigned incredibly dangerous missions and unable to process things they'd have to endure as elite ninja. In which case, the family agreed that when one of the kids reaches a certain age, he or she will be allowed to participate in the exams. For example, when the kids reach age 13, they will be allowed to take the Chunin exam. At age 18, they can take the Jonin exam, and at age 22, they'll be allowed to take the exam required for the Umbu Black Ops. The kids don't even have to be students of an academy to take the test due to the outstanding relationships their family made with the other great shinobi nations, a privilege that has never been considered before or used since by the Five Kage. Since the Seven Shinobi family, as they're called, now travels in and out of the nations at will, they can train in any and all terrain, making it perfect for the kids to become versatile in any situation. Is anyone else up yet? I want to start training. Naruto excitedly whined to his big sister. Anko smiled from his enthusiasm. Fine, I'll get Uncle. The kid Kunoichi knocked on Orochimaru's tent. A few seconds later, she heard what sounded like sloshing water. Who is it? A muffled voice came from the tent. It's Anko, can I come in? Naruto's awake, we want to start training for the day. The purple-haired girl replied to the deep, alluring voice. A moment later, the snake sage came out of his tent shirtless. His hair was wrapped in a top knot while brushing his teeth. Orochimaru found two of his three younglings waiting outside, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, eager to get out and start their training for the day. Good morning, Uncle Orochi, Naruto exclaimed to the waking adult. The gray-skinned Sannin simply smiled at the kids as he finished brushing his teeth. Seeing how eager his kids were to start the day, he quickly finished his morning hygiene and grabbed the rest of his clothes. Good morning, children. Sleep well? He asked as he finished putting the last of his equipment on. The snake's attire resembled the same clothing he wore while he was a leaf shinobi, a matching black long-sleeve shirt and pants with a purple flak jacket. Since there weren't any nations in the ninja world that wore purple as their primary colors, he took it as his own. Plus, he liked the color, saying purple was the only color that complemented his gray skin. We were up watching the sunrise with Irika. It was really pretty, Anko said to the towering shinobi as she and Naruto hugged him a good morning. So, can we finally start training today? You said you're going to teach me the Sanaijashu Jutsu, hidden shadow, snake hands technique. And I will, but first I'm going to find the dobe and your brother. I want everyone to be training today. You two go wake your aunt and mother while I get the boys. The 8- and 4-year-old groaned. In the entire time they have known her, Mama Tsunade was never a morning person, especially when she woke up. I'll be back soon, and this time, no waking your mother up with sake. Last time she accidentally snorted some of it, and the dobe is still paying for it. Yeah, Tucson still can't sit down without a hurting. Anko, Josh, and Naruto. Orochimaru openly chuckled at the thought of Tsunade shoving a sake dish where the sun don't shine. The snake sage started walking off the campground when he remembered something. Oh, and no wandering off the campground this time. Orochimaru sternly warned his niece and nephew. Anko and Naruto shared a confused look until they realized it must be something serious if their uncle told them not to leave the area. For some reason, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel like they were being tracked by someone, especially when he sent a snake to stay behind and it hasn't come back yet. As soon as they understood his warning, the Sannin vanished in a puff of smoke, but not before he gave the two a reassuring smile. 20 minutes later, Orochimaru found himself in a nearby forest, thinking it would be the most likely place he would find Jiraiya and Irika. He and the pervert would usually wake up before the kids and check the surrounding area, deciding the best area to train for the day. As he looked around the dense woodland, Orochimaru instantly pulled out a kunai and scanned his surroundings, looking for any nearby enemy. He mentally thanked Sarutobi-sensei for all those years of training, heightening his senses to the highest caliber, most notably his sense of smell. His second nature allows him a better sense of detection that even surpasses the Inuzuka clan of Konoha. The snake continued scanning the environment for anyone or anything unusual when all of a sudden he felt a small prick of pain coming from his neck. He quickly reacted to the slight discomfort, thinking he might have been pricked by a thin Senbon needle, but only to realize the source of the pain was a mosquito. He swatted the bug on his neck and holstered his kunai, believing his imagination just got the better of him. However, just then he realized where the danger was coming from. Unfortunately, it was not what he expected. He could feel his heart rate slowing down as the toxin from the bug bite began affecting his nervous system. No, damn it. How could I have been so blind? Orochimaru angrily rasped to himself. His body hit the ground faster than one of Tsunade's punches. Naruto, Anko, Tsunade, protect. It was all he could say before the poison closed off his lungs. As soon as the Sannin lost consciousness, several figures approached the limp body. Take him to the holding cell. As soon as he is situated, give word to commence the attack. 3 sets of hands took hold of the lifeless shinobi and vanished. Remember, the target must be taken alive. Everyone else is to be killed if they can't be subdued. Nothing could be seen of the assailant. GI Chapter 8. No school like the old school. Lady Tsunade, it's morning. Under the blankets, a loud whining sound could be heard through the sheets. It's too early. The slug princess moaned to her apprentice. She knew it was Shizune, considering no one else called her that. Come on, Lady Tsunade, wake up. Everyone is up for the day, except you. The blonde Kunoichi replied with a simple growl. Go away, Shizune. Her head poked out from her covers like a hermit crab coming out of its shell. Her eyelids twitched in an effort to open, but couldn't find the energy to do so. Shizune knew if she kept pestering her master in this fashion, she would end up being Tsunade's new futon. The Lady of Poison knew just what to do to get her sensei out of bed while stepping out of the tent. She walked away far enough to get out of the anticipated blast radius, but close enough for her master to hear her. Oh, I almost forgot. Master Jiraiya took Naruto into town for the day. Something about taking him to the hot springs for the first time. And as if a bear was being disturbed from its hibernation, a pair of whiskey-colored eyes opened with shock and uncontrollable rage. Where is he? I'll kill him. A familiar yet primal voice could be heard coming from the tent, bellowing like a dragon's roar for Jiraiya's head. The tent imploded in a heap of comedic yet scary fashion as what looked like a missile launched from its silo, only for the weapon of mass destruction to reappear in front of the now snickering Lady of Poison. As soon as the slug princess realized she had been duped by her apprentice, a slight cross-popping vein appeared on her head along with a look on her face expressing embarrassment and annoyance. That was cheap, Shizune, real cheap, Tsunade said to her apprentice, and was about to unload a torrent of swears on the brunette Kunoichi until she noticed Anko and Naruto rushing toward her. Good morning, cousin, the two children excitedly said to Tsunade as they latched onto her legs. The Sannin laughed. realizing she had been played the whole time. So that was your game all along. Fuck you, Shizun. Tsunade mentally said to the Lady of Poison. Her face showed a combination of respect and irritation to her still mocking pupil. Despite her crossness, she quickly recovered her poise in front of her younglings, still clinging to her thighs. "Cousin, are you mad?" Little Anko asked her blonde bombshell of a mother. "What? No, honey, why do you ask?" The slug princess replied, looking down at her daughter with tender eyes. "You look mad," the 8-year-old girl said to Tsunade. "Please don't be mad, Mama," the littlest of the family said to the kunoichi, thinking his mother was genuinely upset from the prank. Tsunade leaned down and lifted both of her babies into her arms, holding them in midair. "I'm not mad at either of you. I'm just a little miffed at your Aunt Zune," the whiskey-eyed Sannin whispered to the little kids. "Help me get back at her later?" Tsunade asked with a devilish grin. Anko and Naruto couldn't help but giggle at the thought of pulling a prank on their loving aunt. The Lady of Poison was approaching the rest of the family when Tsunade twirled around to face her student. She had a look of mischief in her eyes, instilling a large sense of suspicion and a small sense of fear into Shizun. The looks on her niece and nephew only confirmed the worried kunoichi. The slight tension between the women was broken with the sound of two gurgling stomachs, croaking louder than the biggest bullfrogs Jiraiya could summon. I hear with my little ear 2 tummies that need filling. Who wants breakfast?" The mother asked her children. "Ido, Ido." Anko and Naruto both exclaimed in excitement. They haven't eaten anything since dinner last night. "I want eggs," Anko said first. "I want pancakes," Naruto said after. Tsunade smiled and walked back towards the tent with a babe on each arm. As the mother passed Naruto over to Shizun, a lone hawk flew over the campsite, looming over the family as if it was watching them intentionally. Tsunade and Shizun noticed the single fowl hovering over them, thinking to themselves how peculiar it was for a feral bird to be flying so close to them, especially since all birds stay as close to their nests as possible. There wasn't a forest or even a tree to perch on anywhere near them. Both kunoichi grew ever more suspicious when they noticed how long Orochimaru and the others had been gone. In the darkness, a body was finally stirring after several hours of immobility. His hands and feet were bound together in shackles and were stripped of all his weapons and tools. All that remained was a slowly waking shinobi coming to his cell. "God damn it, I let my guard down," Orochimaru groaned to himself, thinking he was alone in the shadows. "Noshi Gyaku." A low rumbling, yet humbling voice responded to the Sannin in the cell next to him. As if on cue, a sliver of sunlight peeked through the bared window above the cells. The light revealed the white-haired man that was thought to have disappeared earlier this morning. Next to the meditating sage, a boy with shoulder-length brown hair and a scar across his nose could be seen in the same position as his father. When the snake regained enough of his lost strength, he opened his eyes to the sight of his partner in crime and nephew. "Jiraiya, Irika, thank Kami you're alive," the gray-skinned ninja said as he sat himself up on the wall in his cell. "Uncle, are you all right?" Irika asked the man he considered part of his family. The Sannin eased his nephew's worries with a smile. "I'm fine, Irika. It's going to take more than knockout poison to do me in." The young shinobi simply smiled, relieved of his uncle's condition. "So you two had Jaku, the knockout I mean. Let me guess, poisonous insects small enough to be undetected until it bit you, right?" Jiraiya rhetorically questioned his friend. Orochimaru closed his eyes in embarrassment and anger. "I see you fell for the same trick, yet you could have escaped and warned the rest of us before I went looking for you." Orochimaru was looking at Jiraiya the whole time when making the comment. Obviously, he knew Irika couldn't have known about the attack, let alone done anything about it despite how talented he was at his age. This attack, this kidnapping, was done by top-ranked assailants if they could take out 2 of the Sannin without making a scene, and this is what worried Orochimaru considerably. "Really? Why don't you try to break free from those ropes?" Jiraiya retorted. Orochi looked confused from his dobe's words and tried to break free from his restraints with chakra blades, a jutsu that if experienced enough requires no hand signs to make. The snake's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt a sharp pain coursing through his entire body, as if he was doused with gasoline and lit on fire. He grunted in agony as his chakra was being absorbed into the rope that bound his hands together. "What the hell is this? My chakra is being sucked out of me," Orochimaru stated in confusion. "I haven't the slightest clue. The same thing happened to us when we tried our techniques," Jiraiya explained to his brother. "Now before you give me the usual dope shit, just hear me out. The reason why we didn't break out sooner is because we would prefer a more subtle escape rather than a giant getaway. If we used enough force, yes, we could break our bonds and kill the guards, but that would simply attract our jailers, and we'd be sitting ducks. Not to mention the fact that we would be putting the kids in even more danger." Orochimaru pondered what the toad said and nodded in agreement. "You're right. Using brute force to escape would put us in a difficult position. We either would fight our attackers together or disperse in order to protect Naruto and Anko. Unfortunately, both strategies would put the children in danger," the snake said, confirming his partner's strategy. As the adults were strategizing their escape, the younger male of the group scowled from hearing his father's and uncle's remarks about keeping Anko and Naruto safe. "Oh gee, thanks for thinking about my well-being in this scenario of yours, Dad, Uncle," Irika sarcastically exclaimed to the older man, feeling the slightest unlove that his adopted father and uncle weren't factoring his well-being and only focusing on his younger brother and sister. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked confused for a second before realizing what the boy meant and simply smiled at him. "Irika, do you honestly think that your uncle and I weren't thinking about you in all of this?" The scar-faced kid looked down at the floor in guilt, slightly thinking yes to his crazy idea. "I don't know. You were only talking about Anko and Naruto, and it sounded like you were pushing me to the wayside." Jiraiya wanted to put a hand on his oldest son's head as a token of love. "Irika, the reason why we've only been worrying about your siblings is because they can't protect themselves like you can. Your sister is 3 years younger than you, and your brother is 4. They haven't had enough training to defend themselves from serious danger, but you do. As the oldest in the family, you have a duty to protect your siblings as their big brother. Do you remember the promise you made to Sarutobi-sensei?" Irika's eyes widened in shock, his mind replaying the memory like a tape inside his head. Jiraiya leaned over to Irika just enough for their heads to touch. "Irika, I love you and will always love you. As much as I love your siblings, never forget that." The boy was getting misty-eyed as he lowered his head onto his father's chest, reassured of his and his uncle's love for him. "However, don't get the wrong idea, Irika. You are strong, and you're getting stronger, but in this situation, you're my son first and ninja second, and that means whenever I group your brother and sister together, I mean you too." The 11-year-old raised his head and shook the small tears away from his face. He knew what the Toad Sage meant, and his responsibilities as the oldest of the Sannin's children. "I understand, Dad, thanks." The dope smiled and nodded his head. Irika said the same thing to his uncle and got his head back into the game. "So back to what we were saying, it was good of you drop in as you did. By any chance, would you have anything on you that could cut these ropes?" Jiraiya asked sarcastically. Orochimaru smiled back and snickered. "I might have something that could help." The snake sage opened his jaw and regurgitated what looked like a small snake coming out of his mouth. The emerging serpent opened its fanged mouth to reveal the sword of Kusanagi unsheathing from the body of the summoned beast. "Hey!" Naruto angrily exclaimed to his sister as the kunoichi in training grabbed the last piece of bacon on the table. Anko devilishly smiled at the blue-eyed boy as she knew he wanted the piece of fried pork. "Hey what? I need more food than you for training. Unlike you, I do real training, not just running and breathing exercises." The purple-haired girl defended herself to the 4-year-old. Naruto looked like he was about to throw a fit, as any toddler would, but instead threw a punch into Anko's shoulder. It was only after that he behaved like a normal 4-year-old and called out to his mother. "Mama, Anko took the last piece of bacon from me. And as any 8-year-old would react, Anko denied everything Naruto was saying to their mother. Kazan, I didn't do anything, he hit me. The slug princess turned from her cookery to tend to her children squabbling. All right, knock it off, you two. No fighting at the table or no ramen and dumplings for lunch. The Sannin threatened the small children. The two younglings shared a look of shock. To be intimidated with the withdrawal of their favorite foods was cruel and unusual. Both kids pouted for a minute before apologizing to each other unrealistically, but satisfying enough for Tsunade. The mother smiled in acceptance to the kids' apology. Regardless, Tsunade turned around to reveal another plate of bacon. There's plenty to go around. The children's pouts turned to smiles as they saw the second helpings being placed on the table. Thank you, Mama. Both younglings exclaimed to the woman they considered their mother. As the little ninja reached for the bacon, Tsunade placed her hands on the arms of her children. Naruto, the next time you want something, you should ask for it before taking it. Anko, you may be training more than Naruto, but that is only because you're older than him. You were in the same place as your brother when you were his age, do you remember? Anko's eyes started to wander as soon as Tsunade questioned her self-righteousness. She knew what it was like when she started her ninja training. To be an absolute neophyte in the shinobi arts, especially in a family that symbolized the very essence of ninja, was complicated to say the least. It made one self-conscious of his or her skills, especially if one had an older sibling also training to be a shinobi. The little girl looked over to her baby brother and reached out to him. The blue-eyed boy saw her gesture and mimicked the motion until both were each other's warm embrace. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. The 8-year-old apologized to the toddler. Tsunade warmly smiled at her daughter's genuine gesture. That was really sweet, Anko. What do you say, Naruto? The 4-year-old simply reached up to Anko's face and kissed her on the cheek. That's okay, Cece. Thank you. The blonde baby boy replied to his big sister. The slug princess was getting lost in the moment from seeing this level of love being shown between her two babies. But seeing as how the day was just starting, she decided it wasn't the right time to get too sentimental and regained her composure. All right, now that we've gotten that taken care of, are we still hungry? Seeing as how we have all this extra food, I wonder where we're going to put all. The ninja mother playfully questioned her children. Of course, as soon as Tsunade asked the question, Naruto and Anko dived right in like the little piggies they were. After several more minutes of eating and laughing, the morning meal was finally concluded. Seeing as how Anko and Naruto were still pretty young to handle their dishes, Tsunade took care of them like any good mother. Good. Now, since breakfast is over, who wants to start training for today? The mother asked her eager disciples. Ido, Ido. Both children exclaimed in unison. A few minutes later, as the children were finally starting to get their studies underway, Shizen walked into the tent with a look in her eyes that said trouble. Where have you been, Shizen? You missed breakfast with us. Tsunade questioned the Lady of Poison. Luckily, the Sannin picked up on her apprentice's facial expression and quickly averted the conversation so as not to alarm the children. Kids, stay in the tent for a second, will you please? I need to talk with your Aunt Zune about what we're doing for training today. The children nodded as they were putting the rest of their training equipment on. The two adult kunoichi stepped out of the tent so as not to let the kids overhear their conversation. What did you find out? The slug princess asked her student. It's been several hours since Orochimaru left the camp to look for Jiraiya and Irika, and there isn't a trace of their whereabouts. Plus, if you look up in the sky, you'll see the same hawk we saw earlier. It's been flying in the same spot for several hours now, right above the camp. Tsunade knew Shizen didn't have to explain the situation to her. No bird can fly for that long without rest. Get back to the kids. Don't let them leave under any circumstance until I say it's safe. The whiskey-eyed shinobi's tone was direct and stern. She pulled out a kunai from her robes, but unfortunately, it was too late. As soon as Tsunade pulled out the hidden blade, a loud shriek could be heard in the sky. The hovering hawk made a cry, so loud it could be heard throughout the entire valley. And if the fowl-like alarm wasn't suspicious enough, it vanished into a puff of smoke instantaneously, indicating that the bird was summoned. From then on, all hell broke loose. Damn it, Jaco. Could you be more careful with that? I like to keep both of my hands by the time I teach Naruto the Rasengan. Jiraiya complained to the sword-wielding ninja. Shut it, Dobe. This isn't as easy as it looks. If these ropes are tough to cut with the Kusanagi, then they must be as hard as King Imma's skin. Orochimaru retorted back to his indisposed partner as he used his telekinetic link with the sword to cut Jiraiya's ropes. The snake sage had to concentrate on keeping the connection between him and the sword intact while cutting through the bonds. One wrong move, and he actually could cut off Jiraiya's hands clean off. Finally, after several minutes, the blade cut through the ropes and freed the hermit toad's hands. About time, damn, that was tight, the toad sage stated as he rubbed his wrists in discomfort. Half a second later, he made the specific hand signs to cast the jutsu that would free his legs. Katan, Inden, fire release, flame bullet. He spat a large enough amount of oil onto the rope and igniting it instantaneously. The flame was small enough so his legs wouldn't catch on fire, but big enough to burn through the chakra-sucking ropes. Once Jiraiya was completely unrestricted, he quickly freed Iruka and Orochimaru from their restraints as they contemplated their escape. Man, what are these ropes made out of? I think I'm bleeding a little, Iruka stated out loud, his hands rubbing where the bounds dug into his skin. The boy noticed something strange about the rope and handed it to his father. Hey, Dad, what do you make of this? Jiraiya took the pieces and showed it to Orochimaru. Orochi, take a look at this. Now, obviously, these bonds are anything but ordinary, considering they're extremely tough to cut with the Kusanagi and they absorb chakra. But look at the material, it's clear these were made from something else entirely. The rope is covered with this strange substance. The toad sage commented to the snake Sannin. Orochimaru analyzed the rope and noticed it was covered with something peculiar. Wait a second, this pattern. I've felt the same texture here as I have on my snakes. They're scales, and the rope isn't covered in them. It's made out of them. The gray-skinned shinobi commented to his teammate. And as soon as Orochimaru stated the fact, both shinobi suspected something terrible was underway. But what kind of scale is near unbreakable and can absorb chakra? Obviously, it's not snake skin, so what can it? Jiraiya's eyes widened as he knew what it was. Samahata. The rope was made from Samahata's skin. He whispered in panic. Only the legendary shark skin sword has a scale-like appearance and the ability to absorb chakra, or rather devour, from other shinobi. Samahata, you mean Kisame Hashigaki's sword? I thought he was a Kiri ninja, so why would one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist do this to us? Iruka questioned the two Sannin. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed and lowered his head, expressing he was in deep thought. These binds we were tied with are identical to the Samahata, there's no doubt about it, but we don't know for certain if Kisame's behind our capture. The white-haired man explained to Iruka. If it is the monster of the hidden mist, then I'm sure we'll face him in combat. He was never a man to back away from a fight. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, we need to bust out of here and get back to the others quickly. Orochimaru made a set of hand signs and cast his jutsu. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Style, Devastation. The Sannin exclaimed as he exhaled a torrent that blew through the jail cell and outlying wall. The jutsu was so powerful it killed one of the guards standing opposite of the blown wall, his body punctured with the metal railing that used to be part of the holding cell. As the smoke from the attack cleared, Jiraiya and Iruka broke out of their cell and dealt with the second sentry. The poor soul slowly reacted to the chaos, and by the time the watchman reacted to the situation, he was on the ground with his body scorched to a crisp. Nice one, son. Your great fireball technique is better than most of the Uchiha put together. The toad sage complimented the scar-faced shinobi. Iruka smiled in acceptance of his recognition from his father. Thanks too, San, but I thought we were trying to keep quiet what gives? The 11-year-old stated the last part of the sentence to his uncle. Both the father and son were looking at the snake sage in confusion. While Jaco answered him, Why the change of tactics? Jiraiya questioned. I would have used a more discreet technique, but considering our suspicions with Hashigaki, I want to get back to the family as soon as possible. If an S-rank shinobi is in league with our captors, then it's more than likely we'll have a real fight on our hands. Tsunade and Shizen might not be able to go toe-to-toe with them if they're protecting Anko and Naruto at the same time. We need to hurry, there's not much time, Orochimaru explained to the others. Jiraiya and Irika knew there wasn't anything else to talk about. The more time they waste in discussing the best way of escaping, the less time they'd have in reuniting with the others. Let's move. If we take this route straight ahead, we should be outside in no time. Considering Orochimaru's sense of smell never failed in the past, the others simply followed his lead. Suheim, Shizen, Anko, Naruto, please hold on. Jiraiya pleaded inside his mind, hoping they would reach the women and children in time. Commence attack, a low, raspy voice said to his troops as they faced the campsite. All clad in black Umbu uniforms, they charged the field as soon as the order was given. Tsunade mimicked their movements and ran full-on into the enemy. Never one to hastily act without thinking, Tsunade wanted to create as much distance as she could between the attackers and the children. As the two forces closed in on each other, one of the masked ninja placed his hands together and formed a black sphere that appeared to be alive. Dokuhin no Jutsu. Poison cloud technique, point. The user said as he blew a smoke screen-like substance from his hands at the kunoichi, spanning almost entirely around her and closing in. Tsunade quickly reacted to the peril at hand and leaped over the approaching cloud, only to appear in front of a stabbing katana inches away from her face. As the sword-wielding shinobi plunged the blade into the Sannins, a heap of smoke was produced, indicating the killed kunoichi was a shadow clone. The brief moment of confusion was diffused as the Slug Princess made her presence known when she snapped the neck of the shinobi that tried to pierce her head. The remaining four ninja, including the Poison Cloud user, adjusted their tactics to the Sannin's movements, surrounding themselves around the target. The Umbu separated themselves away from the woman, reaching for their shuriken holsters in an attempt to hit her from a distance. Unfortunately, the enemy units took too long to unsheathe their throwing stars. Tsunade took full advantage of their slowness by displaying her brute strength and chakra control. In the blink of an eye, a crater the size of a swimming pool was made on the field. The four Umbu were found in the hole lifeless as the whiskey-eyed kunoichi stood in the center, her fist planted firmly into the ground, signifying the scar of land was created by her. The only one who survived the blast was the smokescreen caster, and from the look of his condition, he wasn't going to last long as he was barely able to stand. Damn it, I forgot how strong you were. You haven't lost your touch, have you, princess? The masked warrior bantered to the medical ninja. Tsunade's eyes expressed suspicion when she heard the mysterious voice. The man's tone was somewhat familiar to the shinobi, something from her past. That voice! The woman pondered to herself. The man that stood before her was someone she knew, but not from recent memory. No, it was someone she had known a long time ago, from Konohagakure. In an instant, Tsunade's face displayed shock as she remembered the face that went with that voice. Wait, Shikuro. The whiskey-eyed woman questioned the masked ninja. The man ignored the Slug Princess's inquiry. All he said in response was the name of the jutsu he casted. Godoku no Jutsu, Jar of Poison Technique. The suspected Shikuro Aburame activated his most powerful technique on the confused shinobi. He stalled her long enough for him to make the preparations for the Kenjutsu, forbidden technique. Seconds later, after the jutsu was cast, a large barrier formed above the field, surrounding the Sannin and recent corpses in an invisible orb of energy. The only telltale sign that showed Shikuro's work was the fluorescent kanji displayed on the barrier. Tsunade's suspicions of the masked assailant were confirmed when she recognized the layout of the technique that was about to occur. One of the highest forbidden techniques in the Aburame clan, the Kataku no Jutsu, uses the infected bodies of the recent dead to summon a swarm of nano-sized insects and attack any enemy, they sense near them. The insects multiply in time from the decaying flesh of their temporary hosts and devour their enemies on a cellular level, creating excruciating pain in the process. Damn it, gotta think fast before the insect eggs start hatching, Tsunade thought to herself. A few minutes later, the eggs erupted from the bodies and spewed like fountains into the air. Since the barrier closed off anyone from entering or exiting, the insects could only sense Tsunade's chakra. Because the bugs could multiply at an astonishing rate, the barrier was soon filled to the brim with insects, unable for anyone to see what was happening inside. From outside the barrier, all seemed lost for the female Sannin, when suddenly the swarms stopped moving. A large cloud of smoke covered the interior of the barricade until it was completely black inside. The disguised bug shinobi looked on his work, thinking the slug princess was eaten alive by the insects. Sadly, that wasn't the case. Like a bomb going on off in a building, the barrier exploded from the inside, shattering the containment jutsu into 1,000 pieces until there was nothing left. Underneath his mask, Shikuro looked shocked beyond belief when he saw his most powerful jutsu destroyed and the insects gone without a trace. Out from the smoke, an enormous creature approached the panicked ninja, or rather slithered from the debris. Shikuro Aburame, or whoever you are, meet one of my closest friends, Katsu, the queen of slugs. Tsunade introduced the summoned gastropod to the defeated shinobi. But how is this possible? My insects should have devoured you and everything else within the barrier. Nothing could have survived. The bug user questioned the Sannin. You're right, I should be dead right now, but thanks to my friend's technique, Zeshi Ninsen, acid slime, your filthy, creepy crawlies were melted and eaten. Tsunade stylishly explained to the flabbergasted warrior. Thanks for the meal. I hadn't eaten anything all day. The giant slug mocked the Aburame. And thank you for saving me, Katsuyu. I think I can take care of it now. Tsunade graciously thanked the summoned beast. Yes, my lady, please be careful. Katsuyu departed back to the Shikatsu forest in a puff of smoke, reversing the summoning jutsu and leaving the two shinobi. Your best move has been defeated. Your subordinates are dead, and you can barely stand. So what are you going to do now, Shikuro? Tsunade challenged the ninja as she approached him, cracking her knuckles with every step. What will I do? I don't have to do anything. The deed has already been done. Shikuro replied. The Sannin didn't have to ask for an explanation, or rather, she couldn't. Her body froze in an instant. Every muscle in her fiber was going numb, but yet her pulse was racing simultaneously. She had been poisoned with a special concoction, but in all her years of medicine, she couldn't identify the toxin that was running through her veins. Nor could she understand when she could have been poisoned. How? None of your nano-insects touched my skin inside the barrier. Tsunade questioned the situation at hand here. The masked man was losing his strength by the minute. Ever since Tsunade created that crater with her chakra-enhanced strength, he has been fighting internal damage to his body. Not to mention his serious shortage of chakra after using the jar of poison jutsu. If the Sannin before him wasn't hit with his toxin, then he'd surely be dead. Remember my first attack? You were so busy dodging the blunt of the attack, you missed the Kikeichu, parasitic insects, that were mixed in with my poison cloud technique. They latched onto your clothes ever since you jumped over the smoke screen, slowly injecting their paralysis venom into your blood. Shikuro explained the process to the poison princess. The last of his strength went with his words as he fell to the ground. Tsunade's vision started to blur by the time the Aburame was knocked out. She sluggishly walked over to the body, hoping he was dead. She leaned down to check his heartbeat. Sadly enough, the insect shinobi was still alive as she sensed a faint pulse from his neck. Tsunade was fading. She hadn't enough chakra to perform her Shosen Jutsu, mystical palm, healing technique. On herself, all she could do was try and get back to the children, assuring them she was fine and ease their minds. The Sannin tried to put one foot in front of the other, but couldn't even find the strength to do that. The last thing she saw before hitting the ground was a lone figure in black robes standing before her, wearing a mask different from the others. a malformed entity of raging sorrow and joy representing the duality of good and evil, a rather potent symbol of fear. "Who are you? What do you want with us?" the kunoichi struggled to ask. "My name is Shukin, and I am here to take the demon." From the look of his attire, it would appear he was the mastermind behind the attack. You might be asking yourself what demon I am referring to, and I'm sure once you think about it, you'll know what I mean. The raspy voice calmly explained to the Sannin. Tsunade's eyes widened with shock. He was referring to Naruto. As soon as Tsunade put two and two together, her face expressed a sign of rage that was beyond words, like a mother bear protecting her cubs from hunter. If you even look at him, before she could finish her threat, a boot connected to her face, knocking her out instantly. "You misunderstand, princess. I'm not after your boy. I want the QB no kitsune inside of him. But if you're lucky, you might see your son one last time before he dies from the extraction. That, of course, depends on who I want to operate on first, you and the other Sannin, or your children." The man named Shukin turned from the comatose kunoichi and ventured on to the campsite with two other men, eagerly awaiting his target, the son of the Sannin. Chapter 9. The Seven Shinobi's Struggle for Survival. "Anzun, what's going on? Where's Mama?" Little Naruto asked the kunoichi, his face filled with terror and confusion. The blonde baby was scared out of his wits as he was held by his loving aunt in an attempt to calm him down. Naruto's fear was overtaking his senses. His body, while in the arms of Shizune, was as still as a statue. His eyes were the only part of his body that stayed in motion, scanning the area around him like flies buzzing over a rotten corpse. After a few minutes, Naruto calmed down enough for his eyes to stop their stirring. The first thing he saw with focus was his big sister sitting next to him. On the surface, she looked like she was handling the situation well, but like a raging forest fire, the fear was spreading on her face, and it didn't look like it was stopping anytime soon. Anko tried to stay strong in front of her little brother, but with every passing moment, the 8-year-old's bravery was turning to fear. Shizune's silence only enhanced the children's confusion as to what was taking place outside their tent. Prior to the battle, Tsunade ordered Naruto and Anko to be kept inside and hidden, unaware of the recent fight and the fate of their adopted mother. Despite the fact she had fought in numerous battles with Tsunade and was fully aware of her duties as a shinobi, seeing her sensei defeated in such a manner was shocking to say the least for Shizune. The fact Jiraiya and Orochimaru still haven't made it back only confirmed the idea that she was the last line of protection for the children. She further contemplated the fact that if the Sannin of all people could be taken out so easily, what chance would she have against this new enemy? The Lady of Poison huddled her niece and nephew close to her chest, hugging them so tight they could hear her heart. The 8- and 4-year-old could feel her beat, pounding faster and faster with every passing second. Naruto didn't bother asking again. He knew the answer. The whisker-faced boy and purple-haired girl looked again into Shizune's eyes, expecting her face would match her racing heart. To their surprise, it was just the opposite. Her face was as calm as water, her body as still as the earth. She showed no sign of fear of what was to come. "Anzun, what's going to happen?" the little girl asked, her face still full of fear. Shizune simply smiled and smothered her and Naruto with a long, heartwarming kiss. A kiss someone only gives when they're saying goodbye. But for what Anko could detect through her body language, Shizune wasn't saying goodbye, but rather see you soon. The Lady of Poison handed her and Naruto 2 kunai knives each, one as a last attack against the assailants, the other for themselves. "Naruto, Anko, stay in the tent and do not come out under any circumstance. Wait here until I or one of the others come back. Is that clear?" Shizune ordered the kids. Her face was as stern as any parent would be to their children if they were in danger. The younglings simply nodded to their aunt's wishes. Shizune's eyes turned tender again, and a warm smile showed on her face. "Aside from your brother, you two are everything I have ever wanted in a niece and nephew. I've known and cared for you both a long time, and I love you as you are my own." The brave kunoichi looked straight into their eyes as she said the endearing words. The children didn't say a word, taking every last moment they had with their loving aunt who they've considered more as a second mother over the years. I wish I could say more, but I have to go and deal with these bad men first. When I come back, I'll have a lot more to say to you too, all right? The woman asked her adopted offspring. Shizen cringed at the thought of lying to Enko and Naruto in what was likely their last moment together. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Irika were still missing. Tsunade was down for the count, and they were in the middle of nowhere. No help was coming. But still, she couldn't bear the thought of telling two children, practically babies, they were going to die. And Zune, who are these people? Why are they doing this? Enko innocently asked, tears falling down her cheeks. Shizune's eyes fell to the ground, thinking the best way to explain the situation. To be honest, even she didn't know the whole picture. From the tent, she witnessed the fight between her sensei and the bug user, but aside from that and the introduction of the masked man, she couldn't hear what they were saying. She heavily suspected it had to do with the nine-tailed fox, but Shizen didn't want to upset Naruto. The Sannin and she promised to keep the truth from him about his destiny as a Jinchuriki until he was older. Not even Irika and Enko knew the whole story, only bits and pieces from what they experienced in the attack on Konoha. After contemplating the best way to explain what was taking place to her niece and nephew, she simply replied with 3 words. I don't know. Her tone was uncertain and unassured. It may not have instilled confidence, but it was the truth. Remember what we taught you. Remember to never give up without a fight, and remember that we love you with all of our hearts. Shizen leaned over Enko and kissed her forehead, using the backside of her index and middle finger to wipe away the tears on her cheek. She saw the same face on her nephew as she did on her little girl. Shizen placed her palms on Naruto's cheeks, wiping away the tears with her thumbs as her hands caressed the terrified little boy's face. After Naruto calmed down, Shizen removed one of her hands and placed it on Enko's cheek, trying to console their fears of what was to come. Several seconds passed, and the kunoichi could hear footsteps approaching the tent, shadows growing on its walls with every passing moment. The killing intent was off the chart. The Lady of Poison stood up and pulled up her kimono, revealing her infamous Sunbon needle launcher, a device able to launch armor-piercing needles at astonishing speed, a weapon only used by the Jonin kunoichi and only one of its kind. As she faced the entrance of the tent ready to fight to the death for her family, she glanced back to her charges one last time and smiled. Before the kids could react, she left into the light of day, but not before sealing the tent with tags. As Shizen placed the last sealing tag on the tent, 2 armor-clad men and a third wrapped in simple robes approached her. The shielded shinobi unsheathed their katanas. As the assassins raised their swords to the sun, the masked man waved his arm, ordering them to stand down for the moment. Shuken approached Shizen, his stance serene as if he didn't just knock out one of the legendary Sannin. He continued walking towards the Jonin until her killing intent was sensed, at which point he stopped and raised his hand at her, pointing a long lone finger as if the Grim Reaper himself came for her soul. Stand aside, girl. I have no need of you. I only want the brats in that tent. If you walk away, I'll let you live. Shizen looked straight into Shuken's eye holes and could only find darkness. There were no eyes to peer, no soul to see, only shadow. Her reaction to the masked villain's words was rousing to say the least. A solid smirk spread on her face, and her eyes were as hard as stones. You know as well as I do, that isn't going to happen. I will give my life for these kids before I let you touch them. Shizen raised the sleeve on her kimono, showing her Sunbon slingshot shining in the sunlight. Shuken, is it? Allow me to explain what is going to happen. As far as I see it, you only have 2 choices in the matter. 1, you tell me where you have the rest of my family, and then simply leave. You should see this as mercy considering you knocked out my master rather than killed her. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking. Or 2, you and your minions come at me, and we all die. Behind his mask, Shuken's eyes narrowed in anger and impatience, taking the kunoichi's words to heart. Tsunade took out his second-in-command and several of his subordinates. If he didn't take the protege seriously, he may very well become another casualty. After what seemed like forever, the silence broke with the sound of a tightened fist and the cracking of one's neck. As tempting as it sounds, I'm afraid I must decline. But know this, when you fall at my feet, I will let you see your children one last time as I take them away. Consider it my mercy to let your niece and nephew to be the last thing you see on this earth. At an instant, two sunbon needles pierced the heads of the sword-wielding assassins. Both needles punctured their eye sockets, blood gushing from Shuken's lackeys as they hit the ground. No words were said when the victims were given to God. Only action as the two warriors charged at each other. 5 minutes later, a lone scream filled the open field with fear and despair. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dungeon, the echoes of clattering feet filled the torch-lighted corridors as 3 shinobi were making their run for freedom, their shadows casting darkness over the glowing walls like spirits dancing in the flame. Ajizan, how much further are we to the entrance? It feels like we've been running for hours. Irika questioned the man leading the escape. The air smells fresher by the second. We should be out of here very soon. The Sannin replied, his breath filled with weight as his legs were running at full speed without chakra. While Irika's skill as a shinobi were considered greater than most of his peers, he still lacked the reserves of chakra to maintain the level of speed the rest of his family possessed. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru knew that, which was why they decided to use a single file formation for their escape, keeping Irika safe in the middle while the two covered the front and rear at normal speed. Almost instantly after disclosing their location to Irika, the Snake Sage detected an anomaly within the area, for other steps were conjoining on the fleeing prisoners. The prisoners were cut off from their escape by 2 armored men, slipping out from a corridor ahead of the heroes. Their masked appearance gave no indication to their identities. All that was important at the moment were the blades of a katana and kuzurigama directed at them. As the opposition was readying to charge, Jiraiya made a small smirk as he suddenly vanished from his position behind Irika, only to reappear in front of the scum that dared to harm his family. The jailers could only blink before realizing it was too late, their armor being ripped through like wet paper as 2 blue, spiraling orbs penetrated deep into their chests, forcing further into their bodies until there was nothing left save for 2 holes coming out of their backs. "Take this, Rasengan!" Jiraiya yelled as he forced the jutsu through their cavities. The enemy was dead before they hit the ground. However, there was no time to observe the effects of the A-rank jutsu on the victims as their blood flowed like rivers on the cobbled floor. The Sannin wasted enough time scurrying around the prison, looking for a way out like mice in a maze. They already had to deal with several guards when they escaped from their cells, not knowing how many more resided within the compound. The most prudent strategy would to simply stay on the course and find an exit. But considering how much time had gone by, and with every second their family was in danger of being overwhelmed from opposition, the best approach now would be to make an exit. Jiraiya noticed before killing the guards, their weapons were giving off a certain glow, as if they were shimmering light from the flames mounted on the walls surrounding them. He soon realized that the source of reflection came not from torchlight, but from sunlight, indicating there was a crack along the stone wall from where they fought. The sage found a flaw of the stonework along the wall next to him. As his hands brushed the cold, damp masonry, crumbles of stone and dirt fell at his feet. His eyes narrowed in suspicion as he conjured a hypothesis in his mind. He motioned the other 2 to stand back, biting his thumb. He performed a set of hand signs and placed his palm on the floor. Summoning jutsu. The white-haired shinobi exclaimed as a puff of smoke exploded around him. Seconds later, an enormous toad smashed through the outlying wall of the prison. Rocks and debris exploded out like blooming flowers in spring. From the settled dust came the amphibian's body, and underneath its stomach laid the 3 shinobi, safely transported to their freedom. To their surprise, no opposition awaited them when they escaped the prison, as if there was no enemy to begin with. Realizing that the main force must have been sent to attack Tsunade, the men quickly exited from under the Inuran's belly and finally made their way back to the family. Thanks to Sarutobi's training and the teachings he learned from the toads among Mount Myabaku, Jiraiya's eyesight was as sharp as an eagle, giving him a vision almost as powerful as the Byakugan. The toad hermit scanned the environment around him and noticed a trail of smoke lingering on the horizon. Judging that it wasn't their campfire considering they put it out last night before going to bed, it was clear that wherever the source of smolder came from, that's where the fighting was taking place. The three ninja quickly made their way to the source of chaos, praying to Kami they weren't too late. Naruto and Anko were once again on the brink of crying and running from the tent, trying to resist the urge of disobeying Shizun's orders. Every second passing felt like an eternity. The silence that followed after the terrifying scream, not 5 minutes ago, only enhanced the children's fear of their aunt's death. The purple-haired Kunoichi held her baby brother tight in her arms while desperately gripping the kunai knife Shizun gave her. Naruto was trying his best to remain calm, but only seemed natural for a child his age to lose his composure and cry. As the two younglings remained silent in the tent, protected by ceiling tags their aunt placed before leaving, a lone figure approached. Unfortunately, to the kids' dismay, the person they were hoping for wasn't her. With a single wave of his arm, the tent was suddenly being torn to shreds, ruptures appearing instantly along the sides as what looked like a wind-style jutsu, destroying the shelter. The younglings shuddered from the attack and shut their eyes as tight as they could, thinking for a brief instant they could kid themselves into believing it was all but a bad dream. The roof of their tent was ripped open like a soup can, leaving the children completely defenseless. They slowly opened their eyes to the blue sky that peered over them and scanned the surrounding environment, their faces filled with shock as the campground they recognized now looked like a demilitarized zone. The two shared a gasp as they finally looked upon the face of the man responsible for this madness, his mask shining in the sunlight like polished armor, his presence as mighty and terrifying as the Shinigami himself. At least that's what the children thought when they were in his company. The earth for a brief moment felt still as the scoundrel stood over the defenseless younglings. The kunai knife Shizun gave them was the only real defense they had. There was nothing in their arsenal except for some basic taijutsu and a few deranged ninjutsu techniques to use against their assailant. To withstand such power, such malevolence would be counted as a miracle. Shuken approached the trembling children, his killing intent radiating off of him like plutonium. As the warrior came closer to his target, a puff of smoke appeared behind, revealing 3 more armor-cladded shinobi. "Report," Shuken ordered. "Sir, we just got word from home base. The Sannin have escaped and are heading to our location. Estimated time to enemy 10 minutes. One of the soldiers stated. "Damn it all, we don't have much time. I will not leave here empty-handed. For the sake of the village, we must complete our objective," the masked leader commented. Beneath his disguise, Shuken's composure was shrinking. He had been planning this mission for 4 years. He wasn't going to let Shikuro's efforts be in vain. If his ultimate goal was to become reality, he needed the Kyuubi no Kitsune. "My lord, what is to be done?" one of the ninja questioned. Shuken's fists clenched in frustration. He underestimated the Sannin's power, including the Lady of Poison. Everything was falling apart. His original goal was to take the family captive for experimentation after extracting the demon fox from the boy. But now it seems, instead of possessing 6 test subjects to dissect for potential Kekkei Genkai and other means, he must only take 1. Stay the course, complete the mission, the hoarse voice commander issued to his soldiers. The masked shinobi reached his arm out for the boy, his hand shaking with excitement as the idea of harnessing the power of the 9-tailed fox infecting his mind like cancer. However, the fantasy ended with the sensation of pain as his hand was cut with a kunai. "Come any closer, and I'll kill you," Anko shouted as her weapon dripped with the blood of her enemy. The purple-haired Kunoichi faced the brooding brute, her eyes full of fierceness, her hold on the knife gripped with vitality. The daring little girl stood in front of the man that would harm her brother, inspiring the once terrified child who cowered before the villain. The bastard who harmed her family without knowing his face now stood before him with bravery in her heart and steel in her spine. Naruto was kept at arm's length behind his big sister, trying to grasp one of the kunai Shizen gave him with his toddler hands. Ironic. The noble idea of fighting to the end for family cannot be fulfilled when one is unable to protect himself. Little brat, Shuken said to Anko as he grabbed her by the hair, holding her in midair while she screamed in pain. Let my sister go, Naruto shouted to the masked ninja. As the kunoichi was trying to land a kick on her disguised captor, Shuken soldiers stripped Anko of her kunai and whatever ninja tool she might have had on her. Are we taking her as well, my lord, considering her link with the Tsuchikage? One of the warriors asked. Just as their leader was about to respond, Anko bit into his thumb, causing the man to bark out like a dog. You little bitch, Shuken screamed as he threw her to the ground. He then reached down to pick her up by the throat, only to knock her out with a single punch to the head. I'd hoped to take you with us, considering the gift the great fence-sitter gave you, but now I think it'd be best for you to die here. Shuken motioned his men over to him. Two of them grabbed Naruto, as the third stood over Anko. Leave her alone, Naruto cried as the two subordinates grabbed his kunai. Shuken looked back at his primary target, his mask giving no notice to his next action. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I'd almost forgotten you were here. My goodness, it's uncanny how you look so much like your father, Shuken stated to the blue-eyed boy. The ninja standing over Anko had a kunai on her throat as the masked villain had his hand on Naruto's. The toddler had tears in his eyes as he stared into the bottomless holes of Shuken's mask. Cut it out, it hurts. Why are you doing this? The toddler questioned his captor as the grip on his throat tightened. Beneath his mask, Shuken had a smirk on his face. You may not realize this, but all of this is because of you. Naruto's eyes widened with shock and disbelief, disbelieving that the concept of the demise of his family is his fault. I don't know what your wards have told you, but allow me to share with you a lesson about your past. The boy stopped squirming as the two-faced shinobi released his hold, allowing Naruto to focus on Shuken's words. The other soldiers also paused to their master's words, interested in hearing what was so special about this kid. 4 years ago, the village hidden in the leaves was attacked by a demon entity known as the Nine-Tailed Fox. This fox was of immense size and power, able to level mountains and reduce cities to dust. No power on earth could match its might save for one, Minato Namikaze. My father stopped it, Naruto questioned. Ah, I see the Sannin told you that much about your birth parents. Yes, the fourth Hokage was the man who stopped the fox from destroying Kanagakure. Without the yellow flash, the village would have been obliterated as your father was the only man capable of defeating the monster. However, the irony in this story is that the Nine Tails cannot be killed. It is a living concentration of chakra, therefore making it indestructible. Everyone around Shuken was fixated on hearing the end of the story. Everyone conscious that is, Anko, Tsunade, and Shizen were still lifeless, if not dead. So how do you kill an immortal? You can't. You seal it in a person. Naruto's eyes widened in suspense. Despite being a child, he was rather bright for his age. Shuken didn't have to spell out for him. It was obvious where his captor was going with this. So the monster is. The Jinchuriki couldn't even finish his thought in disbelief. That's right. The Kyuubi no Kitsune was sealed within you by your own father. Shuken's shinobi looked at each other in silence, cocking their heads in confusion like animals. From what their master told them, they thought the boy was to be used as a bargaining chip to force the Sannin to give them the location of the fox. They never imagined the boy was the demon itself. For years I have been searching for the greatest power the hidden leaf ever possessed. For years I have been scouring the earth for the monster that maintained the balance of power between the 5 great nations. And now I have it. Shuken stepped away from his prize and stood over where Anko was lying. The masked man nodded to his subordinate, and from behind his back an enormous sword wrapped in bandages was shown. Naruto, My original mission was to take you and your family back to my laboratory, have your blood and organs extracted for any secret abilities you might possess. Now it seems I can only claim you as my own. Your mother and aunt proved to be a challenge, and your father, uncle, and brother have escaped their cells where I was holding them. The wind-style user snapped his fingers, and the wielder of the giant blade held the sword in a downward spiral, not a foot away from Anko's head. Before I rip the beast from your body, I want to show you how cold and unyielding life is by ripping your sister's head from her body. Samahata, it's time to eat. As soon as Shukin said its name, the legendary shark skin sword unsheathed itself from its wrappings. Drool started to fall from its mouth as it hovered over the defenseless girl. Naruto's fear was consuming him. Words couldn't describe what the toddler must have been feeling as everything he knew and loved was being taken away from him. It wasn't the fact that he was just told he had a monster sealed away within him. It was the fact that this man, this monster, was taking away practically his entire world, his life, so to speak. The boy's mind was trying to comprehend what was happening around him. A torrent of emotions was raging through him like waves in a storm. Sadness and pain, fear and anger were fighting out amongst each other, trying to claim Naruto as his reaction to the madness. Anko's execution was imminent. Naruto's soul was splitting in two. All that he was feeling now was a seething primal rage that came out of thin air. And like an evil flood, it washed over everything that was innocent in the child. "Do it," Shukin ordered the man holding Samahata. As the blade belonging to the infamous Seven Swordsmen of the Mist was raised high to the sky, just high enough to cut through Anko's neck with a single thrust, a most sinister growl was heard on the open field. Behind his mask, Shukin's face froze with fear. The pupils in his eyes shrunk with terror as the thought he dreaded most coming to fruition was upon him. The once innocent blue-eyed toddler had started to transform into what was sealed within him 4 years ago. The Jinchuriki has lived up to his title. A distinct red aura began glowing from Naruto like a human torch. His eyes went from sapphire to ruby. The whiskers on his face grew, making him look like a wild animal. Fangs started showing out of his mouth. His hair started sticking full up as if electrocuted. The two men that were holding the Jinchuriki were the first victims to feel the wrath of a vengeful son. In the blink of an eye, chunks of flesh were flying into the sky like an open blender. The pleads of mercy from the suffered were mixed in with the roars of vengeance. All that could be heard were the screams of terror and fury, synchronizing like an orchestra of chaos. Shukin and the last soldier he had with him stood from a distance as the little demon put on a horrific show of carnage and savagery that has never been seen before, not since the days of old before the village's founding. After the slaughter of the boy's captors was finished, the monster turned his attention to the would-be executioner of his sister. Naruto's eyes gleamed with hatred and mindless rage. His hands had morphed to claws, and his gaze was fixated upon the poor soul that wielded Samahata. "I'm gonna kill you," the Jinchuriki thundered to the masked swordsman. His voice, despite being a child's, had been infused with the malice of what has now possessed the boy. The last subordinate belonging to Shukin was paralyzed with fear, and rightfully so. Never before has he seen as what could be described as unfathomable. Sadly, before he could react, his gaze suddenly shrunk 6 feet as his head fell to the ground. Luckily, as his body went limp, the sword he was carrying missed Anko's head. It seemed fate had smiled down upon the family at last, as the only one left to die was the mastermind himself. Shukin, though shaken at first, regained his cool by the time Naruto killed his last man. "God damn it," the ninja said under his breath as he grabbed the shark's skin blade. Everything had fallen apart for the wind jutsu user. First, Tsunade knocked out, if not killed, his second in command. Then the other Sannin with Irika escaped. And now, the Kyuubi no Kitsune has been awakened within Naruto and killed the last of his men. All that he has strived to accomplish for the last 4 years was being washed away with the blood of his warriors. All that he could hope for now was to make a tactical retreat before the tailed beast took his life. Behind his mask, the man was gritting his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead. Whatever he was going to do, he'd best do it now, or suffer the wrath of either the fox or the Sannin. All right, you damn fox. You may have taken my men, but mark my words, you fucking demon. I will take you. Oh yes, your power will be mine. Shukin threatened the kitsune. He wasn't sure whether or not the beast heard what he said, but after everything that has happened, he just wanted to get that out of his system. Naruto locked on his sight at the man, drool escaping from his mouth as the insistent growling he made varied. The disguised shinobi raised Samahata up behind his shoulder, twirling the tip of its blade like a baseball bat waiting for that perfect pitch to slug. The two monsters stared each other down in what would determine the outcome of the mission, success or failure. In a flash, the fox charged full on at his target. Unless the man was a sealing jutsu specialist, Shukin was about to meet his maker. The man whose name meant redemption waited patiently as the creature leapt into the air ready to tear him limb from limb. His hands holding his salvation lied perfectly still as he only had one shot to do this right. As if Kisame Hashigaki was swinging the sword himself, a perfect shot of the shark skin blade at Naruto's head connected, draining or rather eating away the demonic chakra that consumed the boy. All at once, the living weapon gorged itself on the life energy that was the nine tails, depleting all the negative energy of the fox from the boy until at last the child returned to his original form, lying still on the ground as if soundly asleep. I may have lost all the men I took with me, but I'll be damned if I'm going to leave here empty-handed. The relieved man exhaled as his approached Naruto. Then you are damned, it would seem, the wielder of the Kusanagi said as he pointed it to Shukin's back. Shukin's spine stiffened for a moment when he heard the snake sage's voice. His focus was justly fixated on Naruto, unaware of the Sannin's presence. Orochimaru, it's been a long time. The now disadvantaged man replied as he retracted his hand. Before I pierce my sword into your spine, you will tell me who sent you. The gray-skinned shinobi demanded from the man that attacked his family. Who sent me? Nobody sent me. I am my own man. And if you want to find out why I did this, just look around and you'll know. Orochimaru was seething with venom, his eyes piercing with anger as he saw the bodies of Tsunade and Shizen. You stinking mother dash. I've always wanted to know which sword would win in a duel, the sword of Kusanagi or the Samahata. Shukin nonchalantly challenged the Sannin as he swung behind him with the shark skin. The two legendary blades clashed for a brief second. The would-be captor ducked under a swing from Orochimaru and jumped back a distance. For a brief moment, the fight led to a chase where the masked fighter raced over to where Tsunade laid comatose. The gray-skinned Sannin thought for a second the man was going for his comrade, but in fact he didn't. He stopped and faced him only when he stood next to Shikoro. As much as I would like to conclude our duel, I'm afraid this is where we must part ways. To be honest, if you wanted to see the full ability of the Samahata, then I wouldn't do it justice. I had it on lend from a friend, and I promised to deliver it back to him. Shukin said while picking up his comrade off the ground and hoisting him onto his back. Rest assured this will not be the last time we'll see each other. I will not stop until I have a nine-tailed fox at my disposal. Give my regards to the rest of the family. Tell them their deaths will be a noble sacrifice to the sanctity and preservation of the world. Shukin bided farewell as he made the hand signs to perform the body flicker technique, causing a puff of smoke to appear and disappear along with him. There were no words to be said in that moment, for only fear of the possible departed overtook Orochimaru's senses. Just as he was about to check Tsunade's condition, the other two males of the family arrived to his location. Were there any others? Orochimaru questioned Jiraiya. It was as you said, with the breakout, we were bound to attract some opposition. Luckily, there were only a few, otherwise we'd run out of chakra. The Toad Sage stated. Irika was about to say something relating to the enemy they faced, but was overtaken with the chaotic scenery that surrounded him. Seeing so many bodies displayed so horrifically on the open field reminded him of that dreaded night 4 years ago in Konoha. The two men quickly tended to the women as they were the first to be found while Irika sought out his little brother and sister. Jiraiya thanked God to find Tsunade with a pulse and even more so to find her coming to. Shizun unfortunately was not so lucky. While she did possess a heartbeat, her body was limp as a fish. Her eyes were open, and judging from what could be examined, she had suffered severe psychological trauma. Orochimaru deduced that she must have succumbed to a powerful genjutsu to experience such pain. Thankfully, he possessed enough skill to break the jutsu, releasing Shizun from her mental prison. Irika scanned the battlefield, only to find nothing but craters and casualties sprawled all over until a little glimpse of purple and yellow poked out in the distance. "Enko, Naruto!" The scar-faced shinobi cried as he raced over to find his siblings buried in bodies. Enko was under a decapitated corpse, while Naruto was covered with chunks of flesh. Irika quickly tended to his sister, while Jiraiya went to Naruto. Praise be to God that Anko appeared to have a slight concussion from Shuken's punch, while the Jinchuriki seemed to have just run out of chakra. Silent pleads came from Jiraiya's lips, as it seemed everyone came out of this fiasco alive. Orochimaru and Shizun returned to their family with a now groggy Tsunade, recovering from the paralysis poison she took from Shikuro's bugs. The Sannin and the Lady of Poison looked around them once more, realizing how close their family came from being annihilated. Orochimaru set Tsunade down by Jiraiya as they held their youngest son in unison. Shizun kneeled down and embraced Irika while Anko was carried in her uncle's arms. No one said a word for several minutes as they watched the sky in silence. Who was he? Why did he want the nine tails inside Naruto? Shizun questioned out in the open, not expecting an answer from anyone. I don't know, but before he fled, he promised me we'd meet again. Judging from his voice, he meant every word. Orochimaru explained to the group. And we'll be ready, Tsunade said as she took one of Jiraiya's hands into her own. The next time we face him, we won't be alone, Jiraiya stated with a smirk. Hapter 10. Home is where the heart is. The sun shined like a yellow diamond in the summer sky as 7 shadows were making their way to the heart of the land of fire. Their steps echoed on the silent dirt road like a symphony of clatters and clicks into the earth. The group consisted of men and women of all ages, all calm and quiet as they progressed to the home of their births, Konohagakure. The tallest man of the family could see the great green gates of the village on the horizon. He lifted his youngest son up into the air and onto his shoulders, wanting to show him the land of his birth. The little boy shot his arm into the sky, his little index finger pointing excitedly towards the city he was born in. "Tusen, look, it's Konoha," the 7-year-old blonde boy eagerly shouted. The toad sage smirked from his littlest reaction to seeing the outlying wall of the village. It never ceased to amaze him, the little things that can make a kid's day, the reaction that's shown when they've seen something for the first time in their lives. 3 years have passed since the masked villain Shuken nearly eradicated the shinobi family and almost obtained absolute power through the nine-tailed fox. 3 years have passed since Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was revealed to him his destiny as the 4th Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. And 3 years have passed since he started his training to becoming a full-fledged shinobi. Time has changed the world in many ways since then, and everyone has either benefited or suffered from it. Where's Konoha? I don't see it. Jiraiya playfully questioned his son, pretending he couldn't see the obvious landmark. It's over there, don't be a dummy daddy, Naruto innocently answered. Everyone in the group laughed at the back and forth between the father and son. By the time they were done talking, the village walls were visible to the rest of the family. A little while later, a large whistle came from the scar-faced member of the group as he stood before the awesome gates. He and his sister's gaze widened as they looked upon the entrance with awe. Their shadows were swallowed by the enormous shade the door casted. The size of the gate was so demanding, it gave the impression of superiority over everyone and everything that stood before it. "Well, I never see anything like it. Pretty cool, huh?" Irika commented to his sister on the unique architecture. "I don't know. The canyon wall in the hidden sand village was as big as this, wasn't it? Maybe even bigger?" Anko retorted. "That's completely different. The canyon is natural. This gate was man-made." The two kids didn't notice the pair of gray-skinned hands resting on their shoulders as they discussed the grandeur that was the gate of Konoha. Is she still complaining? Good Uncle Orochimaru questioned his oldest son/nephew about his only daughter/niece. Yes, she's downplaying the size of the gates now. The 14-year-old shinobi explained to the Sannin. What's wrong, princess? You've been whining the whole time we've walked. The purple-haired Kunoichi, recently nicknamed the Snake Princess for her affiliation toward the serpent race, much like her uncle, had a sour deposition ever since it was decided to return to the Land of Fire. The now 11-year-old girl had disdain written on her face as the family approached the sentry point of the city. The two guards that regulated traffic in and out of the village recognized the adult shinobi in an instant, their faces filled with excitement and shock. Never in their wildest dreams had they thought they would meet the legendary Sannin and the Lady of Poison. The Chunin sentries jumped from their seats like fires were lit under their asses. Their postures were stiff as boards when the slug Sannin approached them. Lady Tsunade, welcome home, one of the guards exclaimed, trying to get the attention of the renowned Kunoichi as she handed them her and the others' passports. Tsunade's face was as blank as a piece of paper, shrugging off the kiss-ass compliment. Has anything significant changed since we've been gone? The whiskey-eyed woman asked nonchalantly. Nothing big has really happened in the village since your departure. The third Hokage is still running things, and there haven't been any attacks from the other nations, so everything's pretty good here. The other Chunin responded. The guards handed back the visas to the woman. They didn't bother asking her or her family's business as to why they came back now after so long. The sentries looked over to the others as Tsunade was walking back when they noticed the whisker marks on the boy's face. After that, the situation took a turn for the worst. The Chunins shared a look of disgust and fear on their faces, as if they came in contact with a plague-infested corpse. Their reaction to Naruto was noticed by everyone, including Tsunade, despite her head was turned. The fact that the ninja muttered something offensive under their breaths didn't hide their feelings to the Jinchuriki. By the time the Chunin finished whispering their words, the whiskey-eyed woman had their throats in her hands, squeezing their Adam's apples with enough force to knock them out. Tsunade's eyes seethed with anger and resentment, her reaction to such short-sightedness and hostility towards her son justified. For all the years she's traveled across the world and found similar bigotry in the other nations towards Jinchuriki. Nothing tastes as bitter as something familiar. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? One of the Chunin questioned, his voice shrinking with every word said. We were only trying to protect you from the Jinchuriki. It was standing behind you. You didn't even notice the demon. One of the guards explained. With every second passing, the mother of three was crushing the life out of the two men, squeezing their windpipes like aluminum foil. The only thing that prevented from two bodies being identified later was a large hand resting on the slug princess's shoulder. Sarutobi Sensei is expecting us. This isn't the time, nor the place. Jiraiya calmly reminded his partner. The whiskey-eyed woman turned her head to the toad sage, and suddenly the deadly tiger turned into a docile kitten. She looked back at the choking Chunin held in midair and scoffed as she dropped them on their asses. The shinobi were gasping for air when the white-haired Sannin stood above them. The next time you want to take a chance to make a name for yourselves, do it away from us. That includes my son, whom you just tried to kill. The Chunin guards looked up to Jiraiya with astonishment in their eyes. They sat on the ground trying to stay as still as they could be. They risked a quick glance to Naruto, successfully without provoking the mother bear, and then to each other. No words were said. They simply kept their traps shut and their heads hung in acknowledgement. The other members of the family walked by the sentry point, as did Tsunade. Jiraiya was about to join them when he turned back to the still trembling men. Why did you try to attack my son? Jinchuriki are not to be touched without authorization from their village's Kage. Yet you pointed your kunai at him, why? Sweat glistened off the foreheads of the two idiots, their minds racing as they thought what choice of words could they say that would prevent from getting their asses stomped. It was orders from Lord Danzo and the Konoha elders. They decreed that if the Nine-Tails ever showed its face in the village, it was to be brought to the council. If they never made the order, we never would have tried to take the creature so close to you, we swear. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed in suspicion and contemplated further questioning the two grunts. He then realized that it'd be better if he simply asked the horse's mouth himself, or rather the man who knew the horse, seeing as how they were here to see him in the first place. Jiraiya said nothing else as he joined the others. The two guards finally heaved a sigh of relief when the family left their gaze and walked further in the city. "Hey, you smell something?" one of the guards asked his partner. "That's me. I think I just shit my pants," the other confessed. 20 minutes later, the family found itself in the middle of downtown. Thankfully, no one recognized Naruto's face as they walked through the crowds, which made their traveling much easier. It was at this time Orochimaru continued the conversation he was having with her niece before the incident at the gate. "So, as we were discussing, why the long-faced deer?" the snake sage asked. "It's just that. Why would we come back to a village we'd left in the first place?" It was an honest question. They left to find a new life away from the city. For what reason did they return to the place that gave them everything but a home? Orochimaru turned to his left. Tsunade was attempting to stylize Naruto's hair while walking behind him. Jiraiya was on his right, talking with Iruka, while Shizen was keeping to herself, thinking about her childhood spent here. They walked on the main road to the Hokage mansion, where they passed Ichiraku's. The Sannin and Lady of Poison naturally paused and decided it was time to introduce their children to the best ramen in the world. An hour had passed, and the family finally made it to the head administration building. Tsunade had Naruto in her arms as she climbed up the stairs in a raging fashion. The rest of her family was trying to keep up with the angered mother as she stormed her way through everyone that crossed her path. By the time Orochimaru and the others caught up with her, she'd already kicked the Hokage's office door in. She had her temperament controlled so as not to upset her son any further. Hiruzen was signing some documents when the slug sage barged in. He hadn't even bothered to look up as he was expecting them. Tsunade whispered something to Naruto as she put him down. Her face went from tenderness to antagonism as the Sandaime finished what he was doing and looked up to the mother, now accompanied by her partners and children. A smile rose on his face like the rising sun as he looked upon the people he considered his extended family and thought to himself how time has been kind to them. He stood up from his chair and walked around his desk to stand in front of his previous students. Before the Sandaime could say anything, he was jumped by the three kids, clinging to him like infant ambas. "Grandpa!" Naruto exclaimed as he and his siblings hugged Sarutobi. Tsunade stood there with the others, drifting into nostalgia, their minds going back in time as they saw themselves in the same scenario with Sarutobi when they were young. A brief moment of tranquility was instilled as the professor embraced the children of his students. The look on Hiruzen's face was one of pure happiness as the three orphans he let leave Konoha years ago, now returning to him as his loving grandchildren. Through the bond he has with the Sannin, whom he considers his family, Sarutobi regards Iruka, Anko, and Naruto as his students' children, which makes him their grandfather in spirit. A few minutes later, they released their hug from the Hokage and bowed their heads in respect. Their parents, along with the Sandaime, mimicked the kids' action in accordance to the custom between sensei and student. A moment later, the smiles that were on everyone's faces turned to steel eyes and stone faces. "Now then, despite the nice reception I received, judging from the looks on your faces, I assume you haven't returned with good news." Sarutobi questioned the adults in the group. Tsunade took a step forward, signifying she would take the initiative and speak for the group. "I'm afraid you were right, Sensei. We returned to Konoha, but only to fulfill the promise you made us keep when we left." Hiruzen surprisingly kept a straight face as Tsunade was about to deliver the bad news to him. The Sandaime kept his composure in check as the Sannin and Shizen pulled out their hitaitesh. Their faces showed a sense of sadness, but also a mix of assertion in their convictions. Whatever the response was going to be, it must have been considered with great thought and a heavy heart. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a quick glance that was noticed by her. He wanted to say his share in their choice. Before we left with our children from the Hidden Leaf Village, you made us vow to return when you deemed it was safe enough for Naruto. You calculated it'd take at least 7 years before the villagers' emotions from the nine-tailed fox attack would die down. Coincidentally, the number of years you asked us to return would make Naruto the ideal age to attend the Ninja Academy. The Toad Sage stated while ruffling the little boy's hair. Hiruzen closed his eyes as a sign of acknowledgement to his student's words, confirming what Jiraiya said was true. However, before anything else was said, the Sannin addressed the group to follow him to the next room, wanting to discuss this conversation in a more comfortable living space. A few minutes later, the family found itself in the Konoha Memorial Room, where the previous Hokage's portraits were framed and mounted. The Fire Shadow and the others sat on the couches surrounding the room in a more relaxed state, completely content to continue their conversation. Now then, let's carry on with our discussion. As you said earlier, Jiraiya, the reason I asked you to return now is for Naruto to take up his birthright as a Konoha shinobi. Not only is he at the ideal age to attend the academy, but now would be the perfect time for him to be reunited with his peers. Sarutobi said to the Sannin. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and thought to what the third just said. A moment passed, and he smiled in understanding his sensei's words. So Sasuke Uchiha is entering the academy. Sensei? The Snake Sage said with a smirk. Sarutobi suddenly became tongue-tied. For a brief moment, he couldn't find any words to say after being read so easily by his smartest student. Tsunade and Jiraiya simply grinned at their comrades' impertinent discovery. Orochimaru was always adept at the art of conversation. A few moments later, Sarutobi regained his composure and continued the discussion. Observant and well-informed, as always, Orochimaru. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha is the same age as Naruto and will be starting his training at the academy this upcoming semester. I wanted the two of them to be classmates, and hopefully by training together, the healing between the village and clan can begin. The Sannin and Shizen looked at the Hokage with blank eyes and confusion, remaining silent so the old man could continue. As I told you before your initial departure, the village was attacked by the nine-tailed fox, and, presumably, the attack was concocted by a disguised shinobi who was able to manipulate the Biju at the time of Naruto's birth. Naruto, who was sitting in between Iruka and Shizune on another couch, looked down and felt a sense of grief from his grandfather's words. The recently nicknamed Corrupted Kunoichi, as a tribute to her talent with poisons, noticed the sadness on his nephew's face and kissed the top of his blonde head. The 7-year-old boy noticed his loving aunt's affection and hugged her. After the demon attacked the village, there was widespread speculation as to who perpetrated the siege. And though I did my best to instill a sense of calm and unity among the villagers, the rumors that an Uchiha was behind the attack became popular and spread like wildfire. The Sannin and Shizen were now starting to put the pieces together and understood what the Sandaime was contemplating for the family's future in the Hidden Leaf. Hiruzen felt a slight sense of apprehension while explaining his intention for the Jinchuriki to his parents. He took out his pipe and lit his tobacco with a match he pulled from his jacket. As the old man exhaled a deep breath into the air, Jiraiya joined him by lighting his own pipe. Now, as you all are aware, the only people that were capable of controlling the Kitsune have long since left this world. One of them being your grandfather and my master, Hashirama Senju. Sarutobi said his synopsis with pride as he spoke his teacher's name. Tsunade's face grew with disdain at the thought of the other ninja who was powerful enough to warp the demon's mind towards his will, the man who nearly killed her beloved grandfather. The other, as you know, was Madara Uchiha. The co-founder of the Hidden Leaf was the only one of the two who had actually controlled the fox for his own dark purposes. Now, considering this is common knowledge in the village, and because the public is more prone to believing gossip rather than common sense, they believe the entire clan was involved in the attack. The Sannin listened to their master's troubles with mixed concern. While they loved their teacher and wished he could simply live the rest of his life free of any burden. In their minds, they had already made their decision on what to do for themselves and their family. It didn't make things any easier when the council voiced their opinion on the matter. It only made things worse. They and Danzo accused members of the clan, specifically any who possessed the Sharingan, being involved in the attack. Because of that, I was pressured to relocate the clan into a compound on the far edge of town in order to maintain peace and order. Unfortunately, because of that, it only made the Uchiha feel ostracized from the city and encouraged their dealings with the Umbu. Hiruzen got up from his seat to stretch his cramping legs. The years have been surprisingly kind to him despite his situation. His hair has only gotten whiter and his skin only gaining a few more wrinkles since retaking his position as leader. Aside from it taking 1 or 2 more seconds to stand up, he carried himself with a reserved strength that one couldn't help but respect. That is why I want you to stay for good this time. Not only will your power help maintain the balance of peace within the village, but Naruto, attending the academy with Sasuke, will symbolize the beginning of reconciliation between the Leaf and the Uchiha. I have made great strides to keep Naruto's true identity hidden, as I am sure you have done also, but the people know who took him away in the first place, and because of that, Naruto's name has some weight behind it considering who his mother is. Tsunade's face was curiously expressionless when Sarutobi mentioned her lineage, especially since this wasn't the first time her nobility has been used for political influence. The Sannin looked at each other, and for a brief moment considered the option of granting their master's desire to stay in Konoha. Briefly, Orochimaru stood, and the other two followed. He was about to speak when his nephew intervened. I know who my birth parents are, if that's what you're saying, Grandpa. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki died when they sealed the 9-tailed fox in me. Naruto addressed the old man, mistakenly thinking the Hokage meant his birth mother. Hiruzen was flabbergasted. He accidentally snorted some of the cindering tobacco from his pipe and nearly coughed up a lung. His gaze went back and forth like a tennis ball from Naruto to his parents. Eventually, his eyes locked onto the people responsible for this. Just when he was about to speak, Tsunade put her hand up to prevent her former master from passing judgment. I know what you're about to say, Sarutobi-sensei, and with all due respect, you can just shut it, the slug sage said with a straight face. The professor went bug-eyed and started stuttering like a fool. In all the years he's known Tsunade, she has never spoken to him like that. I'd always wondered what would happen if we never came back, if we never met Naruto, and had he stayed here in the village. The proud mother stated to the old man, I'm sorry, master, but you are a fool on this matter. Sarutobi's bafflement from Tsunade's words turned to anger at the slight made on his character. His patience has been claimed to rival that of the Buddha, but when it comes to the safety of his village, he will not have his integrity judged. His eyes turned to piercing daggers, his nostrils flaring, his heartbeat rising from a silent fury as Tsunade's words sunk deeper into his heart. A moment passed, and the old man took a deep breath, exhaling from his chest and living up to his title of divine serenity. Tsunade, I remember I once slighted you before, so I will do what you did unto me and forgive you. The Sandaime said as he recollected the insult he made to his student years ago. The whiskey-eyed Kunoichi lowered her head in remembrance to days past, when she was challenged by her master in adopting Naruto, at which point she looked upon her youngest child and held out a hand to her boy. Her palm connected with 5 tiny digits and pulled them into her embrace. The loving mama bear pulled her cub tight into her warmth as his head leaned on her stomach. The other 2 children stood from their couch and mimicked their sibling. Anko stood in front of Orochimaru, while Irika stood by Jiraiya's side. The blue-eyed boy looked up into his sweet mother's face with pure innocence. The woman who raised him as her own looked down at her son with all the tenderness and affection in the world. As she held her boy's baby face in the palm of her hands, she turned her gaze back to her master with conviction in her eyes. Before my grandmother died, she told me that being a Jinchuriki was the greatest blessing and greatest curse a ninja could bear. That holding the beast inside of oneself is the highest honor a shinobi could aspire to, a role that rivals the importance of a Kage. Tsunade professed. Every Jinchuriki, every man and woman whose caged-tailed beast inside of them have maintained the balance of power between the five great nations in exchange for their lives. We have traveled far and wide, all over the world, and seen the other Biju jailers from the other villages. Had Naruto stayed here, he would have been detested and dreaded by the people he'd be forced to protect, like all the others. The Sandame's conviction started to crumble when he considered Tsunade's words. From Bunpuku of Suna to Killer Bee of Kyumo, the Jinchuriki have been seen as monsters from their kin in the other nations despite them being the ultimate defense of their people. Kushina suffered greatly from the hidden leaf. The fact that she was married to the fourth Hokage was irrelevant in the eyes of the public. She was never fully respected by her peers, despite her prowess as a Jonin Kunoichi. As he played the what-if game further in his mind, Hiruzen came to realize what Tsunade said was true. Every child has a right to know who they were and where they come from. However, in his defense, Sarutobi wanted to shield Naruto from his destiny as a Jinchuriki, in an attempt for him to have something of a normal childhood, eventually revealing his inner power as he reached maturity. A moment later, the professor relit his pipe and took a hit before continuing the conversation. In my defense, you know I'd never meant to hurt Naruto, the humble old man said. Tsunade's face turned sympathetic as she heard the guilt in her master's voice. Sarutobi looked at the others with the same remorse as his tone showed, and they reciprocated. It seems you truly know what's best for Konoha's greatest protection, the Sandame said with a smile, presuming the Sannin changed their minds on leaving. Orochimaru saw this as the perfect opportunity to say what he'd wanted to say since stepping through his office. Unfortunately, he was cut off again when several people burst into the room with two elderly men and a woman, one of them wrapped in bandages. That is a nice way of putting it, Sarutobi. I would say weapon, but still it's heartwarming, the bandaged man remarked. A black-haired man with an X-shaped scar on his chin, half of his face completely concealed, the top of his skull to his right, was hidden in gauzes, including his entire right arm. His attire consisted of heavy long robes and a walking stick he used on a daily basis. Your timing is impeccable as always, Danzo, his rival Sarutobi stated. The leader of the Root, or commonly known as the Foundation, faction within the Umbu Black Ops was accompanied by the Hokage's council, Hamura Mitokado and Koharyudatane. The manner they carried themselves was of arrogance and cynicism, a sensation one always felt when near them regardless of association. The three elders stood in between the Sannin and Sarutobi with Danzo in front of the counselors. The men that accompanied the three, now recognized as Umbu, surrounded the seven shinobi. The soldiers remained still as statues with their swords unsheathed, awaiting further orders from their master. Judging from the red strapped jackets they wear and the tipless tantos they're carrying, I take it these men are yours from the Foundation, Orochimaru indicated. A scowl grew on Sarutobi's face at the sight of this insolence from his so-called counselors and comrades. His knuckles cracked in anger as he faced his once closest friend. What is the meaning of this, Danzo? How dare you barge in my meeting? Hiruzen roared to his old comrade. I apologize for interrupting this precious reunion of yours, Sarutobi, but I thought it'd be best to escort the Jinchuriki to his quarters, Shimura said with a sneer. All of a sudden, the killing intent went through the roof. The Root Umbu sensed the terrifying power coming from not only the expected Slug Princess, but from the entire shinobi family. Jiraiya, Shizune, and Orochimaru were of the sounder minds in the group, each being wiser and more level-headed than the last. However, in this rarest of moments, all the adults, including the children, were feeling fury in their hearts from this offense against them. I'm afraid this experiment of yours is concluded, Hiruzen. I didn't interfere the last time when you let the Sannin take Naruto from the village, only because you made them promise to return. But now it's time for the Jinchuriki that was always in the custody of Konohagakure be used to its fullest potential for the village. And what does that mean? Tsunade said through her gritted teeth. Naruto was old enough to understand what was happening and what was probably going to happen. He felt his uncle's hand on his sleeve as Tsunade let go of him. He walked behind Orochimaru so he would be in the center of the group, allowing full protection from Danzo and the Umbu. It means that with or without the Hokage's consent, the nine-tailed fox will stay in the village hidden in the leaves for good. Danzo threatened the mother. We came to the conclusion that it would be best if Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was to be placed under the authority of Danzo Shimura for the remainder of his training, in hopes to maximize his potential of harnessing the power of the Biju. Hamura explained to the family, "Please do not misunderstand. We only mean that Naruto will only be conducting his studies with Danzo. He will still be in your custody during his off sessions." Koharu Udatain reiterated. The two counselors had always sided with Danzo's militaristic policies on the village, despite being the original teammates of the third Hokage. Sadly, unlike their leader, the two never took their masters, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju's philosophies on life, nor truly believed in the will of fire, unlike their naive, idealistic superior. Orochimaru had all that he could stand, and he could not stand anymore. He broke Manji formation and stood before the three old farts that threatened to take away his nephew. The Snake Sage had past dealings with Danzo when he was part of the village. He knew that the Konoha Council was only saying what might give Hiruzen their consent in this decision. There was no way the council would let Naruto out of their control now. Udatain was lying through her teeth. A second later, he sprouted the Kusanagi blade from his mouth and pointed it at Danzo. "You and I both know that is not going to happen. I'd rather sell my soul to the Shinigami than hand Naruto over to you." The gray-skinned shinobi warned the leader of the Foundation. Danzo simply smiled in response, knowing full well the Sannin would refuse to give up the fox, which was why he brought his men in the first place. It was obvious from the beginning that the darkness of the shinobi wanted to take the boy by force. Orochimaru turned his head to Sarutobi. "Master, you may remember when we first walked into your office, Tsunade was holding Naruto. The reason being was because while we were eating ramen at Ichiraka earlier today, a villager threw a stone at the back of Naruto's head. The specific reason is unknown as to why he did it. Most likely it's because he's one of the villagers who suspects Naruto as the Jinchuriki." Orochimaru stated to Sarutobi. The professor responded with a blank stare, unsure of what he meant. "You said it yourself, Sensei. You did your best to quash the rumors and keep the truth about Naruto from the public. But because of the order the council gave on taking the Jinchuriki, from what we heard from the Sentry Point Chunin when we entered the village, I'm sure you realize your effort has been futile, all things considered." Sarutobi angrily glared at his subordinates in front of him. His authority on this matter has been completely disregarded. His desire to give Naruto a chance at a normal life had been eradicated, now realizing everyone in the village must have been aware of the order. "You may receive a report later about a severely injured man with multiple fractures and a severe concussion," the ninja explained to his sensei. No words were said, and nothing could be said in defense from Sarutobi. The old man simply held his head in shame, realizing he wasted his words on the Sannin before. A cough came from a bandaged man. "I'm going to ask this once. Give me Naruto now," the hoarse-voiced man demanded. What felt like an eternity was only a minute in reality. Silence filled the air, and no one moved in response to Danzo's demand. The man simply raised his middle and index finger in unison, signaling his men to take the Jinchuriki. One of the Umbu made a dive for the boy when a roundhouse kick connected to his face, knocking him through a wall. The Sannin looked stunned, as the Sandaime was responsible for saving their son. The professor stood in full battle armor as he joined his students once more in mortal combat. "Kuchiyose no Jutsu," the god of shinobi, said as he summoned Enma, the Monkey King, to his side, transforming into his legendary adamantine staff. A minute later, Hamura and Koharu were reprimanded by two of Sarutobi's Umbu, loyal only to him. By that time, Orochimaru had pierced his sword into Danzo's chest and was left lying face down on the floor, only for it to blow up into a puff of smoke, indicating it was a shadow clone. The Foundation shinobi dropped their weapons and surrendered to the Sannin. Damn it, looks like Danzo didn't have the balls to show up, Jiraiya said with a self-superior smile. Maybe, or maybe he's got something else up his sleeve. Orochimaru questioned his friend. Hiruzen walked over to his sons when he noticed Tsunade inspecting Naruto from top to bottom, checking for any potential injuries. A few seconds later, Mama Tsunade felt relieved to know her youngest child was safe and pulled the blonde-haired boy into her voluptuous bosom. "Mama, I can't breathe," the 7-year-old exclaimed as his face was smothered in his mother's breasts. The older brother and sister laughed at their siblings' expense. Before they knew it, their mother pulled them both in, sharing in the loving, if not embarrassing moment. Sarutobi was astonished at the tenderness the once heartbroken Kunoichi was showing to her wards. Not in the sense that he had never seen it before, but because it was still there since they left 7 years ago and has seemed to have gotten stronger. Hiruzen looked down at his captured comrades with venom and disappointment in his eyes, seeing how far his friends had fallen. He walked over to their kneeled bodies and motioned his men to let them stand. He stood not 3 inches away from their faces. "Where is he?" the fire shadow demanded in a low primal tone, indicating the malice he had for them and Danzo. Hamura and Koharu looked at each other momentarily and then back to their leader. "We don't know," replied Udatane. "We thought the shadow clone was himself. If we'd known it wasn't him, we would never have supported this," the old woman explained. "Of course you wouldn't, because you're nothing. You have no integrity, no conviction, just pure scum-sucking politicians," the professor spewed. The Sannin were partially surprised to hear their master say something so cold-hearted, considering how lenient he usually is. He turned away from his advisors in shame and disgust, believing there was nothing more they could tell him. "Get them out of my sight." The professor ordered his men to escort the traitors out of the room as more Umbu came to assist. "Find Danzo Shimura. I want all of his subordinates taken into custody and all of his resources frozen. Get word to Ibiki. Inform him of the situation and to head over to the interrogation chamber." The Hokage ordered his men. The Umbu simply nodded and vanished. He watched in shame as he watched Hamura and Koharu head downstairs, wallowing in brief but utter disgrace as he contemplated how bad things had become here in Konoha. A moment passed, and the old man turned to his family with kind eyes and a warm smile. He knew there was nothing in his power to convince them to stay, and he accepted it. Tsunade looked up to her sensei and released her kids from her embrace. They all looked at him with a mix of bewilderment and calmness, knowing this was it. They went back to his office, and no words were said as the Sannin and Shizen pulled their hitayatesh out from their clothes and placed them on his desk. "Where will you go? Which village will take you in?" Hiruzen asked the family. Finally, Kami gave Orochimaru the okay to tell his former teacher about his ambitions. A ray of light shined down on the snake sage, letting him tell his master what he's been doing the last 7 years. "We're going to our village, Surtobi Sensei," Orochimaru said with a smile on his smug face. Hiruzen's eyes looked like they were ready to pop out of his head in sheer bafflement. "Your own village?" He squawked like a parrot. "Yes, we carved out our own little corner of the world in the land of sound about 3 years ago, and we've been there ever since," Jiraiya told the bewildered old man. There were no words to describe the priceless look on Sarutobi's face. It was probably the best blindsided punch that was ever thrown at him in regards to receiving information. The concept of a village being run by shinobi is an ancient standard, but the idea of his students creating a village out of nowhere, that was the amazing part. "Wait, so you built a small village in the land of sound, and you've left it defenseless by coming here?" the Sannin genuinely asked. For a brief moment, the adults shared a bewildered look between the 4 of them. They had no idea what Sarutobi meant when he said, "leaving the village defenseless," until they realized the breakdown of communication. They silently snickered at the silly idea the old man had conjured. "Oh no, our village is a legitimate shinobi government, consisting of a reasonably moderate military force and a steady income through missions. The snake-eyed shinobi explained. How did you build a ninja village? Sarutobi asked, still not getting the whole picture of the story. The Sannin looked at each other briefly before the Toad Sage took the initiative. It's a long story, but basically, throughout our travels, we came across numerous shinobi and citizens from other villages that grew dissatisfied and disgusted with their leaders' politics and customs that were enforced trough brute force from their governments. Over time, the money we collected from missions and political connections we made allowed us to buy our own land and build our own city. There were still many questions the Hokage had about this village, but frankly the Sannin grew tired and uncomfortable of explaining their business to anyone outside their land, even if it was their former master. Look, we really don't have that much else to say, other than we officially resign our positions as Konoha Shinobi, Tsunade announced. The family was making their way out of the Hokage's mansion when Sarutobi asked the Sannin to wait, as he had something vital he needed to tell them. Listen, we agreed years ago for you to return, and after what just happened with Danzo, I understand why you've made your decision. But there's something I must ask from you, something you need to know before you leave. Hiruzen said with utmost urgency. 30 minutes later, the Sannin came out of the Hokage's office and left Konohagakure with their children, finally heading back home to Odogakure, the village hidden in the sound. I'm really getting too old for this shit, Sarutobi said as he lighted up his pipe. Chapter 11. So Far in the Sound, Part 1. Streetlights flickered in the fall sky like fireflies. Tree frogs and crickets chirped in perfect unison as their echoes filled the area with a sense of serenity. A perfect night for villainous acts. A lone shadow walked the streets of Silent City in the dead of night. The few guards patrolling the roads were unaware of the unknown figure, skulking behind the scenes. A man covered in a black cloak approached an unguarded warehouse. His senses remained calm, and his confidence unshaken as he neared the entrance. He picked the single lock with ease and opened the heavy door with one swing. His abilities bore fruit as he remained hidden from any security. The moon shined like a neon pearl in the cloudless blanket of space. Its light proved enough sustenance for the naked eye as it conveniently revealed his objective. The marked crates filled the entire facility with whatever contents the man desired. The figure opened one of its lids and grinned mightily. Within 20 minutes, the warehouse was cleaned out, save for a single note attached to the door. Thank for the explosives. They'll be put to good use, I assure you. The next night, another silence covered the city. It seemed peculiar considering it was dusk when the village fell deaf, as if its inhabitants were waiting for something to happen. The only sound that was being made in the noiselessness settlement was 4 feet, walking softly on a smooth wooden floor, their socks barely thumping the ground, as they crept through a long, dark hallway, their masses putting pressure on the squeaking floorboards. The house was completely empty as the 2 sets of legs moved down the main corridor. One of the pairs was awkwardly trying to put one foot in front of the other, his eyesight hindered due to being blindfolded and therefore unable to ascertain his surroundings. Thankfully, he was being guided by the other figure that walked with him, intentionally leading him somewhere he didn't know. The boy was becoming anxious to being blindfolded for what felt like a long time. Although his body wasn't bound in any way and could easily remove the blindfold, he promised the person leading him to not take it off until they arrived at their destination. Mama, can I take it off now? A restless shinobi asked while enduring the pitch black that was blindness. Not yet, a soft voice replied. Her slender hands pulled the knot on the ninja's blindfold as it was coming loose. The masked warrior clumsily passed through another corridor and led up a large staircase until a blast of fresh air splashed on the captive's face. Determining they were now outside, the 2 people stopped, and a second later, the blindfold was removed. A sight was beheld to the astonished 13-year-old boy. Happy birthday, Naruto, the now adolescent Jinin heard from his surrounding family and friends. No words could describe the thoughts that were running through Naruto's mind, as everywhere he looked, there was something meant only for him. The things he witnessed could only create feelings of pure happiness and flattery. The only thing that happened inside his head was the insatiable high he was feeling right now. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze stood in the middle of a balcony with a dazed expression on his face. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Shizune, Anko, and Irika stood in front of him with smiles and excitement as they wished him a happy 13th birthday. A loud roar echoed beneath him as he walked further to the ledge and looked down. The entire population of Odogakure, the village hidden in the sound, cheered in celebration for the anniversary of the birth of the unofficial prince of the city. Every man, woman, and child that emigrated from the other villages and nations attended for one of the biggest events of the year in the village. The streets were full of stands and attractions from all over the world, selling food and items considered very rare and lavish. Every building had lights and lanterns streaming from the rooftops, with dazzling sequencers and miniature fireworks fixed in as if they were celebrating the new year. Street performers and large-scale activities were scattered throughout the city, encouraging commoner and soldier alike to participate. There were even shinobi events going on. Ninja within Odo's military were setting up races and friendly bouts as a means of expressing healthy competition between one another. This was truly a spectacle to behold. Odogakure originally inhabited in the land of rice fields, but eventually the land's daimyo considered the land of sound to sound better and more intimidating. It was more than 7 years ago when the Sannin collaborated on the idea of making their own ninja village. After visiting all the major nations over the course of 4 to 5 years, they finally considered living on their own terms. Their time in the village hidden in the sand was the final straw. When the family traveled to Suna and met the Kazekage and his family for the first time, it was clear that things were exactly as they appeared. Raza, the fourth shadow of the Land of Wind, welcomed the Sannin into his village like all the other Kage did from theirs. When he greeted them, he was accompanied with his children and his brother-in-law Yashimaru. Upon their introduction, the Sannin could tell that they were accompanied by the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Raza presented his sons and daughter from oldest to youngest. Temari and Kankuro were twins at the age of 5, and Gaara a year younger. Jiraiya and the others could see it as clear as day in the youngest child's eyes, the curse that was a Jinchuriki. The emotional and psychological scars were already showing on his face, and at such a young age. However, the most peculiar look appeared on Raza's face a moment later. Naruto approached Gaara and stuck his hand out. The jailer, the one-tailed beast, was stunned for a moment, but eventually smiled and reciprocated the token of friendship. The look on the red-headed toddler showed what little humanity and innocence he had left, something that was almost thought impossible, save for Yashimaru, who was the only one the child confided. The other children from both families made their introductions and warmed up to each other surprisingly very quickly. Eventually, they were excused from the adults despite Raza's hesitation and went off into the city for their own adventure. From there, the rest was history. Over the course of that 1 year, Naruto's gift of befriending people proved invaluable in the latter years, as he built a bond with Gaara and his siblings that would last for years to come. Out of all the villages they stayed in since leaving Konoha, Suna was the worst and best. Raza used the Sannin for missions that near compromised their relations with the other nations. Shizune was forced to make special poisons for the puppet corp without knowing the government's intention for them. She found out later they were used on assassinations and prisoners of war as a means to gain information through torture. It was during their stay in the Land of Wind, when the family had enough of their current lifestyle and decided they needed to find a permanent home. The traveling family has been pondering living in a land where they wouldn't have to answer to anybody save for the feudal lord, where they could create a place that didn't inspire fear and hatred to neighboring lands and fellow Jinchuriki, a place truly worthy of the Will of Fire. It was after their attack from Shuken, they agreed that they needed now more than ever to establish a base of operations immediately. At first, they thought an island village somewhere in the Land of Water would be strategically sound, but after remembering that Shuken was using the Samahata last time, which meant that Kisame Hashigaki was possibly involved, they decided it'd be best if they lived in a land that was completely neutral and somewhere relatively close to their allies in the other countries. The land of rice was in a location that was near smack dab in the middle of the world, allowing equal distance from all of their allied lands. It seemed ironic, considering that the Sannin chose a place that was bordering the land of fire. Out of all the territories in the world, they picked the one country that has the most hostility towards them. When they contacted the daimyo and approached him on the matter, he practically kneeled to their feet. In his fat-headed mind, he thought he could gain international fame and fortune with the legendary 3 ninja of the leaf serving him, but in reality, they practically conned him out of a portion of his land. In no time, the village was built. With contacts they made all over the world in construction and trading, Odo Geikure had an economy that rivaled Kyomo. The Sannin built the city in many ways like Konoha, though Orochimaru initially wanted to build the village underground, so as to be protected from invaders. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade thought it wouldn't be appealing to people wanting to live there. While the village resembled Konoha in many ways, there was one large difference in its security. The family had always believed that though the Hidden Leaf Village was a beautiful city, it was considered a strategic disaster. Unlike the other villages, where they were placed in locations that had natural defenses such as mountains, deserts, and oceans, Konoha was built within a forest that could easily be used as cover for hostile forces. Odo took precautions in such matters by setting up a mine field in a 360-degree radius, spanning several miles in every direction. The only access points people can gain entry are through specific tunnels that run underground, bypassing the mine field altogether. Of course, there aren't just mines out there. Explosive tags, kunai-rigged wire traps, and many more devices were set for any unauthorized agents. Despite it was rather young compared to the other nations, Odo Geikure has become a rising power in the ninja world. Its military was smaller compared to the other powers, but it was rather unique. Several of its elite corps comprised of ninja that were considered exclusive and conveniently dead in the eyes of their former commands. Over the years from their time in the other villages, the Sannin encountered and later befriended ninja that were deemed as valuable to their militaries. However, due to the deceptive natures that were the relations between the other great nations, many if not all of them were either killed by opposition or betrayed by their own comrades. In fact, several of those jonin attended the private party on the balcony with the rest of the inner circle. The house the balcony was built near wasn't exactly a mansion, but certainly served the family's needs in a comfortable fashion. The official regiment of Odo Geikure wore purple flak jackets, as it was Orochimaru's decision to choose the dominant color, considering he was Odokichi. When the village was built, it was decided by the others that he should take the role of leader, as building this utopia was his idea in the first place. His ambitions of turning an impossible fantasy into reality came originally from him and by rights. He should have the highest honor. At first, he didn't like the idea of sitting behind a desk and signing papers all day, but eventually, the village was almost able to run by itself. Because of their work in the other villages, Odo was able to maintain their solid relations with the other great nations in terms of trade agreements and co-op military operations. Their bonds with the other villages didn't just create serenity and economic stature. Eventually, more and more people heard about the paradise that was the land of sound, and that included leaders from other lands. In earlier years, Yugikure, the village hidden in hot water, possessed a small but effective ninja force that occasionally quarreled with Konoha and Kiri, and gave its support to another village, Shimagakure, the village hidden in frost, as a means to remain independent from the land of lightning. But as the years passed, the land of hot water and the land of frost was running short of soldiers and money to use against the Raikage and his military. They were on the verge of being conquered in the name of the land of lightning. When they became aware of the Yondaime Raikage relation with the Sannin and decided to take advantage of it. To have their land saved, the feudal lords from both countries resigned as leaders and offered their lands to the village hidden in the sound. Of course, the daimyo of the land of sound thought he was getting the land, but in actuality, the lands were given to the Sannin in return for their influence and to build training facilities in their countries. Odo accepted, but only if the feudal lords would remain as governors of their previous states rather than nobility. They graciously accepted, and within a matter of months, the Sound Village expanded its borders to the Land of Lightning. Within another year or so, they expanded their territory again by claiming a portion of land that was south of the ominous mountains graveyard, stretching their authority to both the northern and eastern seas. A few years later, the Sannin thought Naruto should claim his birthright by regaining his family's lost homeland Yuzushobikur, the land of whirlpools. Though there wasn't much left after the mysterious war that happened within the famous clan, it was still a portion of land that proved valuable in trade and communication with Kyumo and Kiri. The only ones who opposed this level of expansion was the Land of Fire, particularly Konohagakure. Sarutobi himself didn't see anything wrong, with an Uzumaki claiming what was always Uzumaki land, but people within his military weren't sure of what to make with this new village taking so much territory in the region. Thankfully, the Hokage paid no mind to their suspicion, as he fully trusted in his student's judgment. By its 5th year of existence, Otogeikure had land that stretched from the borders of Takigeikure to the Eastern Sea, becoming the 6th largest nation in the world. The next year marked an exceptional historical event in regards to Sound's stature in the ninja world. Because of their expansion in the lands of hot water, frost, whirlpools, and the uncharted land they took near the mountain's graveyard, the lands of earth, lightning, fire, wind, and water received exponential growths in trade with the Hidden Sound. The Sannin also had a powerful role as keepers of peace, considering they always maintained good and equal relations with the other lands. Whenever the other Kages squawked about bordering disputes or raids on supply convoys, the Sannin would quickly intervene and referee the arguments between the feudal lords and shinobi. It wasn't as if the Sound were taking the role of a superpower, they just had that much influence with the other governments and knew how to properly communicate with them. Because of that, and with the money they were making from them, the Shadows of the 5 great nations decided to induct a new member into their class. By the time Naruto turned 11, Orochimaru was titled an official Kage, and the Land of Sound was considered the 6th great shinobi nation. Basically, Otogeikure was, and still is, at the top of its game. Orochimaru was titled the name of Shodame Otokage, but he could not take all the credit for himself, nor was he the only one with a powerful position within the village. A long time ago, Tsunade developed a case of hemophobia after trying to save the life of her first lover, Dan Kato. It wasn't until she adopted the kids and left Konoha when she recovered her lost strength. On the day of Naruto's first birthday, the infant suffered from something that only occurred with Jinchuriki. Occasionally, people who have tailed beasts sealed within them have to resync their chakra signature with the demons when they're of young age. This case is usually the reason why only kids who have started their ninja training have the beast seal within them then, otherwise they could escape from their hosts and create havoc. For each Jinchuriki, the process is different. Some have fevers and lose consciousness, while others go out of control and attack everything in their sight. For Naruto, he suffered something else. He cried immensely in pain, blood was coming out of both ends, and he had a fever of 107 degrees Fahrenheit. While the rest of the family tried to do everything they could for the poor baby, it was Tsunade who had the most potential to help. At first, she was shaking from all the blood that was coming out of him, but it wasn't until he grabbed her necklace that set things in motion. When Naruto, in all his pain and suffering, took hold of the only thing to remind Tsunade of her grandfather, her mind traveled back in time and saw both Nawaki and Dan at her feet. She nearly fell apart and almost started crying with her infant son, until he pulled the necklace off her neck. At that point, she saw the strength that her baby boy possessed and the strength he will have as he matures. Before the idea of Otogeikure, she thought Naruto would become Hokage in that moment of pain and courage. An instant later, her hand stopped shaking and was able to put her healing powers to full use. Later that night, Naruto's pain finally receded and was able to fall asleep, a memorable birthday indeed. When the village was finished, she took up the role of head administrator in Oto Hospital. She wanted at first to be Naruto's sensei, but seeing who it was that wanted that honor, she gracefully stepped down and attended to the second thing she longed for, using her talents to help people. At the party, she was seen with her hair straight and untied, a style she's liked for a while. When the village colors were chosen, she got in the spurt of change and ditched her green Gamble logo jacket and went with a similar coat that was in purple and an insignia written in kanji in white on its back saying strength. Of course, it wasn't just her hair and clothes that she changed. On her hand was something never seen before, a diamond wedding ring. 3 years ago, on a clear spring day, a wedding was held in the center of the village. Cherry blossoms were dancing in the wind, as a shamisen was playing in complete silence. Everyone in the village was invited to the ceremony, while Orochimaru was standing in the middle of the altar, ready to give away his two best friends. Two men and women stood on the altar steps. Iruka and Naruto were on one side, with Shizen and Anko facing them on the other. A man wearing a simple black kimono with white trimmings stood at the top with Orochimaru. Moments later, the people that were sitting stood when a woman in white was seen walking down the aisle. Her hair was hidden by a white large hood. Her milk-white skin matched perfectly with her gown. Her ruby lips looked odd for a brief moment, as she never usually wore that shade. As if out of a fairy tale, she walked with her eyes closed, never losing her balance as she climbed the steps to the altar. Their outfits may have been simple, but the two wanted to be married in simple tastes, just as their parents and their grandparents were before them. The groom slightly lifted the hood off the bride, so he could get a better look at her. In his eyes, all he saw was perfection. The two smiled and faced the Odo kid, his white hair tied in a ponytail, and her whiskey-colored eyes shined like gold pearls when the sun caught them under her hood. In their hearts, they felt like they were already married, considering they've been playing mommy and daddy to three amazing kids for years now. As the saying goes, cart before the horse. A few minutes later, the final phase of the ceremony had begun. Rings were exchanged, a sermon was heard, and finally the closing words came. As leader of Odo Geikure, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Jiraiya, you may kiss Tsunade, Orochimaru said. Tsunade practically smacked the Odo kid with her flowers as she handed them to him. Half a second later, she jumped her new husband with a passionate kiss, knocking the wind out of him. As if on cue, the entire city roared in happiness like a battle cry. The sheer joy the public had for their beloved leaders was genuine and true. The people were so loud, some say the cheers could be heard all the way from Suna. The family grouped in for a hug as soon as Tsunade and Jiraiya were done kissing. Their embrace was so tight it rivaled the Slug Princess's own strength. They later ran down the aisle with rice in their hair and loud music ringing in their ears. Aside from that fateful day in Konoha, it was the happiest day in both Tsunade's and Jiraiya's life. Speaking of which, Jiraiya hadn't changed that much over the years in terms of appearance. Surprisingly, he has aged very well for a man in his 50s, hardly any wrinkles, and he was still in great shape. In terms of mentality, he was still the giant super pervert everybody knew and secretly loved. Except, ever since the Sannin reunited 13 years ago, he could and only would direct his perviness towards Tsunade. It was true, his sleaziness and insatiable lust for women was but a single cover to hide his emotions from the woman he truly loved. But in time, in fact that very night when Tsunade kissed him on the cheek, they became intimate until it did look like they were married from first glance. When Tsunade started running the hospital in Odo, she made him one of its first teachers at the recently built Sound Academy. The Toad Sage was flabbergasted, to put it lightly. He was baffled why not only she, but Orochimaru and the rest of the family thought he should be a teacher. As to the reason, there were many examples of his talents in education, such as the AIM orphans and the Yellow Flash. When reminded of his protégés, he reluctantly accepted the job. It also proved to be a contributing factor when his first class was to be Naruto's. During his time as an educator, he had time to write his sequel to Make Out Paradise. Thanks to the weekends and summer breaks the school had for the students, Jiraiya was able to make Out violence in no time. Aside from that, He continued training his kids when he had time to spare, and since he was one of the village's founding fathers, he could call in sick anytime to either write or give his children private sessions. Jiraiya was also in charge of building the settlement's spy network, as it was and still is a basic necessity when it comes to constructing a proper ninja village. Despite the relations between them and the other countries were as solid as can be, they were worried about Danzo in the leaf and Raza in the sand. The leader of Root went rogue after failing to capture Naruto 6 years ago, and since then he's been lying low. Out of all the Kage they worked under before settling down, Raza was the worst in terms of building relations. Despite there's a full trade agreement between Sound and Sand, the Kazekage was always suspicious of the Sannin ever since the day Naruto and Gaara met. Because of that, the leaders of Odo thought it'd be prudent to keep tabs on him, as to make sure he didn't rock the boat with the other nations. Jiraiya achieved this by convincing Yashimaru to keep tabs on both the Kazekage and on Gaara's development. Aside from that, the Toad Sage has been living a full and grand life in the village. After surprising Naruto half to death from both his family and the village, Lord Otokage calmed the public down to say a few words. He stood over the balcony in full attire, wearing his official robes and the Otokage hat. His family stood alongside him, with Naruto in front, looking over the vast population that he considered a part of him, as he thought he was to them. When the people became silent, their just and powerful Otokage spoke. "Odo Geikure, hear me," he bellowed. The masses looked on in full attention. He and his family were truly loved and trusted by the people. Today, on October 10th, we celebrate the birth of my nephew Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The crowds applauded the teenager. Their loyalty could be heard in their cheers. Everyone in the village knew the family and treated them with respect. Although at first they treated the family like nobility, because they were the ones who gave them a new and prosperous life, the family implored the public to not view them as such. But still, it couldn't be helped that the children were very well liked among the people. Now granted, everyone in the village treated each other with general respect, as the Sannin instilled an atmosphere of patience and acceptance in the city. But there was a greater degree of courtesy and kindness to the younglings, including Shizen. Even their friends were treated better than most, but that was only because the Sannin had an excellent judge of character. They only did business with anyone they trusted to a degree, and trusted full-heartedly everyone who lived in the village. Now, as you all know, this birthday, while it is always a special day for us, this 13th birthday is particularly special. In exactly 1 week, the Chunin exams will be held within the village hidden in the leaves. Prior to the celebrations, we finished the list of genin that will be allowed to participate in this year's exam. Lord Otokage stated. Some of the people below shared looks of eagerness and anxiety. They felt concerned that their youngest ninja were going to take a test that's been considered life-threatening. But at the same time, they were excited to see the best of the rookie Sound Ninja shown to the world. Before we begin the festivities, I will call out the names of the genin chosen for this year's exam, along with their jonin leaders, as it was they who recommended their students to take this grueling test. Orochimaru explained. The squads formed their lines in the order they'd be presented to the village. Pride and a small bit of stage fright could be seen on all of the genin's faces. Their senseis looked more confident, but they also felt a little nervous. Suigetsu Hozuki, Karen Uzumaki, and Yugo Hikari of Cell 10. Their leader, Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru first introduced. Although the three were recent additions to the village compared to some of the first that inhabited Odo, they were still considered sound citizens, and as such were treated the same as everyone else. Suigetsu originated from Kirigakure and was considered along with his older brother Mangetsu to be the second coming of the demon, after Zabuza Momochi, the famed demon of the Hidden Mist, who tried to kill the fourth Mizuki Jigura in a failed coup d'etat and fled. When his brother fell ill to a rare condition of skin cancer, a result from the Hozuki clan's Sukiya no Jutsu, hydrification technique, Akekiai Jinkai every member of the fabled clan possessed, Suigetsu fell apart from grief. Originally, he and his deceased brother's dream were to become members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. After Mangetsu's demise, Suijitsu seemingly started to enjoy the cruel and bloody missions he was assigned in Blood Mist Village, a sign of a possible psychotic breakdown that didn't go unnoticed by 2 individuals. After Yagura died from unknown reasons, the Sannin's friend Mei Terumi was chosen as the Godei Mizukage of Kirigakure. In an attempt to undo the damage that was done in her predecessor's administration, she and Ao agreed to send Suigetsu to Otogeikure in an attempt to save what little humanity the boy had left and possibly regain the state of mind he lost in his brother's death. At first, he sought to continue his passion for the art of murder by finding new ways to kill his enemy, but within a year he was able to quell his lust. His time with Naruto and the others gradually improved his socialization skills, and by his 2nd year his old personality was starting to surface, making jokes and being one of the more laid-back members of the group. By his 3rd year, Suigetsu had really started to come in his own as a sound ninja. He would only kill his enemies if he had to, and not in the most gruesome manner. He had considered Oto more of home for him than Kiri ever was, and considered never returning to the Land of Water, at least not until he'd achieved his dream, and until the hidden mist was as good as the hidden sound. When Mangetsu died, the younger of Hozukis aspired to a new dream, to retrieve every sword of the 7 swordsmen that was lost and rebuild the group, a dream worth having. Karen Uzumaki came from a village somewhere near Kusagakure. Her family was killed in an unknown war when she was a little girl, making her another orphan in the ninja world. The child spent the next 4 years living on the streets, going from town to town and doing whatever she could to find her next meal. It was later discovered that in all the time she spent alone, and in all the fights and beatings she took from failed snatches, she always would recover from her injuries. It was curious because with every injury she endured, she could heal herself instantly and without leaving a single mark. By the time she was 8, her talents started to show. In times of great duress, she could protrude weapons from her body. The objects consisted of pure energy that appeared to be chains with sharpened points, able to be used as both restraints and weapons. At one point, 2 unknown thugs tried to jump her for whatever she had. Unable to match them in strength, her Kekiai Jinkai came forth and tried to kill the thugs in self-defense. Sadly, the chains were dodged, and Karen was knocked out before she could do them more harm. The 2 thugs noticed the technique used was a special jutsu from the famed Uzumaki clan. When the little girl woke up, she found herself tied to a chair and gagged. The 2 mugs apparently were part of a small criminal organization that specialized in human trafficking. They heard the rumors of the Uzumakis and how they're near extinct. They thought she'd be worth a lot of money to the right customer, most likely by someone that would use her abilities for something sinister. Put in a crate with a few other girls, ranging from her age to older and blindfolded, she had nearly given up hope when loud sounds could be heard outside. A minute later, blood was leaking from the top of the crate. As for what she could hear, her captors were killed. The next thing she saw was a blinding light coming from above. She found herself in a basement, surrounded by the other captured women, and a beautiful blonde-haired woman looking right at her. "My name is Tsunade. You're safe now," the slug princess said to the near catatonic child. The second she saw that figure of strength and beauty, Karen wanted to be just like her in every way. To take out those men, and who knows how many more there were, without so much as a single scratch, was amazing to her, say the least. The Sannin kneeled down to her and checked for any injuries she might have sustained. She smiled, knowing she was safe. "What's your name?" Tsunade asked. The little girl still looked fazed from everything that happened, but after another moment she responded. "Karen Uzumaki," she answered. The whiskey-eyed woman looked stunned, as if she'd just witnessed someone rising from the dead, and in a way she was right. She put her hands on the girl's shoulders and tightened her grip, signifying the importance of what she just said. "What did you say?" Tsunade asked again. "My name is Karen Uzumaki," the child repeated. Like a sapling surviving a raging forest fire, the future of the Uzumaki clan seemed hopeful now more than ever, as the clan now had two seeds to grow from. Where are you from? Do you have any relatives? Are you on your own? Tsunade threw question after question at the little girl, eager to hear if there were more clansmen. Karen had tears underneath her glasses as she tried to find the courage to answer her savior. She hadn't thought about her parents for a couple years now, becoming numb from the cold world she was thrown into after their deaths. Seeing she was about to cry, Tsunade pulled her into her bosom, her messy, bright crimson hair tickling her chin. "It's okay, I'm sorry," the kunoichi whispered. A few minutes later, a few men wearing purple flak jackets entered the basement. Some of them tended to the other women, while another few stood at attention for their commander. "Milady, the area is secured, and we've taken out the rest of the opposition. We're ready to leave whenever you like," one of the soldiers stated to the Sannin. Tsunade looked around her and gave the order to escort the women out of there. They all left, save for her and Karen. "Karen, I'd like for you to come with me back to my village," the woman said with a smile. The red-haired girl looked confused. The last thing she'd expect was to be invited to another village, let alone being saved from possible death. "Where's that?" she finally asked. "Odo Cure, in the land of sound. There's food, shelter, and a warm bed there for you if you say yes. I can't force you to come with me. If you'd rather not, then I'd be more than happy to take you to the local police. They'll take care of you until they put you in a home," Tsunade explained. Almost instantly, Karen agreed to come with her back to Odo. She never wanted to be alone ever again, and since that night, she never was. When they arrived, she immediately wanted to stay and enrolled into the academy, wanting never to go through that again, what she experienced, or anyone else for that matter. When Tsunade examined her further at the hospital, she discovered Karen was a direct descendant of the main Uzumaki line, making her not only a noble by rights of heritage, but also Naruto's cousin. She couldn't believe it. In all the years she walked the earth alone, in her earliest memories with her parents, Karen never knew there was anyone else from her clan. It was not surprising. No one outside the land of whirlpools knew the specifics about what happened to the Uzumaki clan. Presumably, it was a result from the past Shinobi World Wars, as many nations feared the clan for their sealing powers. Aside from Naruto and now Karen, there were no known descendants of the fabled Fuinjutsu Shinobi. Before Naruto's birth, only two were identified as Uzumaki. Mito, Hashirama Senju's wife, and first Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and Kushina, wife of Minato Uzumaki, and second Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune. Tsunade was the only other that descended from the near-extinct clan, as she was Mito's granddaughter. At least that is what she told Karen and Naruto when he arrived at the hospital. When the two Uzumakis met, they instantly warmed up to each other. In time, they became close, as they technically were the only family they had. She enrolled into the academy and quickly stood out among her peers. She was brilliant in the classroom and had near-perfect chakra control. Though she was lacking in her taijutsu, she overcame her deficiency in time. During her second year, the teachers, including Jiraiya, noticed her chakra control and informed Tsunade. When she discovered her talents were not just in controlling her chakra, but her healing powers as well, it was obvious she was meant to be a medical ninja. At that point, Shizen took her under her wing and taught Karen everything she knew about medical ninjutsu. She flourished under Shizen's instruction as she passed everything the corrupted kunoichi threw at her. Eventually, Tsunade gave her private lessons when she deemed her worthy. Since she had no parents, nor was part of any shinobi village, it was quick and easy for Orochimaru to give her citizenship. She's never been happier. Yugo was a peculiar case. Compared to all of the other genin chosen for the exam, Yugo had no family, nor was there any information on his background. He was a complete anomaly in both his personality and jutsu. Unlike everyone else who seemed to have some level of baggage before they lived in the village, Yugo's condition was more problematic to treat. Out of all the genin present, Yugo was probably the most powerful in terms of raw strength, as his Kekkei Genkai is able to turn himself literally into a monster. It was 3 years ago when he first met Naruto, locked in a cage he made for himself, as a means of protection. The curious thing was that the cage wasn't meant to protect him from anyone. It was meant to protect everyone from him. One faithful afternoon, Jiraiya felt like going on a mission that took him outside the village. He felt a little cooped up and wanted to get out, and spread his wings again, to coin a phrase. Seeing the details of the mission, he thought it'd be a good idea if Naruto accompanied him, only because he thought his youngest son was sluggish on certain techniques he taught him, and wanted him to practice them whenever he'd a chance. A village was destroyed not too far from Odo and drew concern, as there weren't any survivors, nor were there any reports of conventional weapons being used. When Jiraiya and Naruto investigated the village, they discovered several animals slaughtered in an animalistic fashion. Within a closer look of the cattle, they noticed several distinct bite marks that differentiated from the last. Each one comprised of several animal and human teeth. With every bite moving closer to the stomach, they appear to be more human. The father and son concluded that they could potentially be dealing with a Jinchuriki. They traced the attack back to a cave several miles east, near the waterfall border. At the time, it seemed plausible that the idea of Takigakure Jinchuriki could be responsible for the attack. Though Fu was the same age as Naruto, it seemed even more plausible that she was responsible considering she was only 10, and the fact that Taki was the only minor nation that had a Jinchuriki in their possession, meaning they were less experienced on how to handle situations like these. When the two ninja approached the cave, they heard wails of tormented pain, like a beast howling in a small pen. "Get away! Don't come in here!" A voice from the shadows screamed to the visitors. "Who's there?" Naruto questioned back. Both ninja were at the ready to attack, their senses on full alert as they ventured into the darkness. They knew they were at a disadvantage, but they went on in any way, like something was drawing them in. "Yugo of the Scales." The voice responded, with a bitter tone. "Yugo of the Scales, I've never heard of you before," Jiraiya said nonchalantly. In the darkness, a smile was made. "That's because I've been good. This was my first time since that night," Yugo explained. The two sound ninja found a small cell door in the back of the cavern. It looked strong enough to keep someone in from wreaking chaos. But the question they had on their minds was, why didn't it work this time? "You been good, huh? You think what you did to that village was very good?" Naruto brazenly asked. They saw the person within the cell. His spiky orange could be seen despite the darkness. His eyes were of different colors, one red and one yellow. As the two shinobi drew closer, they also noticed that along with his eyes, there were two different skin tones on his body. Despite it was near pitch black, they could tell that the darker of the two skins was more of a pattern that covered his body and that it was receding, revealing more and more of his true form. As they neared the bars of the door, they jumped back as a clawed hand with scales tried to grab their throats. "What do you think?" "Of course not," Yugo roared in anguish. In all his years, Jiraiya had never seen anything like this save for one, Mount Mayaboku. He noticed the form of Yugo's hand and remembered the similar transformation he saw when he went through his senjutsu training with Master Fukasaku. Knowing full well now what he saw, he approached the monstrous hand and grabbed it. Through his training with the toads, Jiraiya was able to absorb and emit the natural energy he collected in his body. With that, he transferred his energy into Yugo, negating the raw, untamed chakra that was coursing through his veins. Within a matter of seconds, his hand returned to its original form, along with his yellow eye. His entire body was going back to normal, and with that, his behavior changed altogether. "Thank you," the orange-haired boy said to the toad sage. "I don't know what you did to me, but thank you." "He's a sage. He used his natural energy to help you," Naruto explained. His tone with the boy was more lighthearted now, since Yugo went back to normal. "My name's Jiraiya. I specialize in senjutsu. This is my son, Naruto." The toad sage introduced themselves to the scared boy. "Jiraiya of the Sannin?" Yugo's face lightened up like the rising sun. The toad sage smirked for a moment, letting his ego get the better of him. "Yes, the other Sannin and I have a village not too far from here, called Odogakure. I'd like you to come back with us," Jiraiya stated. By now, the boy was getting very scared. He knew he would probably face judgment for what he did, but he never thought it'd be by the Sannin. He started to step back into his cell when Naruto held out a hand. Wait, it's not what you think. The Uzumaki interjected. Yugo looked at Naruto with confusion and fear written all over him. The 11-year-old boy stared straight into the eyes of his potential executioner. Naruto was only a year younger than him, but he could see the same pain and loneliness that Yugo felt all his life. He stepped forward to hear what he had to say. My dad doesn't want to hurt you. He wants to help you. He thinks you could use your powers to help people instead of killing them. My family knows everything there is about Senjutsu, and that's what you have, sort of. My mom and aunt are the best doctors in the village. They can help you too. Yugo had even more fear on his face than before. Not because he didn't believe Naruto's words, but because he couldn't bear the thought of killing more innocent people should the Sannin fail. He closed his eyes and covered his head in fear, trying to stop the images of death that were playing in his mind like a projector. In his heart, he wanted this treated. He wanted to stop blacking out for a time and then waking to find blood on his hands and bodies at his feet. When he saw the look on Yugo's face, Naruto grabbed his hand through the cell. Yugo's Kekkei Genkai allows him to automatically absorb natural energy, which would explain how Jiraiya was able to calm him down and transform back more quickly than usual. When Naruto touched him, he could truly see how similar the two of them were. They were both monsters, both trying to find a purpose in life without letting the monsters out. He now knew how Naruto could have the same eyes he had all his life. Within a moment, Yugo unlocked the cell door and stood before the two ninja. He shook each of their hands and walked with them back to the hidden sound village. Upon reaching the city, he told the Sannin what he did and about the clan that he came from, explaining his abilities and how he is bipolar because of it. Jiraiya immediately went to work on him, using his Senjutsu training to help him control his surges of power. Tsunade also started working on a psychotropic drug that would suppress his mental condition. In a year, he was able to keep his powers in check and attend the academy. It was there that he met Suigetsu and Karen. During his treatment, Orochimaru was informed of the evils he committed when he succumbed to his condition and determined that the best punishment would be for him to serve in the protection of the land of sound from any danger until the day he died. Yugo cried tears of joy when he was given the verdict. He had never felt so happy to be punished in his entire life. The three kids stood in a line facing out to the people. Suigetsu was enjoying the attention as he waved his arm like a king among commoners. Karen elbowed him in the ribs in an attempt for him to cut it out and be serious. Yugo was watching his two teammates go back and forth like cats in an alley. He always stayed impartial when they fought, as he suspected the two secretly liked each other. Their sensei stood by with pride in his eyes. He looked over at the lovely couple and exchanged a comedic look with Yugo. He was proud of his students, but he was also proud of himself. A fresh jonin, in his first year as a sensei, and his first crop of kids were taking the Chunin exams. He wasn't seeking any glory for himself, but he couldn't help but bask a little in his achievement, of course. It wouldn't mean much if they didn't make it at least to the final round. Kabuto originally was a war orphan like Karen. His family was killed when he was a small child, but sadly due to head injury, he had no recollection of either himself or his parents. No name, no family, no past. It was as if he never existed, a sad fate for someone so young. Thankfully, within a few months, his life had meaning again when he was found wandering into the land of fire. Near death, he came across a large shelter and hoped to find something he could eat. He passed out before he could reach the door, but before he did, an angel came down from heaven and saved him. He woke lying in a bed with bandages around his head, surrounded by other children and unable to answer their questions. "Who are you?" one of the kids asked. Kabuto remained mute. "Where are you from?" another asked. The result was the same. At that moment, a woman walked in through the doors and checked the child. She carried with her a plate of curry over rice. As she sat the food in front of Kabuto, he scarfed it down. She checked both his temperature and heart rate with her hand. Thankfully, they were normal, all things considered. Has he said anything? The caretaker asked. Nothing yet. I think he's a mute. One of the kids responded. When she turned to the silver-haired boy, she smiled down and kissed his head. My name is Nono. You're at the Konoha orphanage. You were unconscious when we found you on our doorstep. The sandy blonde woman explained to the confused child. Do you have a name? Nono asked. The boy looked down at his empty plate, still quiet as a graveyard. The boy couldn't even remember his own name. His entire life was gone the morning after that attack on his village, in both body and spirit. A minute later, one of the kids plopped a helmet on his noggin. The amnesiac looked up to one of the orphans. He had long black hair coming out the back of a silly hat he wore with badges on it. The name is Yurushi. Your name is Kabuto from now on. The kid ordered as he pointed to the nameless boy. The rest of the kids smiled and walked out of the room, ordered by Nono to give Kabuto some rest. That night, the recently named Kabuto woke up and started wandering the orphanage, curious about the place and people that took him in his hour of need. Small taps of skin hit the ground. His feet were so small, he barely made a sound. Everyone was asleep, or so he thought. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a light at the end of the hall. As he walked towards it, his heart skipped a beat as a large hand grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. One of the other caretakers started to berate the poor boy when Nono intervened. She told her Kabuto was the new child here and was unaware of the curfew. The other woman apologized to the scared boy and walked off. Nono brought Kabuto into the lightened room and served him another dish of curry, as she was sure he was still hungry. As she sat down with him, she couldn't help noticing the boy squinting when he looked around the room, in particular with a clock hanging on the wall. She noticed his curiosity and pondered why he was drawn to it, until she realized. Do you know how to tell time? She wondered. The boy didn't answer, nor did he respond. He just sat there, trying to look at the clock, eyes attempting to focus to the point of strain. She realized he had astigmatism, just like her. Seeing as how he hadn't any glasses when he was found, she removed her own pair and put them on the blind boy. After that, he opened up like a flower and hugged her as he cried. Thank you, he said finally. Nono was ecstatic from hearing his voice. She hugged him back, as if he were her own son. You're welcome, she responded. The next few years, Kabuto developed deep bonds with the children at the orphanage. He especially grew close with Yurushi, as they had something deeper than the others, almost like brothers. But out of everyone there, his closest relationship was with Nono. Almost instantly, the two could understand one another, making it all the better when she taught him how to read, how to write, and eventually how to use medical ninjutsu. The third subject was a tall order in her mind, but her hopes were heightened when he expressed curiosity towards helping a leaf shinobi that wandered into the orphanage. He showed promise when Nono asked him to assist with the patient and helped her heal him. In time, he learned everything she knew about medical ninjutsu. By the time he was 12, however, something occurred for the worst and for the better. The Konoha orphanage wasn't just a refuge for homeless children as it appeared to be. It was also a recruitment station for the infamous root chapter of the Umbu Black Ops. If a child showed any potential as a shinobi, they could possibly be recruited by the organization. However, if a child showed exceptional potential, Danzo Shimura himself would arrive and recruit the candidate personally. Nono wasn't just the administrator and head caretaker. She was also an agent of Root, secretly testing and training any kids that possessed any ninja skills such as enhanced strength and able to jump at great heights. Nono knew Kabuto would be recruited. She knew the boss would come see him. Kabuto's talent in medical ninjutsu had grown substantially in the past years. His ability to use both the Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel, and Shosen, mystical palm, jutsus at a young age, was astounding. His intelligence was also higher than most of his peers, which allowed him to become very knowledgeable of the human anatomy. Knowing they would be here in a few days, Nono pleaded with the third Hokage to enroll him into the academy, so he could graduate as soon as possible and avoid Danzo's clutches. Unfortunately, Sarutobi couldn't oblige, saying that because he wasn't a legal citizen of Konoha, he couldn't be accepted into the military. And because he had no legal guardian, he couldn't apply for citizenship until he turned 18. It seemed inevitable that Root was to have a new member within their ranks. However, as fate would have it, the Sannin were to be returning to Konoha with their family. When Danzo gave a message to Nono that he would inspect Kabuto personally, indicating he was planning to recruit him, he wasn't aware of the Jinchuriki's arrival. Due to the sudden homecoming of an even greater prize than Kabuto, Danzo canceled his meeting with Nono and instead went after Naruto. When he failed in taking the child and was forced to leave the village, he thought it'd be prudent if he took an outstanding medical genin on his way out. Unfortunately for him, by the time he got to the orphanage for Kabuto, he was gone. He questioned Nono on the matter, and surprisingly, she confessed on the first try. With a smile on her face, she told him that the Sannin took him back to Otogeikure, keeping Kabuto out of his rule now and forever. After her confession, she was never heard from again. On their way back to the land of sound, Kabuto associated himself with everyone in the family. Orochimaru gave him the details of what life would be like in the village, telling him the role of a shinobi suited him. Tsunade and Shizune were particularly interested in Kabuto's medical prowess and wanted to see the extent of his talents. He befriended all the kids, but he especially became close with Anko. Over the years, despite he lacked in other formal training, Kabuto excelled and was able to catch up with his peers. While climbing up the rankings, he had something of a rivalry with Anko on who would get promoted to Chunin first and then to Jonin. Of course, eventually, the rivalry turned into something of a romance, and by the time they were 17, they were going steady. Of course, Tsunade and the others kept a cautious eye on the teenagers after that. Still, he was absolutely contented in his new life as a sound ninja. For his own safety, and for the safety of his friends in the orphanage, he made a vow not to contact them, not just to the Sannin, but to Nono as well. She promised him before he left that when the time was right, she'd come to him. He trusted her completely, so when he left he believed he would see her again. He wasn't aware that Danzo left Konoha, nor was he aware of Nono's disappearance. To his knowledge, he was still waiting, and perhaps when the Chunin exams concluded he'd visit her in Urushi. The citizens of Odo applauded the first squad introduced. The upcoming exam will be held in the village hidden in the leaves. It will also be the first official time the Hidden Sound Village will participate in the Chunin exams. After the crowds died down, Orochimaru called for the second squad. Chapter 12. So far in the Sound, Part 2. Cell 9, step forward. Lord Otokage ordered. The next team stood next to Cell 10 with anticipation. Kankuro Kurasuna, Taiya Benzeishi, and Dosu Kinyuda. Their leader, Shizen Kato. 3 new teenagers stepped up next to Squad 10 with considerably more interesting attire compared to their peers. From left to right, a boy with a purple paint design on his face. His attire resembled closer to a Bunraku puppeteer than a shinobi. On his head was a top in the shape of cat ears. He had on his back a noticeable object, wrapped in bandages with what looked like a piece of brown hair sticking out of the top, like a crushed cigar. In the middle, another kunoichi with red hair similar to Karen's was present. However, unlike the glasses wearing Uzumaki, Taiya wore a distinctly odd headdress in the shape of a helmet, with visible cables bulging along the front and back. And finally, the third member of the team. Out of all the squads that were participating in the Chunin exam, Dosu looked the strangest, wearing a large straw raincoat protruding from his back, nearly 3/4 of his face wrapped in bandages, save for his left eye, and a peculiar armament attached to his right arm, most likely used for whatever fighting abilities he possessed. When the village hidden in the Sound was built, many people from other countries pledged themselves to the Sannin even before the village was created. Shinobi, civilians, and even a few samurai from the Land of Iron had grown distrustful and resentful of their native lands, unable to endure the continuous corruption and barbaric customs their native countries enforced. In a way, the Sannin were like gravity. Everyone they encountered seemed attracted and eventually pulled into their orbit, like moons to a planet. While many of Otogeikure's population consisted of people from the lands of earth, water, lightning, fire, and a few from the smaller nations. One of the biggest assets the land of Sound acquired came from the land of Wind. From the very beginning, Gaara's bond with the one-tailed beast was unstable and highly dangerous due to many variables, including the fact that Shikaku was sealed within him while he was still in his mother's womb, him being born premature, and the fact that from the day he was born, he was treated in the coldest of manners. He was pampered and protected by his father at a young age, and as a result was isolated from the rest of the village. The fact he had two siblings near his age had only made things worse for the child, mistaking the monster for their little brother and never showing him an ounce of love. When the Kazekage eventually let Gaara roam through the village, the city's inhabitants despised and feared him even greater than his brother and sister. As a result, the child had developed severe psychological issues that only worsened his link with the tailed beast. It was during the Sannin's year in Suna when everything changed for the child. After he befriended Naruto, the two became inseparable, spending almost every waking moment with each other. Because of that, Gaara was able to, for the time at least, become more sociable and approachable to others, strengthening his bond with Shikaku as a result. It wasn't just Gaara that changed. Thanks to Naruto's special ability to befriend anyone he met, Kankuro and Temari's personalities changed as well, becoming warmer and less pessimistic. Kankuro, like his sister, and near everyone in Suna, feared and near hated his younger brother. At the time, he and Temari were unaware of the specifics of Gaara's condition due to their age, but still didn't change their loathing towards him. At least that was the case until Naruto came. Since the time he was a small child, Kankuro had always been interested in puppets. The possibilities of building interactive figures and creatures from one's imagination was stimulating for the boy. His curiosity in the machinations of the more advanced weaponized puppets used by the Sand Shinobi grew to the point of sheer adoration and fascination on how to create and use such contraptions. As he was the first son of the Kazekage, he was born to follow in his father's footsteps by becoming a shinobi, studying the ninja arts at a young age from numerous teachers. Delving deeper into the history of the art of puppeteering, he came across a name that has been held in high regard in the village, Lady Chiyo. However, despite her numerous accomplishments in the village, the legendary Kunoichi eventually retired from the ongoing issues of the city and instead lived a life of solitude and simplicity with her twin brother Ebizo. When Kankuro eventually approached her about training him, she declined, after which he resorted to other methods. Luckily, the organization Chiyo built years back, the Puppet Brigade, an elite group of shinobi that specialized in the Kagutsu no Jutsu, puppet technique, was still active. Up until near him and his sister's 7th birthday, Kankuro had grown close with his brother and the Sannin, becoming more what God and life intended them to be, children enjoying their youth. Though he was studying to become a puppet master, he and the other Sand siblings, as what they would be later called, were starting to enjoy life in the village, something that drew concern for the Kazekage. There was peace between Suna and the other villages. The city was enjoying a time of economic prosperity, and Gaara hadn't any problems for a time. It was after the 7 shinobi left the Land of Wind and decided to go along with their plan to build Odo that something happened for the worst. At the time, he and Temari weren't aware of the details, but near a year later after the family left, Gaara had lost control of the tailed beast and nearly destroyed the village. Yashimura died in the process. Raza had to use his rarely seen Sakin no Jutsu, gold dust technique, to suppress the demon's power, and Gaara was found with what looked like a tattoo etched on his head, above his left eye. Despite what happened, Kankuro and Temari tried to console and help with their little brother, but sadly to no avail. In the oncoming months, Gaara was losing more control with Shikaku, most likely it having to do with both Naruto's absence and Yashimura's death. It seemed life in the hidden sand village was becoming what it once was, a joyless settlement of fear and distantness. The twins were starting to turn back into their old selves as a result, until they heard the news about Otogeikure. When the village hidden in the Sound made their initial trading agreement with the Land of Wind, the Yondaime made a serious stipulation before coming to terms with the Sannin. Due to the increase of attacks from Gaara, the Kazekage asked the family to take him in. Raza was fully aware of Jiraiya's knowledge of sealing jutsus, as well as Tsunade's talent with medicine. It was because of that he thought he could dump the unstable Jinchuriki onto their laps and save him from the possible destruction of Suna. At first, the Land of Wind's daimyo was appalled at the very notion, considering Raza was threatening to disrupt the balance of power between the five great nations and potentially bring more war into his land. But after he was informed of the details on the agreement, he agreed and let Gaara leave the hidden sand. In exchange for the Jinchuriki, the Sannin would supply Sunagakure with 100 soldiers comprised of Chunin and Jonin, as a means to fill the gap of strength that was made when Gaara left and maintain the balance of power in the ninja world. Before the trade was concluded, Raza had one more stipulation upon the stipulation. Noticing the change in his other two children, the Kazekage wanted Kankuro and Temari to accompany him and reside in the Hidden Sound as well. He feared that the Sannin's time in his village had affected their minds, as it did with Gaara. At the time, he thought the two would pose a problem later in time, as the Sannin left a big impression on them in terms of life and the way a village should be maintained. He feared his children's loyalties to Suna were possibly altered, and potentially threatened his authority by questioning his policies in the village. On the other hand, he also had hoped that the two could become spies in this deal and pass information back to him on the Sannin as a means to keep tabs on Odo and to make sure his children stayed loyal to him. However, as soon as the trade was concluded, Kankuro and his siblings never looked back. When they reached the Land of Sound, the siblings were greeted quite enthusiastically by the Sannin and their family. Out of all of them, Naruto was the happiest, seeing as how Kankuro and the others were the first friends he made. Over the years, the puppeteer in training had developed very well since leaving Suna. Having very good grades in the academy, he continued his training to become a puppet master with the help of 3 puppets that were given to him by Chiyo before he left. Over time, his mastery of the puppets Karasu, Crow, Karori, Black Ant, and Sansho, Salamander, had grown exponentially. Despite he was the only ninja in Odo that used puppets as his main arsenal, he trained diligently by focusing on the main component required to be a puppet master, chakra control. Basically, when it comes to the Kagutsu no Jutsu, there has to be a constant flow of chakra produced from the user's fingers to the puppet. It is no small feat for someone to maintain the flow, especially if one is engaged in combat. Thanks to the training he received from the Sannin, Kankuro's chakra control was impressive for someone his age, and with that he became Odo's first puppet master. When the Sand siblings officially became citizens of the Sound, they were required to take a last name, as it was needed for future mission assignments. Since they couldn't take the name of their father due to the trade agreement being a permanent policy between Suna and Odo, they each made up a new name for themselves. Kankuro wanted a name that paid respect to Lady Chiyo and the Puppet Brigade back home. So he chose the name Kurisa, meaning black sand, as both a tribute to Chiyo and the technique he used with his puppets. Frankly, in the long run, Raza might have made a mistake with giving his children away. The 3 members of Team 9 were more composed than their peers from Team 10. Kankuro simply smiled at the cheering crowd and was waving only in a casual manner, rather than his peer Suigetsu, who acted as if he just became the new Odo-Kage. Taiya smirked only once after being announced, but quickly returned to her tough persona and gazed out onto the horizon, cracking her knuckles with a determined look in her eyes. The Chunin exams. Bring it on, assholes. The crimson-haired Kunoichi said out loud, not caring who heard it. Taiya was a rare case in terms of how she came to be a sound shinobi, as she wasn't alone when the Sannin discovered her. In terms of whom else she was with when her destiny as a Kunoichi of Odogakure was revealed, it is considered a rare occurrence in the shinobi world today. A few years back, there was a spread of disappearances occurring all over the world. Men and women of all ages were vanishing without a trace. Not a single shred of evidence could be found, and worst of all, no one knew when the next disappearance would occur. Every person that went missing happened in a different nation and sometimes within a ninja village. The only pattern that could be identified was the fact that the Land of Sound wasn't experiencing this problem. It was the first time the other great nations had their suspicions about the Otokage, other than the Kazakage. The Sannin could not explain why the kidnappings were happening to every country but them, and as a means to regain their lost confidence from the five Kage, an investigation was launched to find the perpetrator and potentially find the missing people. The only thing that convinced the other shadows that their intention was sincere was the fact that all of the Sannin would handle the matter personally. After a few checkups from some shady character Jiraiya made through his spy network, and after a few interrogations Tsunade had to conduct on a few unfortunate thugs, the three finally had a lead. From their investigation, the Sannin determined the disappearances started in a small territory known as the Land of the Sea, to be more specific, Demon Island. The island was said to be uninhabited, but when the ninja noticed two figures on a single rowboat with what appeared to be a body bag with them, they made their move. Thanks to the three's proficient handling of water-style jutsus, the Sannin were able to quickly subdue them for questioning. Two men, one with shoulder-length black hair and wearing temple-less black sunglasses, the other wearing glasses also but framed and with short spiky black hair. With Tsunade using her Genjutsu, Shuribari Jutsu, illusion technique binding, and Orochimaru using enough Saki, killing intent, the two suspects proved hardly a challenge. State your names. Orochimaru ordered the captured men. Yoroi Akato. The man with the interesting glasses responded. Misumi Tsurugi, the one with the spiked hair, stated. Do you know who we are? Jiraiya questioned in a rhetorical manner. You're the Sannin, the legendary three of the sound. Misumi answered in a calm tone. The two shinobi surprisingly expressed little fear to their captors despite them being some of the most powerful ninja alive. What's in the bag? Jiraiya asked. Neither of them said a word. Their faces curiously showed a blank look on their faces. Their body stances indicated they were impervious to both Tsunade's Genjutsu and Orochimaru's killing intent. It was almost as if they were already under another technique to begin with. Tsunade noticed their strange behavior and inspected the men with her medical ninjutsu. Realizing her suspicions were accurate and that they were in fact under another Genjutsu, she quickly undid the original jutsu and freed their minds from whoever cast it in the first place. A moment later, the two young men looked around their surroundings with genuine fear and confusion, indicating the break was successful. When the two looked at the Sannin, they finally reacted to their power in the most obvious manner, with trembling bodies and sweating heads. The fear on their faces seemed legitimate, so the Toad Sage repeated himself. What's in the bag? Yoroi and Misumi looked at each other, and still they didn't answer. In response to their silence, Tsunade cracked her knuckles. The two reacted with obvious dread and quickly shaped up. We don't know. The last thing we remember was talking with a guy in a funny mask. Misumi explained. The look on the Sannin's faces was a mixture of terror and excitement. There was only one person that came to mind from hearing the description. Describe him, Orochimaru ordered. I don't know, average height, low raspy voice, wore a mask with two faces on it. Yoroi replied. For a few moments, no words were said. The only sound that could be heard was the crashing waves on the shores of Demon Island. Tsunade walked towards the bag and unzipped it, but only to find a fresh corpse inside. The slug princess frowned when she saw the unfortunate victim was but a 9-year-old girl. Her long red hair reminded her of Karen, and maybe if she was alive and hadn't any family, maybe she'd come back to the village. The family has had a tendency of bringing back war orphans and outcasts for their kids to befriend. However, when Tsunade checked her pulse, on the off chance she might be alive, the girl's eyes opened as wide as saucers. She sat up with her mouth gasping for air, taking every breath she possibly could. Tsunade held her down for fear she might hyperventilate. Like Yoroi and Misumi, Taiya was looking around her, surrounding with fear and confusion in her eyes, truly unaware of what had happened to her. The slug princess patted her with enough force on the back, hoping she might come out of her trance. The red-headed girl coughed and came out of her catatonic state. Who are you? Where am I? Taiya asked Tsunade. It's all right, for the moment you're safe. The kunoichi responded. The kidnapped child soon held her gut in pain, feeling an aching sensation all over her body, but mostly within her stomach. God damn it, the girl groaned. The three adults, including the two young men, looked surprised from such language coming from such a little mouth. The Sannin let it slide, seeing as how they're not very refined themselves in terms of language. In fact, Tsunade smiled. She liked her coarseness. I couldn't have said it better myself, the blonde replied. Tayuya recognized the kunoichi and silently gasped. She'd never imagined the woman she aspired most to become would be her savior. Jiraiya and Orochimaru shared a smirk from the child's reaction. Tsunade rubbed her hand on Tayuya's head. Seeing her brash attitude reminded the kunoichi of what she was like at that age. The kunoichi handed the girl a small bottle of water and instantly gulped it down. It was clear she was unconscious for some time. Thanks, you're Tsunade, right? The best ninja in the world? Tayuya questioned. For a moment, Tsunade's head swelled 3 times her normal size. Her ego could have sunk in the rowboat. She smiled and nonchalantly nodded, putting Tayuya in a state of admiration. So what's your name? The slug princess asked. The redhead's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. She bit her lower lip from nervousness. My name is Tayuya, she responded. Do you have any idea how you ended up here? Orochimaru intervened. She looked down at her feet, trying to remember the last thing she saw before waking up to face her idol. She scratched her head in confusion before realizing what happened. Hey, do you know where the others are? Tayuya asked the adults. The Sannin looked at each other for a moment. Others? You mean the other people that were kidnapped? Jiraiya said to the girl. She shook her head, signifying that's not what she meant. No, I'm in my team. Where are they? She explained. The Sannin weren't sure of what she meant and remained silent until she clarified her words. There are 7 of us all together. We were orphans from neighboring villages, living off the street and doing whatever we could to survive. There were more of us at first, but over time some of them went their own way and left the group or were killed from rival gangs. Out of all of them, I'm the youngest, but I'm the best when it comes to Jinjutsu. Oh, so you have some knowledge in the shinobi arts, Orochimaru stated. A little. Some of us had family who were ninja, and we picked up a few things on the streets. All of us are really good in one field, and we help each other out in the others. A few days ago, we heard a rumor there was a noble passing through a town not far from where we were. We figured the guards would be shit, and we could jump them for whatever they had on them. The girl explained. Tsunade closed her eyes and played the story in her head. Let me guess, things didn't go as planned. Tayuya looked surprised for a moment before realizing how obvious she must have sounded. Yeah, when we got there, it turned out there wasn't any noble, just one man. We knew the time and the place. The source we heard the rumor from was reliable after we beat the crap out of him. Tayuya smirked from the last statement. The guy looked weird. He was covered in robes, and he had this mask. It looked like one side of it was smiling and the other was screaming. It looked really freaky. The last thing I saw after we asked him who he was were 2 red eyes. The next thing I know, I was here with you. No words were said between the Sannin. Their eyes turned as hard as stones and their spines as strong as steel. It's curious. They didn't think he was behind the disappearances, but it can't be helped. In their minds, they were thinking it was fortunate they'd be facing him now rather than later, seeing as how Naruto wasn't with them. Tsunade whispered something into Tayuya's ear a moment later and put her back in the body bag. Jiraiya faced the 2 lackeys and gave them their orders. The young men agreed quickly to follow his instructions in order to prevent their demise from the Sannin's hands. 30 minutes later, the rowboat entered a small cavern on Demon Island. They docked and carried their cargo through a hidden door. A few minutes later, they entered a room littered with people shackled to walls and imprisoned in cells. There were only a few lamps giving light inside the area, making it virtually impossible to see someone clearly. Yoroi and Misumi approached a man hidden in the shadows and laid the bag at his feet. Were you followed? The man asked. The 2 men kept their composure and looked as if they were still under the Jinjutsu. No, sir, Yoroi responded. The man approached the concealed corpse and unzipped the bag to find the comatose girl. He inspected her from top to bottom and found nothing suspicious, but as soon he touched her, a cloud of smoke appeared and a pale white-skinned fist connected to the man's face, sending him flying into the wall with a broken back and faint pulse. 2 seconds later, Yoroi and Misumi walked up beside him and grabbed his arms. More clouds of smoke appeared, and the two young men vanished, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru appearing. The Hinge no Jutsu, transformation technique, and I couldn't detect it, the man remarked to himself. Tsunade approached him with vigor in her eyes. The weight in every step as she neared the villain were filled with anticipation and conviction, like the Grim Reaper coming for his inevitable claim. She had hoped since that dreadful day that vengeance and victory would be hers after what that bastard did to her and her family. Even if what had happened never passed, the man that was laid before her needed to be stopped. A man of that power and ambition towards destruction and chaos should never have the privilege to walk the earth. Some shinobi have forgotten their teachings, or were taught what it means to truly be a ninja and have followed the same path as the man that was about to die by her hands, but not her or those that she trusted. As she was about to take her honor of being the last thing the man who nearly destroyed her family would see, her heart sunk and anger rose as the person she thought was Shooken wasn't. A man with silver hair and large eyes with constricted pupils, wearing a white lab coat, was seen slumped on the ground with his hands held by the male Sannin. The few torches in the room showed the result of Tsunade's punch on the poor recipient. His hair was soaked in blood with droplets falling from his bangs and staining his attire. His breath was barely a whisper and his pulse was dropping. It was clear he would not see the light of the shining sun again in his life, but the fading light of a candle in darkness. "Dr. Amachi, it's been a long time." Tsunade greeted the dying man. His head rose to see the last person he'd interact with. His body shook with pain and fear as he hadn't expected to see her again. "Lady Tsunade, you look good," Amachi replied. A medical ninja from the land of water, Dr. Amachi was a highly regarded surgeon and scientist within the 4th Mizuki's administration. Despite he was in charge of Yagura's research and development division within Kirigakure's government, he was also his private physician. When Zabuza Momochi attempted to overthrow Yagura's administration, Amachi sided with the demon of the hidden mist in exchange for funding on bioweaponry research and complete immunity from the country's daimyo. He became acquainted with the Sannin during their time in the Land of Water and attempted to befriend them as a means to acquire any knowledge on jutsu for his research. After the coup failed, he went into hiding and wasn't heard of again until now. "Where is he?" Jiraiya questioned. There was no potential for misinterpretation. His tone was direct and civil, but behind that tongue laid a brutal beast ready to rip out the throat of his prey. His eyes were piercing daggers. His heart rate was normal. Amachi knew that if he didn't produce an answer in 5 seconds, death would be a blessing. "Shooken isn't here," Amachi confessed. A blade was slowly digging into his skin. Orochimaru was holding the sword of Kusanagi. "Then where?" The Sannin's grip grew tighter, his patience dwindling. A pool of blood was collecting around Amachi's feet. It was clear that punch Tsunade delivered was too much for the good doctor to take. "I don't know. I haven't seen him in months. He supplied me with test subjects through the 2 lackeys you imitated. I only met him once." "Why? What was the purpose of all this?" Tsunade asked. "I was tasked with creating the perfect shinobi for subaquatic combat. One that could breathe and swim underwater without using chakra, a pure hybrid between man and fish. It was to be my crowning achievement, and with it, I would have used the research to build an army and take the hidden mist village for myself. Seems like it was the perfect deal. What did Shooken get out of this?" said the Toad Sage. Amachi made a blood-filled smile. "Names. He had a list of people he wanted taken. I was supposed to dissect them, and his stooges were to deliver the corpses to him." "Where are they?" Orochimaru said. The doctor raised his head slightly to see the Sannin. Lifting his hand and pointing to a door behind the cells, blood was dripping of his finger like fresh corpse. Orochimaru removed his sword from Amachi's neck. He and the others knew there was nothing else they could learn from him. It was more than likely Shukin was going to kill him eventually, either by his own hand or giving him up to the Hunter core of Kirigakure. If Yoroi and Misumi were under Shukin's control, and no one else aside from the prisoners was inside in the hideout, it was perfectly clear that no help was coming for Amachi, and he knew it. Is there anything else you can tell us? Tsunade asked, knowing he would die very soon. Amachi lifted his head again to look at Tsunade, taking every fiber of his being to stare into her eyes. His breathing was strained and heavy, his limbs were shaking, and more blood was coming out of the back of his head. His time was up. Shukin has Sharingan. Amachi's head dropped. Tsunade leaned down and put her hand on his throat. No pulse. No words were said between them. The Sannin suspected for a long time that their masked nemesis possessed the Sharingan, starting with Shizune after their first encounter. When Jiraiya and Orochimaru found her in a state similar to Yoroi's and Misumi's condition, but more concentrated, it was suspected that she had suffered under the Sharingan technique, Tsukuyami. Now, whether or not Shukin has a Mangekyo Sharingan has yet to be proven, but now, finally, the Sannin have something of a lead as to who Shukin is. A few minutes later, and Taiyuya accompanied them with Yoroi and Misumi also. They ventured into the back room, where Amachi told them Shukin's targets were, and no matter how tough of a front Taiyuya tried to put up, the little girl broke down to tears when she saw her friends. 20 bodies were found nailed to the wall. Their feet weren't even bound because how limp they were. Several of them had horrendous contusions and lacerations covering their bodies. Others had limbs missing like fingers and toes. The worst of them, sadly, were some of her crew. A dark-skinned boy with black shaggy hair was monstrously transfigured, for additional arms protruded from his body like a spider, and what looked like a large lengthways scar on his forehead, similar to Irika's on his nose. Kidamaru, Taiyuya whispered to him. Luckily, he moved when his name was called out. When the Sannin and others removed everyone from their shackles, only 7 out of the discovered 20 were still alive. Aside from Kidamaru, there were only 3 others from Taiyuya's gang that survived. The other 3 weren't associated, but regrettably shared the same fate as everyone else who was taken. The other members of Taiyuya's band seemed visibly unscathed aside from some bruises and cuts, but internally, the damage was grave and deep. After the Sannin stabilized Kidamaru, they tended to the others. Tsunade made several shadow clones and started healing a straight, dark gray-haired boy with long bangs covering his left eye. Taiyuya rushed to him and tried to wake him. "Hey, Sakan, asshole," Taiyuya softly called him. Sakan woke up to find his foul-mouthed friend standing over him. Aside from a few scars, he seemed fine, but a moment later he felt an unimaginable sensation, like he was burning from the inside out. The pain Sakan was experiencing was indescribable. He felt as if every molecule inside his body was splitting in half, and in actuality, it was. What he didn't notice then, and what Taiyuya and the others hadn't noticed until he stood up, was a large tumor sticking out of Sakan's back. The mutation was so horrendous it made Kidamaru's arms pale in comparison. The boy fell to his knees in agony. His screams bounced off the stone walls and iron cells like echoes in a cave. Whatever reason Amachi put that thing inside him seemed irrelevant, as Sakan's suffering was rewarding enough had he lived to see it. What happened next could not be forgotten, nor was it something for the faint of hearts to see. The tumor on Sakan's back started to move by itself, jiggling like jello in a glass. The growth almost seemed alive, as if it possessed a mind of its own. It shifted further out of the boy's back, growing larger in length until it took a shape that left the others utterly breathless. An arm reached out for whatever it could touch. A leg extended to curl its toes on the cold stone floor. An entire body split from Sakan's back, and from the look of it, he resembled Sakan in every way. "Yukon!" Taiyuya exclaimed. Sakan rubbed his head in a mixture of irritation and relief. Not a single mark was left on his back where the other body split. The tumor appeared to be alive when Tsunade detected a pulse. A moment later, the body started moving and soon opened his eyes to find his twin kneeling over him. "What the hell? Who is he?" Jiraiya asked Tayuya. That is Yukon, Sakan's twin brother. She explained. The Sannin were the only ones reacting to this. Kidamaru and Sakan curiously weren't phased from the scene. Sakan and Yukon have the ability to merge with anyone they come in contact with. They used it mostly for taking out security in muggings and gang fights. But this is the first time the two have ever merged with each other. Whatever that fucking doctor did to them, I guess it enhanced their abilities. While the Sannin were trying to understand the situation involving the twins, they noticed the two boys appear to be fine and decided that this wasn't the time or place to examine the circumstances. The fact that Tayuya ran to her other two unconscious friends with a worried look on her face only confirmed the shinobi's thoughts. The third of the 5 victims that survived Amachi's experiments was a large, hefty boy with a red mohawk. Remembering what just happened with Sakan and Yukon, Tayuya examined his comatose body and found several closed wounds on his stomach, stitched and reopened several times like a torn ragdoll. Jirobo, the little girl called out. The big-boned boy opened his eyes and surprisingly stood up, looking as if he wasn't feeling any pain from his afflictions. He noticed Tayuya and for a brief moment smiled toward his friend, but when he scanned his surroundings and noticed his other comrades, he showed great concern for them and rushed to Kidamaru's side. Tayuya, what happened? Jirobo asked. The girl remained silent. The expression on her face was one of pure shock, the same look she had when she saw Kidamaru and Sakan. Jirobo noticed her reaction and realized something was wrong. He started examining his body and discovered something very wrong. His fingers were thicker, his waist doubled in size, and felt at least 100 pounds heavier. Upon fearing what had happened, he scrambled to find a mirror or something else that could show his reflection. He found a puddle of collected water near him and leaned over to find the results of Amachi's experiment. His jaw dropped and nearly screamed at the top of his lungs upon seeing what became of him. Whatever the specifics were on how Amachi did it, Jirobo found himself several times larger than he remembered before being captured. He clenched his stomach with his 2 hands and started jiggling it to his displeasure. Tayuya approached him cautiously, unsure of what happened that caused this or how to help him in his present state of mind. When he turned to face her, however, he said something she couldn't help but laugh. I am starving. Hey Tayuya, you got any food? It wasn't just her that burst out laughing. The Sannin and everyone else that wasn't dead or unconscious couldn't help themselves and joined in. The laughter was so contagious, even the dead couldn't help themselves. Unaware to the others, the last member of his group limped out of the shadows and appeared before them, laughing in a low, hoarse tone as the torchlight revealed his face. 2 green eyes shined like emeralds with hair as white as snow. 2 scarlet markings on his forehead like droplets of blood shined in the open flames. The leader of the pack was still alive. Kimimaro! All of the members of his group exclaimed in unison. The only one Tayuya and the others revered most in their lives shuffled forward. His stance gave proof of severe fatigue, and his breathing indicated a lack of oxygen was flowing into his lungs. By the time he noticed which of his comrades had survived and those who passed into the next life, his vision started to blur and soon collapsed into Orochimaru's arms. When he woke up, he found himself lying on a soft bed in an open-windowed room. Birds were chirping in a clear blue sky with a soft torrent of wind cooling his face, a wonderful sensation he hadn't felt in what felt like years. His moment of transcendence was brief when the door to his room opened and a boy, who looked near Tayuya's age, appeared and walked towards him. After the Sannin rescued Kimimaro and the other kids from Demon Island, they took them back to the village to heal their wounds and possibly revert their mutations. The examination of their conditions comprised of several trials, and during that time the group that consisted of Kidamaru, Sakan, and Yukon, Jirobo, Tayuya, Kimimaro, and the 3 other kids that survived Amachi's experiment stayed within the walls of Otoge-cure in peace and tranquility. The time they spent among the people in the Land of Sound was significant for as far back as each member could remember. Their lives were filled with darkness and despair. The only time they have felt the warmth of bonds from others was their time together, forming a group with the sole purpose of survival. And it wasn't just the Sannin, they shared a bond with Shizune, Anko, Irika, Naruto, and all of their friends quickly associated themselves with each of the five and the other three in their own way. Sadly, however, despite Tsunade and Shizune are world-renowned doctors and Orochimaru's experience in several branches of science, they couldn't reverse the kids' mutations. Amazingly, though, it was discovered that several of them already possessed a Kekkei Genkai that responded positively with their conditions. Kidamaru possessed an ability to make a spider-like web substance by infusing his spit or sweat with chakra. He could use his webs to bind, trap, and sense enemies. These threads were extremely sticky, yet durable and elastic because his chakra was constantly flowing through the webs, which also made his threads unbreakable with regular ninja tools like kunai. With the 2 extra pairs of arms, he was able to form webs faster and perform several other tasks simultaneously, like making hand signs. The extra arms also allowed him to use his weapon of choice, a bow, to better use by pulling his bowstring harder for maximum power. Sakan and Yukon's Kekkei Genkai were able to merge and separate with other people at will. They used this technique mostly as a means to control targets without being noticed, allowing for easy muggings and occasional beatdowns. The two could use their chakra to bond with anyone down to the molecular level. When the twins were at the mercy of Amachi's scalpel, their Kekkei Genkai was the main point of focus for him. But compared to Kidamaru and Jirobo, in the grand scheme of things, nothing significant was altered inside of them or out. Yukon now would generally use this ability to remain within Sakan's body as something of a habit. The two have occasionally been able to merge with each other, but only at the connecting limbs such as arms and legs. But no Yukon was able to become one with Sakan entirely, allowing him become a second pair of eyes, so to speak, if, say, an enemy could get behind him and try to attack from his blind spot. With their new enhanced abilities, not only could Sakan dodge his enemy, Yukon could provide a counterattack by forming some of his body parts outside his brother's body, whether to attack or block. Because of this new ability, not only did the twins virtually have a near 360-degree view, but also now, thanks to their enhancement, Yukon's arms and legs could sync with Sakan's physical attacks, doubling his strength and ferocity in battle. In terms of external features, Jirobo had one of the more noticeable changes after being freed from Amachi's laboratory. Before his capture, he was already a large boy in both mass and height, but after his capture, he looked like he ate a clone of himself and doubled in size. The result could have something to do with his abilities, which allowed him to drain chakra from his enemies through simple physical contact or through his earth-style jutsu. Because of his new size, he was almost always hungry, and because of that, he could get the same energy from absorbing opponent's chakra that one would get from eating food. His absorption power could even drain away the life essence of a target should he make contact long enough, reducing the target into a hollow shell devoid of life. Though his abilities were enhanced like the others, his body had to pay a price for that power, also like the others. Through the Sannin's examinations, they deduced that Jirobo's abilities could only be enhanced if his body grew as well, like how a vacuum's power and advancement is determined through its size. And also like the others, the process couldn't be reversed. Jirobo would be a gargantuan for the rest of his life. The final member of Taiya's group that was captured and experimented on was the supposed leader, Kimimaro. Despite they were all kids, generally speaking, Kimimaro was the oldest at the age of 15. When he was examined for any potential alterations that were done to his body, it was discovered he could manipulate his own skeletal structure. In the entire ninja world, there was only one clan that possessed this ability, the Kagaya clan. Hailed as one of the most ancient shinobi tribes in history, the Kagaya clan had a special ability that couldn't be matched in combat, the Shikatsumiyaku, also known as the Dead Bone Pulse. Specifically, it allowed the user to manipulate his or her osteoblast and osteoclast cells, which are responsible for building or breaking down bone tissue. For Kimimaro, this ability gave him absolute control over the concentration of calcium within his bones, allowing him to control the density or malleability of them. Before his kidnapping, Kimimaro used this ability to wield his bones as weapons in battle, using them in the form of taijutsu attacks, in which he referred to as dances. Unfortunately, because of he was the only one in several generations that had this ability, he was treated as a weapon of destruction for his clan. He was kept in a solitary confinement as a small child and only released before the clan would enter a battle. In times past, the Kagaya clan was regarded as a bloodthirsty tribe of savages whose sole purpose was war. Unfortunately, as time progressed and the villages were built, organized military regiments proved to be more efficient than a simple horde of barbarians in the art of combat. The details on how the Kagaya's extinction is unclear, but near 10 years ago the clan went to war with Kirigakure after a falling out and decided to attack the city in a frontal assault with everything they had. Now obviously the plan was suicidal, as the ninja of the Hidden Mist would not only detect the Kagaya's presence before even reaching the village, but their forces considerably outnumbered the clan. That didn't stop the Kagaya, however, as near all of them were sociopaths. No matter how folly the attack seemed, they would still charge and slaughter as many as possible. As expected, the tribe attacked, and as expected again, every member of the Kagaya clan was Kia save for one. Kimimaro managed to escape thanks to his Kekiai Genkai. After that, he traveled for a number of years until he met Sakan, Yukon, and Kidamaru. From then on, they stuck with each other until they crossed paths with Jirobo and Tayuya. From there, the rest was history. As time went on, however, it was apparent that Kimimaro had contracted a disease that could not be treated through normal means. He would on occasion cough up blood and pass out, and there were days, if not weeks, when he could barely move. It was only by the grace of God that he was found by the Sannin, with a wide array of medical equipment at their disposal and know-how to use with by several highly ranked medical professionals. They found the disease to be bone cancer. Now, normally, because the erratic cell condition has been in his body for several years, the only outcome was death. But thanks to the Shikatsumiyaku, Tsunade could simply remove the infected bones, and Kimimaro could instantly replace them. The procedure was long and tiresome, but the teenager's fate was spared as he made a full recovery. In his mind, Kimimaro had already decided before his surgery that he would stay in the village hidden in the sound and give his allegiance to the Sannin in retribution for saving his life. The three had formed a habit of picking up orphans with exceptional talents, so this proved to be another example of their style of recruitment. No parents to convince, no superiors to influence. The only thing required was a handshake and file with a full name. Despite he hated his parents and the last generation of clansmen for treating him as a weapon, he still had great respect for his clan and decided to call himself Kimimaro Kagaya. His others followed suit, considering they also felt the same towards the Sannin and Odo. Kidamaru chose the name Joragudo as a variation of a fabled creature he admired. Sakan and Yukon called themselves Futagoza, which means Gemini. And Jirobo took the name Datarabachi, in honor of the legend of how a giant created the world with his footprint. The Odo Kij and the others concluded that because Shukin targeted them, he might try to reclaim them one day. And seeing as how well they worked with each other, and that Orochimaru thought that they would be better protected if they didn't simply join the regiment, he decided to make the 4 of them, technically 5, his personal bodyguards. The 2 young men that were working for Amachi under Shukin's control were escorted back to Odo, examined with the other survivors in an attempt to probe for any more information on where their masked villain was. Although the Sannin couldn't find any leads in their generosity, they offered to let Yoroi Akado and Misumi Tsurugi stay and become sound shinobi. Through their efforts, they were able to become chunin and fine shinobi. Though life at the moment was a little stale considering they were recently assigned to gate sentries, but still were glad that they weren't delivering guinea pigs to a psychotic bastard bent on world domination. Though Taya felt left out understandably after Orochimaru decided that she'd be placed with her own squad, she understood the circumstances preventing her from joining the newly nicknamed the Sound Four. While though she was exceptionally talented in the arts of Genjutsu and was very smart for her age, the Sannin felt that she needed round out her abilities in ninjutsu and taijutsu. They also felt that since she was the youngest of the 5 and was the only one who didn't suffer Dr. Amachi's experiments, she still retained what little innocence she had left and should be preserved. The Sannin's decision bore fruit as she quickly associated herself with her classmates in the academy. Not only that, but she became something of another member to new group that had a puppy love affection for Naruto. In all honesty, she hadn't regretted any of it. Wow, you seem terrified, Tayuya. The third member of Cell 9 commented on his teammate's statement. She smirked at his sarcasm, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to kick some ass at the Chunin exams. Shut up, Dosu. You're only saying that because you're shitting bricks under those bandages of yours. The crimson-haired Kunoichi responded. Dosu Kinyuta may have been the more underrated of Cell 9, but that was just because he wasn't the Kazakage's son or from a band of superpowered shinobi. Born into a shinobi family in a remote village in an unknown land, Dosu lived a pretty conventional life in terms of how he was raised. Things didn't seem out of the ordinary until he found himself chained to a wall in a barely lit room with several other kids shackled beside him and a silver-haired man approaching him with a scalpel. Waking up to find Jiraiya standing over him, he encountered two other kids next to him while the others were being treated by Tsunade and Orochimaru. A boy round his age with spiky, black hair and dark eyes, and a girl with very long black hair, almost reaching down to the ground, tied by a violet ribbon right near the end, and black eyes next to him. Everything was moving fast for him. One minute he was living a simple life with his family and thinking about following in his parents' footsteps and becoming a ninja. The next he was rescued by a demented doctor that cutting into his skin like a knife into butter. He couldn't even remember all the things Amachi did to him, but when he woke up he found himself covered in bandages save for his left eye. He was tempted to take it off, but considering the circumstances of where he was and that he just met these people, he figured he could do it later. Like the others, he was taken back to Otoge-kure to be checked out, but they only found a few scars on his body. The Sannin couldn't figure out why Shukin wanted a kid with no remarkable talent until they inspected a device they recovered on his body when he was found. What looked like a metal brace for his forearm was actually a porous metal gauntlet that fit onto his right arm. Upon further examination, the armor was made as a weapon to amplify or absorb sound waves caused by his arm's movements. The sound waves harnessed by the arm could then be manipulated and directed with chakra, causing more damage. Some of the effects included blurred vision, dizziness, and could even render the victim paralyzed. Considering the gauntlet only worked for Dosu, it was apparent that whatever Amachi did to him involved sound manipulation. It seems ironic that the hidden sound village in the land of sound had no ninja capable of using sound as a jutsu. Now there finally was a child with the potential to use the power of sound for ninjutsu, and the Sannin couldn't recruit him because he had a family. Through Jiraiya's spy network, they were able to find Dosu's family and offered them a position within Otoge-kure's regiment, to which they happily accepted, considering they actually were mercenaries than ninja affiliated to a village. Everything else fit in a place like all the others that became sound shinobi. Dosu went into the academy, graduated with decent grades, and befriended Naruto and his other peers. Aside from the gauntlet, the only other thing that stuck out was his appearance. Despite he didn't suffer any external changes like Kidamaru and Sakan, he found his bandage looked to be intimidating and decided to keep it whenever he went on missions. Understandably, compared to his other peers that were taking the Chunin exams, his chances of passing were slim to none, and that is exactly what he wanted them to think. In the world of shinobi and ninja must see through deception, and Dosu fully believed in that. He had a few tricks up his sleeve that not even his teammates knew about. The only ones who were aware of his capabilities were the two other victims not part of the collected gang that became the Sound Four, and they were on different squads as well. They just couldn't wait to show their stuff to the others. And you're just saying that so that you can look cool in front of my nephew, the leader of Cell 9 said to Tayuya. The corrupted Kunoichi put her hand on the loudmouth's head as a sign that she was teasing. She knew Tayuya had a crush on Naruto, and she wasn't the only one. Out of the 4 teams that were competing to become Chunin, 3 other girls from 2 other squads were competing with each other for Naruto's heart. She found it cute that her youngest was the target of desire for 4 talented girls. Things had changed a lot for Shizune since she became an Oto ninja. On top of being one of Village's founders, she also became Oto Hospital's top surgeon in shinobi-related injuries and treatments. For a while, she was content as she not only used her talents to help her fellow ninja, but also spent her time researching on new medicines and poisons alike, something she did for the Puppet Corp when she was in Sunagakure. Except this time she did it for both her village and curiosity instead of being forced by the village's Kage. Eventually her staff grew to a point where it practically became automatic. She felt like she was in a rut until Karen Uzumaki was placed under her care as a disciple. Despite her time with Karen only lasted for several months, Shizen enjoyed every moment teaching the Uzumaki girl, feeling like this was her true calling instead of being simply a shinobi. The first time she was called Shizen Sensei brought back feelings when her little ones first called her Aunt Zune. She knew that she wanted to continue being a teacher and decided she wanted to have a squad to lead. Orochimaru saw no problem with this, as Shizen was already one of the Jonin commanders of Odogakure. Eventually, she was given a team consisting of Kankuro, Tia, and Dosu. Her time as leader of Cell 9 was great. The only thing that could make her life perfect is if she found a boyfriend that wasn't intimidated by her. Like Kabuto, this was the first team she has recommended for the Chunin exam, but unlike him, she wasn't nervous one bit.